Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Yes, sir. I am a happy man today. You are a follower of this channel. You've been paying attention for even 5 minutes here. I have moaned and complained at the possibility of one Baker Mayfield landing in the Seattle area. And today my prayers were thankfully met. And we will get to that in a moment. As well as Jody Allen tells Phil Knight, more. We're not for sale until maybe somebody offers more money. The silence on the DK contract negotiations continues to be deafening. Very silent on that front. So we will also be getting to that. And KJ Wright also is out there saying, hey, if there's one team I want to play with, it might just be our Hawks or retire. So we will talk a little bit about all of those items, as well as a final little nugget where Russell Wilson is currently showing off the Bronco fans what peak athletic specimen looks like. But we'll get all to that in a moment. I want to lead off the top with a continuing series. Of course, I have been discussing and building a case. When I first began, I referenced to you folks of it being like a lawyer to the jury. You being the jury. You, my fellow Seahawk fans. Can I bring you to the other side? And the reason was simple. I think many of the naysayers have gotten lost as to why I've created sort of this pathway and approach over the last, a couple months now in doing the start of these live stream shows in the case that I'm building. In that they'll say, oh, you're gassing them up. You're setting everybody up for a downfall. What are you doing, man? See, it's not that at all here. What it is I think that especially within my own subscriber base, whoever watches me, that there's a lot of intelligence in the Seahawks fandom in their understanding and approach to this upcoming season, and the acknowledgement that this is probably going to be what a rebuilding type year looks like, if not maybe moderately better. But what I'm proposing as this lawyer on the other side, sweaty, hair thrown off, right? Some southern courtroom where it's really sticky, right? I'm picturing something like that, right? What I'm trying to propose here is that maybe there's an alternative here. Maybe the switch does turn. Because as much as even folks like myself love to prognosticate and tell you about what's going to happen this upcoming season. Oh, this will definitely happen. That'll happen. This will happen. The NFL is a quirky sucker, and it's a fickle bitch. And it will turn on a dime in an instant in a way that you weren't expecting at times. There are certainly those teams that are going to get through and be good, and you're not going to see them fall off. But there's always a varied, right? There's always a certain amount of playoff teams that go in every year and a certain amount of playoff teams that go out. And it's a fluctuating sucker. And Seattle can get into that realm of things. And then, hey, once you get into the playoffs, anything can happen. 49ers showed that, didn't they? I went to Lambeau Field. Mr. MVP Rodgers. Maybe he needed a tattoo like he just got or something to get him through that one. But he couldn't beat him up on that one. They got through that game, and they really pushed the Rams as well with Garoppolo playing less than good quarterback play. So I built my case so far here. We've looked at the cover 2 shell defense, the running game, not just the running backs themselves. I'm sure many of you saw the recent video I posted out about, how maybe our running backs can be those difference makers that pushes up against this lock solid narrative that's like a vault door thick that you just can't get through. There's just no way a running back can be a difference maker, or no way that you can have the strength in numbers there also when having 2 frontline guys essentially there to be difference makers enough at the position versus other aspects of the offense. And that could be true, but I am pushing back a little bit, and let's assemble this through. Noah Fant's potential we looked at. How the Seahawks have solved issues that have plagued them not for a year, not for 2 years, but in some cases 5, 6, 7 years back. And they solved a multitude of these issues all in one fell swoop. All in one small offseason. And this is where the optimism comes up for me. It's not me waving pom-poms, which is anybody who's been here since day one and a year ago, 2 years, 3 years. I will rail against the pom-pom wavers. Reason being is that I have to fight them all the time. When any second I say something the least bit derisive or something, I'll get plenty of those people going, get your pom-poms, man. Come on, what are you doing? It's pom-pom time. Jeez, man. Where's the 100% all the time positivity I need to come to expect? And I'm not that way. I will never be that way. that's not me beating this. This is me saying, look, there's a lot of lights breaking through the cracks here. You know, we're underground and the vampires are just waking up out of their crypt as we're getting close to the season. And if we can just break out the walls and break more sunlight beams in, we can kill the vampires. And that's all I'm saying is that we got a lot of stuff we're starting to throw and break through some cracks here that I'm seeing as we assemble with that. But with what the Hawks have done, both at the front office and coaching staff level, what I'm going to concentrate today on with a little more of a pinpoint precision is going to be what we want to see them do this year. What's a necessity of what needs to happen this upcoming season. And Randall, thank you for the $100 donation, brother. You're awesome for starting us off the top. As well, folks, I will get you guys over in the chat, of course, as anybody's with me. You might be a new subscriber. I usually take a moment here with opening thoughts before we get over to the chat, so bear with me on your questions. But I will be over with you guys soon on that. Randall, you're awesome, brother, for that, though. You're already starting us off hot, man. Woo! Lost my whole damn train of thought on that one. So what we're going to look at here is an assemblage of things that I've been sort of thinking about, kind of turning over in my mind of what we want to see this year to get to that point of, can it be a playoff team? I'm not making the case here for being an elite football team. I don't think even if you break in a best case scenario, they're able to reach up to that high water of a mark. But can they be a team that can get to a playoffs? Yeah, I think they can. I absolutely think they can get to that state of things. And I see it with, again, not just off of one thing, not just off of, they had one great draft. And you think, no, it's off the changing of schemes over the last 2 years, the returns you get on the offensive side of the ball in year 2, or that you tend to get on any other offensive coordinator who goes anywhere else in the NFL. Year 1's always a bumpy ride. This isn't just unique to Shane Waldron. Every new offensive coordinator comes in, there's always a little bit of, I don't know if we hired the right guy here. Can he call a play? Does he have but then you get him into year 2 and everybody kind of understands the scheme a little bit better. He's not teaching the beginning stages. He's on to the advanced stuff with the guys and how he's trying to show them to do it and the techniques and whatnot, and how he calls the game and how he maybe gets another year under his belt and just getting more comfortable with it. I'm not saying he'll be sensational with it, but these are the things that give you signs of life. What they've got to do in drawing forward is going to have to pair with what they've done in the past. So I've spoken all the stuff that's good in the past that's happened. This now would be what I would consider needs to happen as we go forward here a little bit. And these are just a couple of quick items. I won't dwell on these long. But the first thing off the top is the embracing of both the Waldron scheme and the Fangio scheme. And what this means with the Waldron scheme is really just 2 things real mainly. And again, this is going to get very precise in how I look at this. Number 1, more of a willingness to attack to the edges in the running game. You do not have to be in a place where you're running constantly to the edges. You don't have to throw pitch plays all the time out there. This can be the fly sweep element of things. It can be that too. It can be also, though, pitches and outside zone as well. You've got the 2 running backs in their 4-4. I know Penny went a 4-4-5, but he runs very close to probably right in the speed realm of what Kenneth Walker does in game speed. And those are guys that are fast, get them to the edges a little more often. That's part of what Waldron did when he was with McVay. So it's not just me begging and asking for it because it fits what your running backs do. It's also me saying, hey, this is also kind of a component of the offensive scheme that you've adopted. Maybe adopt more of it. Just might be a smart approach. The other aspect of this has got to be the less reliant on the deep ball. This is as much, we like to throw a lot of shade at Russell Wilson in this respect, and rightfully so, but it's not all Russell. This was both Carroll and Russell as a meeting of the minds in this way that they attacked offensively. It was on purpose. It brought results. It was a good thing for a very long time. And that was a predilection towards, let's go deep. Let's get those chunk plays. Always remember within Carroll's defense, the first 2 things that he wants to stop defensively are what? The run first and give up the big play second. He doesn't want to have those 2 things happen. Stop the run and then don't give up the big play. That's the 2 things he wants. So conversely, he flips that over in the offense. He wants the big play first and foremost, right? That's what he's going to start to naturally seek out. You got to pull back on those reins of Coach Carroll, okay? The horses are neighing. I know. There's smoke blowing out their nose and they're ready to roll. But dial it back. The offense is more about moving the chains, keeping a little bit more of the time of possession quotient, right? Yes, some of that's going to be done with the running game, but remember too, the West Coast offense was built to first and foremost set up the run game, not have the run game set up the pass as you would historically tend to do on the offensive side of the ball. So again, go back into more of the Waldron tenets of what this offense needs to be, because you're going to get more successes out of it at that point. You don't get more successes by taking on this offensive scheme that you only run halfway. A layman can see that that's where you could kind of go to the road to ruin. And last year, again, we did see a lot of the falling back into those old machinations, those old habits. And old habits do die hard, but it's been a year. Now it's time for them to die. On the defensive side of the ball, it's really three things, three words that I would post out here to you guys as far as adopting the Fangio scheme: disguise, vary, and attack. Disguise what you do. Don't let offenses know what you're doing pre-snap. Don't be easy to prepare for throughout the course of the week, as you have been recently, historically speaking. Even not just recently, historically, throughout Carroll's time here. It was on purpose. It used to be on purpose 100%. It was something that they leaned into. You can't lean into it anymore unless you have the difference-making type talents that they had in the early 2010s, which we do not quite have at the moment. So you got to play the game like everybody else plays the game. That means more disguising. That means more putting more of the attention to detail in getting these guys in that mode of, okay, you're not just running free now and wild like we had you run before, where you didn't have to think and you had to go. Now you got to think a little bit. Think pre-snap. How am I setting this quarterback up to think I'm going to drop into coverage when actually I'm coming on the blitz? What are little things I can do? And of course, we've brought on defensive coordinator, secondary coaches, Desai being brought in along with Scott in order to help bring on these adaptations. So I will expect them to be brought on. I expect us to see them, but they need to also happen again to get to this high water mark season that I'm talking about trying to get to. Vary, of course, just is about changing up your attack. We talked a couple weeks ago about the cover 2 shell and how you show it maybe 75% of the time, but you end up only running it like 38% of the time. You're always changing up the structure of what you do post snap. This also lends back into what I just talked about at the top there with disguise, but then varying, changing up what you're doing, not just doing the same thing over and over again, which we've been doing a little bit recently historically, and it hasn't gotten us the returns that they've tried to think that they was going to get them prior. And the attack is self-explanatory. You've got Jamal Adams on this team. You've got maybe perhaps one of the most, if not the best, blitzing defensive back in NFL history on your roster right now. Maybe we should use that. Maybe you should take advantage of that. And thankfully, again, they've told us this is what their intention is to do this. But intention needs to meet the road, right? We're all having this talk right now in the parking lot, and it sounds great. What's going to happen when we get out on the open highway? And like I said, last year with the Waldron scheme, I was a big pumper-upper of saying, oh, Waldron's coming in. We're going to have Russ now with a modernized offense, and here we go. But they didn't fully adopt the scheme. They still fell back into those old habits. Carroll said, yeah, we really like Waldron. He's really open to doing a lot of the things that we've done. Huh? What? No. So hopefully they change back into this direction on it. Disguise, vary, attack. 3-4, 4-3. You're going to see them both, folks. It's not just going to be all 3-4. They've kept Puna on the roster, even though he could save them money, and he doesn't really have a fit in the 3-4 defense. He just kind of doesn't. Maybe they can slide him out there at defensive end, and we'll come to find he's an awesome defensive end. But he's never done it in his entire career. The first time he'll do it is the first time he's ever done it. And they're doing a lot of that kind of projecting with him there. Say nothing of a couple of other guys like a Shelby Harris that you're going to be moving out of a 3-tech position into more of that 3-4. Now, Shelby's been in this defense, so I know he can be successful in it. I'm less reticent with him. But there's a couple of guys in there that I'm Quinn Jefferson. I'm going, okay, are we sure with those guys? Maybe. We'll see. But attack, utilize the blitz, not just bring Jamal, but utilize, coming more downhill. Less on your heels, more on your toes, and the type of defense that you try to run, which is, again, what you've brought on and the type of defense you're bringing in here. But it's also, again, a change of pace of what they've been. The other thing I'd love to see as we go forward, a couple of smaller little items here that we get into. Find roles, not starters necessarily. We're very early in this process, so yeah, we need to find starters at certain positions. But it would also be helpful throughout this year to find more of guys where you put them more in roles rather than having them move around to do different things. Your third down back, a punt return specialist who's not named Swain, who's really maybe just your specialist at doing it, and he's going to give his all at it, right? Heart and soul. I see the man coming, I say, F it. take the ball. I ain't fair catching. That kind of guy. Running back rotation that's more affixed, less on the back of, well, who's injured this week, and more of how can we set this defense up? How can we give them some change of pace? How can we also then keep guys fresh? A little more of a tactical approach to that. Pass rushing specialist. Darrell Taylor last year struggled at times when you tried to draw him in there in the run game and have him as an early down defender. It was, to me, shades of what we saw with Bruce Irvin early in his career when you tried to put him as a defensive end on early downs, and he would just get run the hell over. He just didn't have enough sand in the pans to be able to hold up against those tackles. And I saw a little bit of that with Taylor last year. Now, he's a young player. He might develop more strength. He's certainly going to be more aided by playing now in a 3-4, because what helped Irvin, of course, was going to the Sam linebacker role. And if you look at a Sam linebacker, just look at the overhead shot of it, it looks exactly the alignment of what you'd have as a 3-4 outside linebacker. So certainly that does fit a little bit more beneficial into Taylor's mark, because now he's going against tight ends and maybe running backs instead of actually having to always deal with the tackle. That being said, if there's a guy that you've got who's he's better and just let him just go after the passer, and the guy I'm really looking at here is a Mafe type, put him in that role and let him go. Don't sit back in some other realm and go, well, let's try to force him into do it. Let the guys fit into what they do. It's, again, not just to me about getting the most returns on this year. It's also what's best for kind of building into the future. We do need starters going in the future. We're going to need stars going into the future. And that stuff's going to shake itself out along the way. But you also don't just need the stars. You don't just need the top heavy. You need the role guys within it that you can outfit along this run that they're going to try to start to make here as we build up a little bit. Coverage specialist I'd put within this as well. Trey Flowers left the Seattle Seahawks last year, and it was determined by the fans and everybody in between that, oh, certainly he's done. He's got nothing to offer. He can't give you nothing. And instead he went to the Cincinnati Bengals, and the Bengals said, okay, yeah, you're too big on the outside. You can't flip your hips. You're not fast enough. But you got some dog in you. You got a lot of length. For your size, you move well. What if we started putting you up against maybe some of these bigger tight ends that are proliferating the NFL? And Trey said, cool. No more Tyreek. Now I get Travis. Cool. And did well within that role. Again, this is where my find roles comes from. Don't get stagnant on this guy's got to be this starter here and he's got to do all this and all that and all this. If you've got to assemble it together. Fine. That's all right. Find the role a guy can flourish in, especially the young guys that are just coming along, instead of trying to, force them in and say, you've got to do all this other stuff. I think you can kind of overload these guys and get a lot more of the diminishing returns then versus maybe finding just the role. Next one up is let the best man win at the quarterback position. This one's one where I don't be influenced by you traded for Drew Lock. You have to see what you have in Drew Lock. Well, what happens if we start Geno, but then he starts to skittle and then the fans want Drew Lock, so maybe we should just start Drew Lock at first and then we'll come back to Geno. Don't do that. Quarterback position does need to have that somewhat of the leadership quotient ideally. I do expect eventually both of these guys to play, so I don't have a lot of faith that this is going to be changed into a great direction. Nonetheless, let the best man win coming out of training camp and then hitch it and roll. And unless he falls really completely on his face, I think you've got to just, in the hopes of what you get from the future of this team, then go for it. And again, that's not the guy you're rolling with beyond this year. But even if maybe early on it's rough, maybe you get those returns by the end of the schedule at that point because you stuck with your man, as opposed to ping-ponging back and forth, which I've seen teams do in the past with the quarterback position, and it never seems to end out well when you have to do that. Let them win. Tell them, hey, whoever balls out in training camp is the one who wins, and that's who should win at that point, as opposed to, well, this guy's still really uber talented behind him. I don't care. If he wins it, he wins it. Along this as well, just is back to more of the fundamentalist approach of Coach Carrol when he walked in the door, which was competition is king. Keep competition king. Let the best man win the job. If you come into training camp this year and Tariq Woolen and Kobe Bryant ball out and they're better than any other corner on the roster, then they should start. Bar none. And there was a time when Coach Carrol did this and was an adherent to it as much as any coach in the league, because coaches will fall into that trap. You drafted Shaquille Griffin and basically decided since day one of him that he was starting. Okay, now you're a starter. We took you in the late third round, so you got to start. Should be more of who earns the job. And whoever earns the job is who should play. And what you have put on this roster now with a lot of these guys, from Marquise Blairs to Ryan Neals to a couple of cornerbacks like Sidney Jones, Artie Burns, you got a variety of guys here who, if they've had what coaches always like to say, the offseason of their life. He's had the offseason of his life. He's basically lived in a gym. He's breathed dumbbells and spit plates. That's what this man does all offseason. Now, you never know if you get that guy. Let competition be king. It rewarded you once before. It can reward you once again. This one's going to be a tough one. Well, actually, I'm going to wait on this one. Make sure the team's getting the most out of Jamal Adams and DK Metcalf. Obviously, they've taken the steps with Jamal Adams. I've addressed this already enough in the past. I'm not going to reiterate with it. But get him coming forward. Use him in the ways where he's set up to be most successful, as opposed to having him drop into coverage. They're looking like they're going to do all of the right things here. A lot of these changes, I think, in many ways, were to get the most out of Jamal Adams. So most of this is really pointed to DK Metcalf, who at times the team would sometimes just forget about last year as far as targeting goes. And that goes to a couple of different things. I think when he gets doubled as much as he was last year, a quarterback is going to tend to not look that guy's direction as much. With that said, the guy that had 1% more doubled at 1% more the rate than DK last year was Devontae Adams, who was able to still flourish, whose quarterback was still able to find him, even in those situations where he was double teamed. So it's not an end-all, be-all excuse of, well, we couldn't get to him because there's just two guys there. He's a difference-making talent out there at the position, one you're probably about to pay a lot of money to. And if you're going to pay that money, find the ways to start ways in which you can get him featured within this offense. And I'm not saying overuse him or just, pile it up, but do more than you did last year, which is at times forget about him. And then you have the literal live telecast showing you all 22 tape in the moment going, well, here's DK in the first half, and he's butt-ass, wide naked, going right up the field over the top of the cornerback, not even one look, or breaking in on a post route, wide open with no look, and you go, come on, guys. Let's look at the game-changing receiver you have on the outside, maybe just a little bit. This is the one that I think is going to be the hardest one for the coaching staff and the fans. Let the process play out. Don't panic. We have a Mariner team here in Seattle that are starting to now kind of turn it on a little bit here on this end of things. And they're not necessarily lighting the world, but they've had a best run of the season so far they're in the midst of, and they're really, really coming on. And they've got a lot coming on deck to, in the form of guys coming back from injury and whatnot to help them. But you saw a lot of fans starting to go, man, same old Mariners early on in the year when it was still very early on, and going, this year's going to do the same thing they always done. It's just, well, what's the point? And now they're starting to come back. And I think that Seattle, all us fans, coaching staff, especially here, has got to let the process play out this year. If you don't get those instant results, don't get into that, change it here, change it there. This is a little bit back to sticking with your quarterback initially. Let things marinate, right? Put it in the slow cooker for a moment. Just give it a second to just kind of air out for a second. Let it be what it is. And then we can decide maybe as we get through this offseason what they want to do next at that point. But I don't think that they should be looking to move around a lot of points or do a lot of huge adjustments here. Just let the things go here. Let your young guys develop. Don't panic with the young tackles if they have a couple of bad moments. They're young guys. That's going to happen. But the returns of this into next year are going to be all that much more greater if you can just let it sit. The last part here would be my last two little points, which is assess and surgically add if needed. God forbid this team goes out and actually comes out the gate and starts very well and plays well, and they're running the ball good and the defense is coming together, and they're sort of like jiu-jitsu and teams out, right? They're just choking people out. It's not big haymakers. They're just getting everybody to the ground and just kind of like run the ball. Let's say they get out to a 4-1 start. Then at that point, I'm open. I'm not saying you got to give up a lot of future draft capital here, but if you look at the team and it's rolling away and you can add a difference maker in some part or another onto the team, and maybe there's a major injury that you got to replace at that point, I don't think the team should be hesitant to do so at that point. I'm not saying it's got to be the all-in Rams type move, but they've afforded themselves a little bit here with the cachet they're sitting on to be able to maybe do one little cannonball off the top dive. That's all I'm saying, if it's there. Now, on the other side of that, if it's not needed, don't be afraid to go into sell mode. If you come out the gate and you're 1-5, I'm saying trust the process as far as letting the starters go, but if you've got assets that you can offload, that other teams want, that you can pick up more draft capital for, and the season is lost, do not hold with white knuckles to this year when it starts to show that path necessarily. I am saying right out with your quarterback. I am saying trust the process, but that's as much for development as anything else. I do think if you're going to become a playoff team this year, it's not going to be on the back of moving the peg all over the place, right? This guy's a starter, and that guy's a starter, and then we'll move him over there. We'll try this quarterback out. We'll then try that quarterback out. I think it's going to come from you being very firm and wizened in your approach and trusting your process and how you've determined who should be your starters. But if it does go to the other end, which many of you and me to certain degrees is anticipating can be a very good possibility of happening, then don't be afraid to do that. Don't be afraid. You've got some guys that some teams might jump into. And if, God forbid, you're willing to maybe eat a little bit of capital as far as money goes, because this is the new way of doing it, right? Hey, we'll eat this extra $10 million here. Okay. We'll swallow this. You flip in that extra first, right? Like the Rams did with the Stafford deal in Goff. And we got to offload Goff to you to take on Stafford. So therefore here you get an extra one of these. And that's the great way from my standpoint of being able to play it, because now you're talking about money for draft picks, and there ain't no better returns than that. So let me know what you guys think in the comments in regards to those items and what else you might have thought I missed as far as, we should also need to be making sure we're locked in on this part or this quotient. Those were just the main items that I saw as the things now we need to build off of what we've done. You've corrected, you've had a brilliant draft. You've set the stage for the future next year by avoiding the quarterback this year. It means all the better quarterback you should get next year because you didn't step on that particular landmine. As is being proven out, folks, go look at where Desmond Ritter's sitting on the depth chart in Atlanta, the most pro-ready quarterback of this last draft at the moment. And that's not surprising, but then you go again, look at the kid Willis out of Liberty. He's sitting third string on the Titans depth chart right now. So they did avoid that landmine. They've set the stage well here. Hopefully they can just kind of build upon it. Well, let's get on to a little bit of news, and then I will bop over here into the chat. Randall, again, thank you for that $100 donation. I am going to get your comment on that in just a quick second here. Couple news items out. We finally heard from the lady on the hill. She came down and addressed us finally. So she seemed to have put some light upon the situation. I'm speaking of one Jody Allen, chairman, not only the Portland Trailblazers, but our Seattle Seahawks, but more importantly, the sister of Paul Allen and the trustee of the Paul G. Allen Trust. She had the following statement that she just came out and said, which is, as chair of both the Portland Trailblazers and the Seattle Seahawks, my long-term focus is building championship teams that our communities are proud of. Like my brother Paul, I trust and expect our leaders and coaches to build winning teams that deliver results on and off the court and field. As we've stated before, neither of the teams is for sale, and there are no sale discussions happening. A time will come when that changes, given Paul's plans to dedicate the vast majority of his wealth and philanthropy. God, that's a $10 word. But estates of his size and complexity can take 10 to 20 years to wind down. There is no preordained timeline by which the team must be sold. Until then, my focus and that of our teams is on winning. Well, it is neither of these teams are for sale, and there are no discussions going on, which is probably the most important part. Certainly, Jody pointing to the 10 to 20 years to wind down a franchise is another important part. We talked, of course, about a month ago on a show that we did discussing the fact that the team was going to be sold sooner than later. And one of the keynote points that I kind of said on that was that the important part of this that we don't understand that could come out of this is that who is the policeman in the room here over Jody? The trust says to do something. The trust says this must be done, but she's the executor. She is the chairman. She stands over it. So who is the person to come in and say, sell this team now? So there's a part of this that could be stretched out from her side of things here, especially as far as the Seahawks go, because we know, I think at the very minimum that she's, okay, you can take my Trailblazers, but not my Hawks, right? We know there's a little bit of that probably going on there just a little bit. So I think that's a part that's very important here, to consider. I also think that probably the offers they're getting for the Trailblazers are not great from Phil Knight. So some of this to me, I just can't help but think is a little bit of, let's drum the well here. We're not getting the best offers. And if everyone knows you have to sell, we know this about having to offload guys who want to get moved out of town, and not just in our place here in Seattle, but any sport and any other towns. When they start saying, get me out of here, I hate this place, F these fans, get me out. You're not getting maximum returns on that kind of player. Likewise, if you come out and you say, hey, we're for sale, come get it. Store's open. Pick us clean. Give us your bottom dollar offer. Give us your 10 cent on a dollar offer. And so you do have to play a little bit of this game through the process of selling. But at the end of the day, like I said, Jody's the controller here. She sits atop the mountain, and she can control this timeline to a degree. And if she wants to, I'm sure she can decide to stretch things out further. I don't know about 20 years, but maybe she can stretch it out that long if she wants. I do wonder, though, and I'm still wanting to pay very close attention to how this then affects us from a standpoint of liquidity goes. That's really the worry right now. I think Jody's all in on wanting to see this team win. I think that she'll give the team the support they need, but does that include also having the monetary assets available then to put it into escrow? Because if you are having to offload all these other assets, does that mean that money you don't have any, ability to have any control over? So it's got to just go into this trust and it's gone, and you can't utilize that to then put in it. And do you have the assets to now be able to swing that escrow? It's just, that's to me the fly in the ointment in all of this talk of sale or not. But it doesn't preclude her at this point from selling the team. It certainly is a good step in the right direction to at least know that, we're in good hands again for the moment. Because again, I would like to see maybe a new owner, but you never know when you might get a Schultz type. So like we've had enough of those kind, Smolian and Bering, and yeah, I just want to avoid that there. Other news, again, nothing to talk on DK. Kind of weird that it's taken this long. We now sit July 6th of 2022. We're less than 3 weeks out from the start of training camp, and there is still no deal. I don't know if maybe there's some issues in the background getting it done. We've heard of no problems, which if you have protracted contract negotiations that are getting tenuous, you would normally by this point hear some these idiots are lowballing me, which we're not hearing yet. So I'm going to still take as a good thing. KJ Wright's come out. I had a very good offseason for KJ Wright, by the way. There's a lot of former Seahawks players haven't always given you a lot of insight into what the thought process is behind the locker room. And he's gone on a couple of different shows this offseason, really giving you a little bit of a peek behind the curtain in how he viewed it, how some of the teams viewed some of the things that have happened during his time in Seattle. But he did just recently come out in another interview and talked about the fact that it's really hard on him leaving his family, even last year going down to Las Vegas, a short little plane ride away, and he doesn't want to do that again. And so he has said it's going to either be Seattle or bust at this point. Now, I don't know if that means that KJ is going to be willing to play for a veteran minimum deal, which would be like a 1 year, $2 million deal. He has spoken recently on one of those interviews about feeling almost kind of disrespected by that type of offer. And even with his down there with the Raiders last year, he was still very much in the sort of a specialist role where he wasn't played, necessarily starter snaps for even the money. I think if you were to ask Las Vegas in retrospect if that was a great deal for them, I don't know if they would say yes. He's definitely slowing down. With that said, he did play a little bit of middle linebacker for you at times in the old 4-3 defense. He's got that in his game, I think. And I don't trust Cody Barton at this point. I don't trust the depth behind Cody Barton at this point. And with those two question marks on this roster and knowing what you have in KJ and his familiarity with the locker room alone, if he's willing to do that 1 year veteran minimum deal, I certainly am open to bringing him back in because I would like to get somebody a little bit better there to push Cody at that spot, as opposed to, like I said at the point, competition is king. Let the best man win. But you can't get competition as king if there's only one man who's truly good enough to be standing on that hill to try to push somebody off on the other side and determine that, which we don't know of at that point. So let's bounce over the chat. We've got a couple of donations here, so I'm sorry about getting slow on that. We'll just get the opening thoughts off the gate. I just want to show you guys real quick. So this is what peak, you can like it or not, okay? You can like it or not. I'm about to show you what peak athleticism looks like here, if I can find it. Where's that? There we go. Russell just, he's grinding for that MVP this year. He is grinding for that MVP. That's, yeah, that's peak. That's that Tyson Fury type athletic peak right there. You know what I'm saying? That's that, you might not like it, but Bronco fans know what's up. You know what I mean? Bronco fans know what's up. All right, well, I got to acknowledge first off out the gate, my man Randall Mother effing Daniel in the house comes in here with a big fat $100 donation right off the top. Thank you, Randall. You are awesome, my man, for doing that. I appreciate you, my longtime OG on the channel. He says, I think we should have gotten Baker, but I'm over it now. 19 days until training camp. Let's watch this quarterback battle. Let's set a donation record tonight for Let's Go Brandon. I'll kick it off. Well, I'll kick things right. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Randall. You did kick things off right tonight with that dono, man. I appreciate you, brother. You're awesome for doing that. Wow, huge dono. And like, you know, I know you and I went back and forth on the Baker thing a couple of weeks ago, and I've got my thoughts on Baker. But at the end of the day, you might very well have been right on this situation, and that he does give you the better chance this year, that maybe he is the difference of you getting a couple more wins this year, which then is the difference to getting you in the playoffs versus just sneakily missing it. Just barely, like your fingertips reach out for that thing and you and it slides off, you know, like a movie where their character's trying to grab something off the ground, you know, and they do that shot where it's like the fingers can barely get it. So Baker might be that guy that could have gotten you that. I got to acknowledge that it very well could have, and it'll be interesting to see what he can do in Carolina, where he's going to a team that's got a lot of really good defensive parts put together there. And that defensively they're set up. And if Christian McCaffrey can somehow, you know, glue his body back together again, and get himself somewhat near where he was when he was, you know, running like 300-400 touches a year, then certainly that's going to take off a lot of the load off Baker and allow him a chance to shine there. But I think it also does show. There's a lot of reporters still trying to push back. Seattle did have interest. They did. I don't know how much interest really they had throughout this process. And the fact of the matter is, I'm glad that we didn't jump in Randall for that 5th round and then take on $5 million, because the 5th round pick, I mean, that's a Tariq Woolen. Do you want to give up Tariq Woolen and pay $5 million to Baker Mayfield? I mean, I don't know what we got in Baker. I'm not saying Tariq Woolen's going to be a start, but it's like, I don't, you know, he's like a commodity right now, you know, and one I'm feeling pretty good about. You know, I get 1 year of Baker Mayfield at $5 million and I lose that commodity of cheap club control for 3 years. I don't know if I'd like that, you know, but again, Randall, I will acknowledge I was, you know, I'm probably, you know, Baker's just one of those guys maybe just stuck in my craw for whatever reason as far as a player. I certainly get those kind of guys that I'm like, I just don't. He just rubs me the wrong way. But for some reason with him, I just have never quite been able to get my head wrapped around it, man. I just haven't been able to. But thank you, Randall. I appreciate you, man. You're awesome as always, brother. Eric Gilbertson with an $8 donation. Thank you, Eric. You appreciate you as well. He says, Black Cat seems as chill as Pumpkin. Nice new co-anchor. Yeah, she bounced off. She's only good for a while because the orange one's a little bit of an a-hole. So this is the orange one's area, and she doesn't let the other one up there for very long. So that one's always got to have her head on a swivel when she's trying to, you know, is she on me? It's like some Pink Panther movie, you know, like the orange one's always ready to jump out of the shadows on her, and she's always got to be a little bit ready. And the orange one doesn't do anything. She just tackles her and holds her, but it freaks her out. But thank you for the $8 donation, Eric. You're awesome as well, brother. Vank88 with the $10 dono. My gosh, you guys are being very kind tonight. Thank you so much, Vank88. You are awesome. Appreciate you. God, get very kind, folks. Megan with a $5 donation. Appreciate you as well, Megan. She says, happy day. I can finally breathe again. No Baker in Seattle. Whoop, whoop. The only times I've been happier were when we signed Desai and Coach stayed. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Megan. It's buried the lead a little bit here. I know I buried Baker down, but that's because I've buried him in the dark places of my soul. No, I am very happy by it. I am, because I think, again, I spoke to the draft capital point. I don't like giving even that $5 million to me as a value. Like that $5 million could go. I just spoke about, what if you start out 4-1? What if you start out 3-2? And you have the opportunity to take that $5 million and take on the back half of a salary for 1 year of a guy who might be something that you don't have to give a lot of draft capital up for, right? We had this kind of deal, for instance, to a lesser degree. I'm talking a bigger move than this, but it's like the Carlos Dunlap deal. You get him flicked out for a seventh round pick. What made the deal tough was not that Cincinnati was only willing to take on the 7th round pick. What made it tough was the money he was making and what you had under the salary cap to be able to make that work. And so this is where keeping that money for that future move versus going and getting Baker now, to me, just is a smarter roll with it. But nonetheless, I'm just happier. If you had a chance to maybe get Baker where he's not rehabbing this offseason and you got him early on in the offseason and it didn't cost you a lot and you could get him working with these receivers, I might have changed my tune might be different, but because it's so late in this process, you would be getting Baker on right. Like Baker would be calling DK right now and be like, all right, DK, it's, July 7th. We got training camp a couple weeks. You ready to throw for the first time? And DK might be like, hey man, that's my vacation time. That's right. That's me ramping up before the year. That's me, getting my body just like fresh. I've been training hard all off season. Now I'm like going through I don't know. I'm glad they didn't, Megan. It puts a smile on my face too. Hallelujah. I know some people out there, we have one guy that's been pounding the drum for Baker for months, but thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Appreciate you guys though, all on the donations. Randall, you're amazing. Let's get over here to the chat though. So sorry a little bit late on the chat. If you're new to the channel, it does take me a little bit of time, usually at the top of the show, especially if I've been away for a while. Fish says, I'm so depressed. I wanted Baker Mayfield so bad. I'm sorry, Fish. I know, man. But did you want him with a 5th round pick and $5 million? I thought at this point, Cleveland was going to get much less than that. I thought Cleveland was going to be lucky to get $4 million and a 6th. But Carolina came in. I almost wonder if Seattle had an offer like that, where the Seattle said, hey, we'll take on 4. And then Cleveland came in and said, all right, look, or Carolina came in and said, look, we'll take on $2 million more than Seattle and we'll bump the pick from a 6 to a 5. What now? And Cleveland's like, thank you. Thank you. Carolina is bailing them out of a ticking time bomb situation if they were going to let that one lie. Megan Gock, Roger, you are celebrating 7 months as a Hawks Nest Pro Bowler, and I appreciate you for doing that. I hope you got your patch all embedded in there on the arm. It says, happy 12 here. No Baker in Seattle. We are smiling. Well, some of us are smiling brighter. Fish isn't smiling brighter, but I feel you, Fish. Jared Goffrey says, Baker is not the answer, man. No, he's not. He's not. But I understand where Fish is coming from, and even Randall. This is where you got to, things got to be all one way or all another. I do think that there's an understanding of, look, if you're trying to push everything you can towards getting this upcoming season being competitive as you possibly can, and looking at where you're most efficient right now and where the greatest point is of possible upgrade, you could make the argument it is quarterback. And adding Baker, even if you're on the low end of Baker's side of it, you could say, I feel way more confident in him pushing that a couple notches ahead almost versus any other position that I could potentially upgrade at the moment. And there's an actual upgrade here. He's available versus other positions where there is no availability to make those kind of upgrades. I can see the logic and reason behind it. I can. I just hate that man with 1,000 burning souls in hell. No, I don't. He's fine. Maybe he goes and balls out in Carolina. Who knows? Maybe he goes and balls out in Carolina and then Seattle signs him next year to the $50 million a year. And Carroll's like, I just always warned him. Alexander Wheeler says Baker was intriguing. That I think this is indicative, especially with Jody's statement yesterday of the Seahawks having a plan for quarterback next season. I agree, Alexander. I view it of like, you've navigated through the whole landscape of the problems here of, spending money on other quarterbacks through this offseason, making some stupid trade out of just desperation, like we've seen many teams go out there and do. Washington. And they didn't do that. Instead, they remained patient when everyone else was telling them that they didn't have that type of time, that they couldn't play it that way. Instead, they played it that type of way. And it's like the difference of getting those short-term returns, being that short-term investor guy versus looking at that returns of what it's going to be 2 years from now and how much bigger that stack's going to be. And I think that they see where that stack's going to be at now, and I don't think they're going to get starry eyes. I think they're locked in on it, and rightfully so. Ryan Ball says, now everyone can sleep in Seattle. I know I can. We dodged the Matt Corral bullet this offseason. We dodged the Baker Mayfield bullet. Now, there is one last bullet that's not going to necessarily cost anything. And it is remaining out there. It's a bullet that's been fired. We're all in slow motion right now. It's a bullet that could be directed towards the Pacific Northwest. It's flying. It could change trajectory at any time. But we do have now the Sam Darnold bullet. As Tyson Alawasser says below, now we do have the one bullet to the next, okay? So the first bullet shattered. The Baker bullet has shattered, folks. But we do have the Darnold bullet in flight. And I'm hearing it's over the Midwest right now. And you've got to believe with the Matt Corral drafting by the Carolina Panthers this past draft, now having Baker Mayfield, they're not going to sit on all three quarterbacks. Of course, Carolina being the smart organization they were last year in making the trade for Darnold, already guaranteed this final year of his deal here. So they're on the hook. They can't just simply release the guy like Cleveland was unable to release Baker Mayfield. A trade would have to be necessitated. A team would have to take on some of the salary. How all that would work, I don't know. I'm guessing if Seattle was willing to offer a 6-5 for Baker, there's probably a 7-3. Oh my camera's messed up. I don't know. I don't know what that'd be worth there, but the Sam Darnold bullet, hopefully somebody else takes it. At this point, the problem is that nobody else wants the Darnold. I can't think of another team that's even going to be in contention on this one. And boy, he does. You talk about Baker not exciting me. Sam Darnold's a guy that I have absolutely no understanding what the draw is with that guy. They said he's a linebacker. He's a quarterback who used to play linebacker. He looks like it. Oh, Michael YT, Baker is literally just less humble and more selfish Drew Lock. Yeah, that's a good way. That's very well said. Very aptly put. Alexander Wheeler is still worried about the potential of Jimmy Garoppolo, though. It's possible. It's possible. I think that San Francisco, though, is going to look to offload all of that deal when they look to offload it. And I don't know if they're going to just release him outright. But you're right. We have another bullet. Another bullet in the air, too, folks. There's the Garoppolo bullet and the Darnold bullet. Damn, stuff's coming out like a howitzer. Merck, Baker is the franchise quarterback. We don't need a patch job. We need a new boat. Wow, well said. You guys are bringing it already. I love it. Bring it with the donos. Bring it with the comments. Yes. Yes. Take the smart approach. Take the long-term approach. I referenced the Mariners here. The Mariners are getting returns now because of taking the patient approaches they have, not trying to find the shortcuts. There are no shortcuts here to doing it right. You either do it right or you're taking shortcuts. And once you start taking shortcuts, you end up in a bad area where if stuff doesn't work out, you don't have really the counter. And then you start making moves to fix your other move, to fix your other move, to fix your other move. And it just one after another with that a little bit. Seahawks, Jose Rodriguez. How you doing, Jose? Good to see you. Thank you for mentioning. He says, welcome. Says, please hit the like button on your way in. Thank you for reminding me of that, Jose. I did forget to mention that too. Please do. If you like what you're listening to here, you guys have been doing an awesome job of this. So I really do appreciate you guys' hard work on the like button smashing. But take that like button, take two hands right around it, okay? And then just start pummeling it. I mean, just punch after punch into that like button if you could for me, please. It does help this channel out tremendously. Herbicide says Baker just wouldn't have fit in Seattle. Now watch him go to the playoffs with the Panthers. Hey, he could. He could. I wouldn't put a Vegas bet on it. And I like the Panthers defense. But I don't think that offensive line in Carolina is anywhere close to what he's been playing behind in Cleveland. I don't think he has the tight ends that he had in Cleveland. The receivers Moore is good. I got that kid, Terrace Marshall, who's kind of a question mark at this point. And I mean, I don't know. He's going to have a lot less than he had in Cleveland at this point, but he's maybe going to an easier division, so some of that could offset there. B-Russ says a fifth, possibly fourth rounder and $5 million salary cap space is a hell of a deal, though. Still glad we passed on Baker. Me too. I think that's a lot to give up. I think the Browns were lucky to get that much. And if it's 4 and he's got to just start 10 games, he's going to start 10 games. So now you're talking about giving up a fourth for 1 year Baker, and I got to pay him $5 million. I wouldn't like that if it was our Seahawks making that deal. I would be very anti that. Sean 12 says, Brandon, would you twerk if we got you 12 likes in 1 minute? No. I'm a middle-aged man. Nobody needs to see middle-aged men twerking. That is an art for buxom, beautiful women. Nobody's asking for that. And I do get a little bit behind the chat if you're new here, but I do always catch up. Randall, you're awesome again for that $100 donation. Wow. Bernard Dessart says, hello, Brandon. Thanks for sharing your thoughts and passion. Appreciated. Greetings from Belgium. Well, thank you, Bernard. I appreciate you, man. Thank you to all of you guys for watching, by the way. I don't think I've said that yet, but I do appreciate y'all for checking on in. And thank you for the great turnout that we've been seeing on the latest video that we dropped. So already pushing well up over 3,000 views. Just dropped it like a couple days ago. And thank you for all you guys checking that video out. Put a lot of time into that. I've really had a ball with it. And I'm going to try to keep coming on, bringing those, shorter videos. Ideally, I'd like to get into the 10-minute range, but I always end up at 20 minutes because I'm long-winded. I like to talk a lot. I talk a lot. I talk. Idiot Williams, what's up, man? He says, yay, no Baker. Blue Mountain RC, 100% agree, Merck. Merck says if this running game is legit, this O-line glues, and this defense improves, like I think. Who says we can't be a playoff team? People are acting like our roster is in shambles. It's well said, Merck. It's been the thrust of, if you look at the last 5, maybe let's take the last 7 or 8 live streams I've done of, at least 6 or 5 of them have been kind of concentrating on your very point right there, which is that people are acting like the roster's in shambles. They're acting like Russell left and he threw a match over his shoulder and there was nothing but gasoline on the stack and it's been lit aflames and people are jumping fiery inferno out of the windows and stuff's exploding randomly all over the places. And wait, what? Hold on. Yes, we lost Russell Wilson. That's a devastating type loss for a quarterback position to try to replace. Yes, Bobby Wagner's gone, but you had Bobby's replacement already waiting in the wings. So let's not act like we have the same road to cross with Bobby that we have to cross here with Russell Wilson. What was the other devastating loss on this roster at that point? We're going to say Dwayne Brown at 36 years old? Brandon Shell? Come on. No. Maybe DJ Reed. You can make an argument DJ Reed's a tough one. I'll give you DJ Reed. That's a tough loss. But if you offset DJ Reed's loss versus what you did in the draft and what you did in totality with free agency, I think it's fairly close. Again, the same thing with sort of Bobby Wagner's like, yeah, you lose that guy, but you stacked your cornerback position behind his loss. So it's not like you lost the guy and you went, oh, that sucks. I don't know what we're doing with that position. You drafted 2 guys. You signed 2 guys. You got Justin Coleman back in here as your slot specialist. So you kind of have tried to build up around it, the loss that you had with it. So I agree with you, Merck. This is the optimism I have, is not me trying to falsely sell people or gas people up. It's real, true optimism for this team in this upcoming season. You run the ball, you play great defense, and let's not forget the third component that doesn't get talked about. You have maybe the best special teams unit in the game. If Jason Myers kicks like he did a year ago, not last year, but the year before, and if he kicks anywhere near that, the rest of what you have with Dixon and your return game and your defense in that realm of things, you put all of those 3 things together. Those normally are teams that they may top out at a certain amount of wins. You may not be able to push past 10, 11 wins, but you can get an easier path towards those 10 or 11 wins because of building it more as a team-centric as opposed to on stars or running a kitschy offense or some super hyper-aggressive defense in that nature of things. So I have a lot of optimism too, Merck. I'm glad I'm not the only one on this one. It's good to hear. It's very good to hear. Colby Jack coming in with a $20 donation. My goodness, you guys are going to put me in tears here with all these donos. Thank you so much, Colby. You're very kind with the $20 donation. He says, love the show. You still remind me of the great Wayne Cody. Thoughts on the short and long-term future of Husky football with the new coach and perhaps conference? What is your so-called day job? Thanks. Well, thank you, Colby. And as I said, man, Wayne Cody is very high praise. That's going right to my early childhood as well, listening to Cody talk. And boy, he had a great voice, didn't he? He had just that booming kind of deep voice that you usually want with with the people when you got them on the mic like that. And he had it. No weaknesses in that guy's game. So I appreciate that. That is very high praise. Husky football. Husky football is in an interesting place, of course, now bringing on a new coach. It's a team that recently has put out a lot of, really good, not really good, but he's got some decent players at the NFL level. Maybe not a lot of, star level guys, but they definitely keep churning out their share of guys, including this last draft, Kyler Murray and Trent McDuffie, Levi the year before, Justin Tyron, I think went at the first round pick in the last of the draft. So they're doing a good job of what you kind of need to do minimum, I think, as a college program here to these players coming in, which is you have a pathway to getting to the NFL by coming through our program. Yeah, you love to have these prospects say, I want to win or want to get to a national championship or Rose Bowl, but let's be real with it. The majority of these guys are coming in and saying, how are you going to get me to the NFL? How are you going to develop my game better to make me look better for scouts at the NFL level? And I think the Huskies have at least done that no matter who's kind of been the coach recently. It sucks losing Peterson. He was the best guy that we had in here, I think, going back to Don James. And I really, maybe I'm just being a bitter old man with this, Colby, but I do still come back to that devastating decision by the Pac-10 at the time to kneecap the Huskies as they did in these small time violations that were made that every other college program was making, but they were doing it to us because we were turning into such a juggernaut. And the team never really able to fully rebound off of that. It's interesting now with USC and UCLA now moving on to the Big Ten and how that's going to leave this conference where it is. There's been some other teams that have come up, like your Utah State type teams that have come up. I mean, maybe this opens the door to a Boise State joining the Pac-10, Pac whatever it is now, Pac 4.5. But, maybe it just opens up more, local teams with it. And I'm fine with that. I know everyone's going to say that they don't play good football out here on the West Coast and that they don't have the talent out here that they have down there in the South. This is a little bit of, to me, a narrative that gets hammered to death, too much. But, really what you need at the end of the day is we need to know, Colby, what we have in this new coach for the Huskies. And if he is a guy that's going to be more like your Peterson James type, or is he going to be a guy that's in over his head a little bit too much? And the early returns are good, but you really don't know the returns until you start seeing how it plays out in the football field with these guys game in and game out. But I'm optimistic in the respect of at least they made the change, realizing they didn't have the right guy. Then go find the right guy. I would have liked, I got to say, Colby, to see the Huskies have gone out and gotten maybe a little bit of a bigger, more higher profile hire like they did with Peterson, where you swing a little bit more for the fences. But again, everything that we're hearing about this guy is pretty good early returns. So I'll be optimistic. And again, your program's in a good enough shape right now where it's been consistently still pulling these guys. You're not necessarily drawing like what they say, you want to draw a net around your state or your area. You're not doing that. But you are at least pulling through a reasonable amount of guys to keep this thing, able to rebound quickly. So I like the future of it. It does. I think the new school does this is where the playoff system has kind of taken the teeth out of the old way of things. There was almost a charming romantic element to the old way of things of the Rose Bowl and it was going to be between us and the Big Ten and the way that there has been something a little bit lost in college football, even though that the playoff system is good and it gives us a national title, it gives us a national champion and that part, you can't deny that part of it. I still kind of come back away from it though, going, man, I do long for those old days of when the Rose Bowl mattered and when it actually kind of felt special when you went there, as opposed to now it's like they hand the guys the roses and they're like, oh yeah, Rose Bowl. Oh, yeah, they have roses in Rose Bowl. Oh, yeah, yeah. Whereas back then it was like, dude, Rose. Thank you for the $20 donation. I appreciate it. Megan with a $5 donation. And Colby, you're awesome, brother. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. She says, fully expecting twerking after a couple of drinks, week 6 Lumen when we beat the Cards, B. Well, I might twerk that might happen when I'm in a bar there, Megan, but, not on camera. Not on camera. Nobody needs to see that sight. I'm not trying to make eyeballs bleed here. You know what I mean? But in a bar, low lights, a few drinks in you, man's got to be free. Thank you for the $5 donation, Megan. Appreciate you. Chase Stern with the $10 dono. Chase, you're awesome, man. He says, happy we didn't trade for Baker. I think most of the smoke about Seattle was coming out of Baker's camp to pump up his trade stock. Well, thank you for the $10 donation. You're very kind for that. And I agree with you 100%. The odd rumors you were hearing, the randomness of the rumors, it was Josina Anderson and then some guy that was like a reporter of the Saints. And they were coming hard with their approach of, oh, it's almost going to happen. Like it was imminent, like an asteroid to hit Earth type imminent. And it always just felt false. It didn't make any sense at this time period why Seattle would show much more than passing interest here. Not that they wouldn't have interest in Baker, but if they were going to, it would have been early in the offseason when you would have been able to bring him on earlier. And maybe Cleveland was more hardlining on the $18 million at that time. But I guess that's the question I would want to know is how long has Cleveland been hardlining on you have to pay the totality of a salary if you trade for him? We won't ask for a lot of draft capital, but you will pay the full bill of $18 million off the books. And if it's been that they only recently have come off of it, maybe that would have changed Seattle's approach. But even then, I think Seattle would have found a way with their cap situation to bring him on if they were truly sold on Baker Mayfield being that guy, being worthy of that mark. But thank you for the donation, Chase. And as always, man, we agree on that one, man. Those agents play funny games. They've got their connections and the reporters and whatever else, and they can certainly juice things up when they need to juice it for their client. There's no doubt about it. Also interesting, Baker took a little bit less money, incentive-based money in this deal to get out of town. That was kind of telling too. TJ Wilburn. Hey, how you doing, TJ? Good to see you, my guy. I almost pronounced your last name, TJ, which I always know is a no-no because I mispronounce it. And that's why I went silent at the end. Thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you. He says, we're a run-first team. We will raise... we're a run-first team. We will raise from hell. I love it, man. I think you're saying we'll raise hell. But I agree. As I was saying in my last video that I just published, and it's words I live by. You know, the zigging where everybody else is zagging is true, but it's also true in the respect of you're now using a running game and a dedication to running that few teams have. Even the Vikings now have announced they're going more pass-happy approach this offseason. Every team in the league seems to be pressing more and more to how can we pass more and more. And you're the team that might be saying, well, how can we run more and more? And these defenses have now started to be built a little bit lighter, a less more to deal and have to handle with the punishment of a running game 60 snaps a game, and more now to dropping back in coverage and being fleet of foot and being able to, get there when they need to get there in space. And I think that is that's going to bend in Seattle's favor, TJ, to your point on that. We're run first. We've got really fast backs, but we've got backs that can kind of do it all. Both these backs have that quotient in their game where they're fast and they have the ability in short spaces to break tackles with their power. And I think that's what makes them high draft picks, first off, but it also makes them kind of rare quotients to have in the backfield, again, tandeming with what you're doing in the run game, which Coach Carrol said last year. When Penny went on that run and they had all these big run plays and they went back and they asked him and they said, how was this happening? He said, almost all of what we were doing in the run game last year at the end that was having great success was coming from what Waldron and Dickerson, the offensive line coach, were bringing to the table. And then what did Coach Carrol do this offseason? But we move on from Solari and bring Dickerson fully up to speed as the offensive line coach now. So that's not just him giving you empty talk. He backed it up in his actions this offseason. And so it would seem like that scheme, the way that they have the running game set, as I've said before, this is more reach blocks based. It's the zone. You're going from one zone scheme to another. You used to run a zone scheme before. You're still in a zone scheme now. So there's certain points that are going to overlap, but it's the elements of the reach block game, especially, that's the main difference. Getting the reach blocks landed so you can get an extra guy in space to one side of the field. Get one extra blocker to one side of the field, eliminate one more defender. And now that often means that you have running backs in situations where it's a one-on-one game. Meaning that if I can break this open field tackle against player A, and that player might be a corner or a safety, depending on who's blocked out in space by that extra blocker you have out there pulling, or if it's a reach block guy, just maybe a tackle pulling out in space off the snap. That's going to lend itself well when you have two backs who very easily can break those kind of tackles in open space. Well, you're only going to give me one guy. I usually got to break 3 or 4 tackles. One guy, and I get a head of steam up to go break the pass, which makes it even harder on a defender. The running back's got 15, 20 steps before you got to go up and tackle him. That's not in your favor, you trying to come up on him to make that tackle. So this is where if they can run this, and they've got the mobile linemen with Lucas and Cross on the edges to pull this off, along with Blythe, who has this in his game as well. You're right. They absolutely could make this part a sensational part of what they do here, TJ, and an element that, again, the rest of the NFL is not really built to combat now. They're more built to combat. They're doing everything they can to combat the passing game, not how do we stop the run. It's few and far between that are doing that. And that's where we could find some success this year, almost on the back of that alone. It's you got the league literally going 85% all in one direction. And you go in the other direction might prove to be stupid, but it might be like a fox. However that saying goes. Was it smart like a fox? I'm butchering it. Mike Brown, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you, Mike. You're awesome for doing so. Devin Martell with a $5 donation. Thank you, Devin. I appreciate you too, man. You guys are being very kind. Again, thank you so much on the donos. He says, well, I want on the dono train. You are all aboard, Devin. Woo, choo-choo. So just want to say I'm so glad Baker went elsewhere. Let's go. Go Hawks. Hey, I'm smiling when I heard the news today on my radio. I was just kind of out driving about and heard the news and Baker to Cleveland and what they gave up and what they're paying. And sigh of relief for me. You know, and again, I'm not hating on the people that are pro Baker and want him here. I get it. I do get it. So it's just my own personal deep, just something about him just rubs me wrong. It's something, I'm usually a pretty articulate guy. I can usually, speaks, I've talked about the elements of his game, but it's also just what you need in the quarterback position. You have to almost kind of, I still believe you have to kind of carry yourself in a certain way at the position. I still do. I think it's a unique in almost all of sports in that way. You don't get to just be your own little, unique unicorn out there. I'm sorry. Not in the way you carry yourself. You can do it in your game and how you play on the field, but I still think that the buttoned up aspect of how quarterbacks have to go about their business is still a real thing. And maybe he has that to him. Maybe we'll come to find that he grows into that. But thank you for jumping on the dono train, Devin. Randall after 100. Now come in with a 2, Randall. Oh, geez. Oh no. Why I'm having problems with my camera setup today. But camera's just going to be jacked up today, folks. So. We're just going to... We'll do it live. I don't know why. Like, are we having earthquakes here? Do I need to get under the desk? But thank you for the $2 donation, Randall. He says, do you hate Baker because he's a backwards hat guy? Randall's, of course, referencing, I think, Colin Cowherd's that guy who says if am I going to lose this thing again? Hold on. Work. Got to reset my camera after this show. No. Oh, God dang. Okay, hold on, folks. Technical difficulties. Jeez, please. Goodness gracious. Sorry about that, folks. I'm starting to sweat now. Camera decided to grab some legs today and go off. It's the beauty of the live stream show, folks. Anything can happen. You never know. Anything goes on a live stream. So Randall's referencing, of course, Cowherd, who's anti-backwards hat guy, which I'm not. I'm okay with backwards hat guy. It's more of just the general way he carries himself. There's just something about it, and that just is more of like, look at me, I'm a quarterback, look at me. And rather than like, how am I leading my team? How am I, that's maybe that's what it is. There's just that feeling. And maybe I'm being, because it's again, something that's hard to quantify, and it's just my personal opinion on this, but it just, the general way I feel like he kind of carries himself with that. And I go, that's got to rub teammates the wrong way when they kind of see that and feel that energy. And that's what teammates are doing with those quarterbacks. They're always looking to them and the vibe they're kind of giving off and sort of what to take as far as the lead from them. And so you can be cocky even to a degree, but there's always still got to, I think, be a little bit of that, leadership kind of vibe you're feeling off a guy a bit. And I just don't get any of that with him, I guess. But Randall, thank you for all your donos. Randall says, Brando, outside of quarterback, what are 3 to 4 camp battles you're looking at? To me, I think we have more competition on defense. It's going to be fun. Corner, slot, 4th linebacker, also 3rd wide receiver. The camp battles that I would be looking at, Randall, are certainly cornerback is going to be, for me, a real fun one, because I think we actually have a lot of guys. It's going to be a fierce fight. Even a guy like Artie Burns might come in there and really surprise some people. So I'm very interested in what they're going to look like out of there. Slot with that as well. I think that the outside and the slot are all in that same realm. You've got Coleman here, Trey Brown, they might want to take a look at in the slot. Marquise Blair's coming back from injury. And you still have Ugo Amadi on the roster. So there's almost like 4 guys there that could be fighting it out a little bit. So corner's probably the first that jumps out to me, Randall. The other one that I would be looking at is the right tackle battle between Lucas and Curhan. I think that one is one, how I think Lucas is going to beat him pretty quickly and early on, but I want to pay attention to that because if he doesn't, I'm going to be outwardly disappointed. The backup inside linebacker, which is what I think you're referencing by the 4th linebacker, would be, yes, another one. I don't have a lot of faith in Kobe. We got a Cody and a Kobe now. I don't have a lot of faith in Cody Barton there out in middle linebacker necessarily, but you don't have a lot behind him. And Ben Burke-Irvin's coming back from a torn ACL. Tanner Muse is on the roster, but I don't know what you've got in necessarily Tanner Muse. So I'm interested to see what they've got as their plan there. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised, Randall, if they eventually make a trade at that position, not necessarily for a big frontline guy, but just to give a little bit more depth within there. You mentioned receiver. There's 2 things in receiver that I'm going to be interested to see on. I think both the 3rd and the 4th wide receiver are both on the depth chart, the interesting points to look at. We need to, I think, not only, and I almost don't put Dwayne Eskridge as 3 wide receiver. I almost put him as gadget receiver, right? I mean, he is technically more of be the slot guy and do a lot of that stuff, but we're more talking about a Freddie Swain or Penny Hart. Do these new guys come in, push them? Can the other receiver spot being Eskridge, can Derek Young come in and actually provide a real good, vibrant backup there for him in that fly sweep role, in that bubble screen role, in that yak receiver who you need to just put the ball in his hands and let him get upfield? Because as we saw with Eskridge, he does have an injury history. He has been beaten up before in the past, even going back to college. And you do need a little bit of an insurance policy there. And outside of him, I don't know who else is going to be able to do that skill set on this roster. As we saw, if Swain can't really do it, Hart can't really do it. And I don't think Melton can do it either. But the receiver place would be the other spot. So those would be the main positions there. I'd say I'd be looking at as far as the main battles: corner, inside linebacker, right tackle, and then really everything beyond DK and Tyler as far as the wide receiver core goes, Randall. Because Eskridge needs to show me he's healthy. He came in with that foot injury from the jump last year, and then we got the concussion. So kind of just going to be paying attention to all of that. AI says Ugo's getting cut. There's a really good chance Ugo gets cut. The competition's really fierce there, and if he looks like he did last year, and he really struggled through the season last year, I think you saved $2 million by cutting him off the team. And they may look at that and go, we'll keep Tariq Woolen on the roster instead of Ugo and save, $1.5 million this year on the cap. And look, if Ugo's not able to push Justin Coleman or Marquise, or if he can't distinguish himself, that's the problem of getting into the 3rd and 4th year of that deal as a rookie, is that the money does start to climb up, even if you're one of those later round draft choices. It does start to become a decision for the team of, okay, you're not just now that guy we drafted in the 6th round who's costing us $300,000. Oh, now you're costing me, 1.9. I need to see 1.9 play on the football field. Randall says right tackle will be a battle. Who are our defensive ends in the 3-4? Does Ugo make the team? I think Ugo's got an uphill battle to make the team. I think the second they signed Justin Coleman, that was a shot across Ugo's bow. You better be balling out next year. And I think Coleman struggled the last couple of years, so it's no guarantee you're getting vintage Justin Coleman of what you had. I believe it was in 2018 or close to that kind of play. But like I said, nonetheless, you got a couple other guys. And the thing I come to with this, Randall, is if Seattle's trying to get their best 3 cornerbacks out on the field at the same time, and let's say that Sidney Jones and Kobe Bryant is your top 2, and that Trey Brown and Kobe Bryant are very close to each other, and that you like Trey Brown way more than in the slot versus having him just sitting on the bench and trotting out Justin Coleman or Ugo Amadi, that's just one more thing to push him that much faster off the roster and not make the team. So it's really uphill for him right now. He's like that Alex Pornoy guy, what's his name? The climber guy who free climbs those stuff without a rope. That's what he's going to have to do, I think, to make this roster, Randall. That's going to be Ugo this year. The right tackle battle is going to be awesome, though. Curran's going to, push, I know, but I really love Lucas. 30 straight tackles, 30 straight starts at a right tackle over there at Washington State. He's not raw. He's going to be technically very, very good to go from the jump. I think he's going to show the staff something, especially once they get to live action. And while I do like Curran as a swing tackle, not swing tackle, but a right tackle backup, and I like the depth Seattle stacking there, I just think Lucas is going to end up distinguishing himself. But it's going to be a very keen battle to watch, to your point on that, Randall. Frisco 415 says Carroll seriously sucks. Well, he's making moves this offseason, not to suck. He's trying to turn it around. Bank 88 seems to have flattened. Flat? Y2Kiss, am I the only one who likes the black cat? Hey, I wish she'd come out more. She's so damn shy. I gotta get Pumpkin up here. Come lay down. It's so hot today, so they all want to be on the floor. Mark Harpercorn says, I'd like to see a 3-3-5 defense. I think it works better for the Hawks. Like and sub for this hard-working man. Go Hawks. Oh, thank God, no Baker. Well said, Mark. Thank God, no Baker. And the 3-3-5 is fun. I'll tell you what, I love a lot of the new additions this defense brings, the cover 2 shell defense and what it has them doing. But boy, the 3-3-5 stands at the head of that. I take a defensive lineman off the field for a defensive back. I mean, that's what you think about where the NFL is just going naturally anyway. So this looks like a forward-thinking move on the face of it. But then you also understand that it's not just simply you're taking 3 linemen off the field, adding a defensive back, and then that's it. There's also the component within the 3-3-5 of how you're then playing the gaps and how you're asking linemen to do the gap and a half and how you take the defensive lineman off the field, which theoretically makes you a little weaker up front. But because you're essentially still having guys attacking to one gap, they don't have to have 2 gap responsibility. They're told to do one thing and do that one thing good. And you just have every guy filling a gap one way or another. The offense doesn't know exactly which guy it is going to be to fill that gap on a given play. But it's just the part to me that gets me so interested where you go, wow. So you run a light box, but you're still effective at stopping the run. That seems completely counterintuitive. Yet it's exactly what the Broncos and Rams were able to accomplish with their defense and how they've been running it. I was mentioning that defensive video a couple weeks ago. You got these 2 teams that run this 3-3-5, this light box, something like, I think it was like 60% of the time. Yet their ability to stop the run was better than like 19 teams in the NFL that ran a stacked box at a higher, they were essentially doing better with a 6-man box than 19 other teams were doing with an 8-man box. And that's again, where you're just getting to kind of some of you're doing stuff schematically to make it easier on your team at that point. And now if I can put talent behind that scheme, which is giving the players a little bit of a head start or a little bit of a feather in their cap, say before the play, how much all the more effective that defense can then be. And again, it does seem like to me where 3-3-5 is where the future of the NFL seems to be going from a standpoint of offenses ruling the day. And within the offenses ruling the day, the passing part of the offenses most ruling the day. Andy Vargas, thank you for subscribing. You are awesome for doing so. We're trying to get our way on to 8,000 subscribers. I want to try to get there if we can here before training camp. So we're trying to get aggro with it and see if we can push on up. But we're on the road. Colby Jack coming in with another $10 dono. Colby doing the double dono. You guys been seeing this? Watch this. You guys been seeing that? That meme's been popping up for the last 2 days of Usher. Watch this. Thank you for the $10 donation, Colby. I appreciate you, my guy. He says this story. When I was 17, I was hired at Carroll TV. Day 1, I was standing in the control room door. I hear a voice behind me saying, "Yes, and don't let short people in the control room." It was Pete Gross. Pete Gross was throwing some shade at you? Was he talking about you? Don't let short people in the control room. Oh my goodness. Pete wasn't that tall, was he? So I mean, you probably even at 17 were towering over Pete. He's probably just if it was talking to you, he's probably just, little soft hazing for the new guy. Oh, is this the new guy, huh? All right, let's see what you got, new guy. Short guy. Was Pete cool, Kobe? Another legend here in Seattle, Pete Gross, for you youngsters, one of the original, or the original announcer for your Seahawks, the original Rabel. Rabel was once his co-host. But thank you for the $10 donation, Colby, as well. Appreciate the support. Randall says, who's the breakout player for the team? Some great candidates, Taylor, Brooks, Penny, no rookies, but young vets. Any predictions? My two players that I believe are going to break out are on the offensive side of the ball. I do think that Brooks is going to garner his share of tackles, and he very well could get himself into a Pro Bowl state. I still think that the coverage liabilities that are there with Brooks are going to be there to a smaller degree. They won't be as bright as they were when he was playing the will, but they will be there. Taylor is going to have to get a little bit more consistent for me, or show more pockets of consistency for me to believe that he's ready to be a breakout guy. He's on the path. Last year was really good. I'm encouraged by what I'm seeing. But and if he got 13 sacks next year, it wouldn't shock me, Randall. But the two guys that come to mind for me as actually breakout guys would be the guy that you mentioned there is the last guy being Rashad Penny. The video that I posted this last week is real. From my standpoint on it, you look at the times this guy's ran 10 times or more in a game, roughly, roughly what, 8 or 9, 10, no, I think it was 10 games in his career. He's run 10 or more times. And in every one of those games, he's been dominant. And now finally, for the first time in his career, the stage is set for this guy to run 10 times or more in a game, at least 10 times in one season. And when he goes out there and he's running for 1,500 yards, that's going to blow a lot of people's mind, but I really think he's got a feasible way of getting there. That not just with Seattle doing more of what they're doing, it's all of it working together too. It's not just him finally hitting the right timeline with no Carson impediment. It's not just him finally maybe getting over the injury hump. It's you now having a modernized offensive attack. You no longer just have the inside zone run, inside zone run, inside zone run. Now you can do some stuff to the edges. Now you have a fly sweep guy. That fly sweep guy is going to help Rashad Penny, because he's going to get those linebackers pulled out of the gaps and lanes that would be going right where Penny's going with the ball. He's going to do the same on the outside. So I really like it from all of it being it's like the planetary alignments coming together here for Penny. It's offensive line, it's scheme. It's now finally getting the ball and getting to be truly the bell cow back, because Carroll's now over his fixation with the Chris Carson type of running back. It's all that coming together. And oh my God, what an alignment. Once in a lifetime. Right? That's kind of why I think he will be that breakout guy. And DK Metcalf would be my other guy. He's been flirting around the 1,000-yard mark here for the last 3 years. I think this year he truly gets up into the 1,500-yard mold. Partly the reason I think that they're connected is because of this, though, Randall. Penny comes out and becomes the dominant running back that Carroll thought maybe he could be when he first drafted him, finally. On the heels of that dominance, that's going to pull a defender down into the box, an extra defender to help in the run game. Because most teams aren't going to run a 3-3-5 against that. Most teams aren't going to just run a light 7-man box even below that. They're going to bring that safety down. Now you bring that safety into the box, and it starts to become not impossible, but very hard to then double DK and still keep yourself clear with the center field, because nobody's there in center field at that point. That safety's coming over to bracket DK with the corner. You've already brought your other safety, let's say, up into the box to help on the run. So now you have wide open spaces on the back end. So I think that those two things are going to be linked to this year, where Penny's great production brings the safety up, safety comes up, and now DK gets to eat. So one sort of begats the other. If you're looking for a defensive guy that I think could be the guy that actually breaks out this year, I'd actually say it's going to be Sidney Jones. I think Sidney Jones has got a really good chance this year of finally now being the starter, and he's finally with one team back-to-back years, same scheme, knows what he needs to do out there. I thought he played really well last year. Yeah, he started out rough for like the first game or two, but boy, did he start turning it on at the end there, Randall. He started looking like the talent that he was when he came out of Washington, and a lot of people thought he was going to be a first-round pick. Ryan Ball says offense may take about 7 weeks to start to gel, but I think the defense will start strong this year. I don't know. I think the offense might be able to come out and be a little bit more jelly than you might think out the gate there, Ryan, because of the fact this is the second year return you're getting on the offensive coordinator. I've seen so many examples throughout my life. I mean, recently I remember just I stands out to me. It's Kyle Shanahan's first year with Atlanta there with Matt Ryan a couple of years ago. And it was rough for the first year. They weren't sure if that was going to be a fit. And this is the genius Kyle Shanahan, right? This is the guy that if he walks in the door, quarterback should fall at his feet and throw roses petals as he walks past. That's kind of how they look at it. And he was still coming in. It's rough that first year. They've got to teach it their way and how it specifically has to be done. And you had the transition of moving Solari out really for Dickerson to have him come in and teach how he wants the offensive lineman to block, which is different than necessarily how Solari had him doing it. Not on every play, but on certain types of plays. I think the returns are actually going to be there. Again, understanding too, Ryan, you're not going to ask the quarterback if everything goes ideal. If your running game can be sub-dominant, even way better than average, maybe you're not top of the sport, but just sub-dominant because of your commitment to it, because of the backs that you have, because of the new offensive lineman you brought in. If it can be that does open the door to then you getting that more earlier success in the offensive side of the ball. I do think, Ryan, in my opinion, though, then with that, the offense tops out at a certain point. I don't think this offense is going to go out there and run 40 points up on the board on you or throw 30, get 35 points a game up consistently. They are the type of team that's like a good offensive production for them is 27 points. That's the type of offense they're going to be. But I think they can consistently get close to that mark. More consistency is what you should see with this offense. Less of the boom or bust, less of the hero ball, less of the home run ball, more of the moving the chains, more of the just consistent points getting put up on the board because it's not all feast or famine. It's good to see you in the chat, TJ. AI says this team's going to be better than most think. Me too. Daniel W. says, not signing Baker really shows me Seahawks have the right plan in mind. We are truly in a fast rebuild, and I love it. Don't sacrifice the future for this season. John is hitting on the money again. He is back on his A game. Well said, Daniel, and I am 100% with you. As I've said, my optimism from this team doesn't just come from one move, one twist of the screw. This comes from a multitude of things we've gotten to see in one offseason. I believe you've got maximum draft capital returns for Russell Wilson given the situation at hand. And we can bitch and moan about what brought about his loss and him leaving, but at the end of the day, I think it was a good trade as far as you got back the most you were going to get back for him. I love the draft. I love the fact that they didn't make any stupid signings in free agency. I would love to see them spend the money a little bit better, but they've not married themselves to anybody that they can't get out from under within a year or two, bar none. I like the schematic adjustments they've made. I like to your point on that, be it Baker, Matt Carroll, or any other quarterback in this last draft, they avoided it. While every talking head and every pundit and even many of the fan base were saying, you have to do this. You have to do this. And they said, no, we don't. Coming off a year when they sat at the bottom of the cellar. Take stones on their part, but it's also worth lauding on my part for them. Seahawks, Jose Rodriguez says we can have Jamal bluff and send Mafe and Taylor off the edge. Completely, Jose. Just move him around, and let him work around those guys too with it. You don't know who's coming. You don't know who's staying. I mean, that should be what this front 7, 3-3-5, front 6, whatever it may be, Jose. That's what it should be, is that you're showing guys in different gaps all the time. You're moving people around. I don't know if they're going to fully embrace all of it. I'm hoping they are, Jose. It's again part of what you should see with this defense, but you can, within that, you can put them all over the place. And if you've got both Jamal and let's say Mafe coming at the edge, and you don't know if you're getting the speed or you're getting the power of Mafe, one of the two, and you're trying from an offensive line standpoint, a tackle standpoint, to set yourself up pre-play to prepare for that, makes it harder, doesn't it? Makes it a little bit tougher pre-play to prepare for versus, oh, Jamal's coming off the blitz here. He's coming off. I know he's coming for sure. But that's the part of the 3-4 that's the nice part, Jose, that I really love about the 3-4 is it's hard to blitz out of a 4-3. It really is. You end up showing your hand too much. If the disguise element just gets completely lost in a 4-3, you can still blitz guys. You can still be reasonably effective at it, but it gets harder to disguise because they know the down linemen are coming and they're not going to drop into coverage. And you saw Seattle try to counter this shit last year by dropping defensive linemen in coverage, being like, oh no, we'll drop a line, but it didn't scare quarterbacks because they know a 300-pound guy's not going to be able to move in space with a jackrabbit slot wide receiver. The guy will still get open even if you've got a guy technically in the zone. Bank 88 may have some new players, but to me it just looks and feels like they're not giving up and in full rebuild. They are not giving up. They will be better than some think, I feel. Me too, man. Me too. Merck says Russ didn't look at Russ. Russ wouldn't even turn his head DK's direction. I think Russ just is a guy that, quarterbacks, and I can't fault Russ for this. So a quarterback is going to tend to, if he sees double coverage, aggressively moving towards a single player, he's going to look to other aspects of the field because, and Russ is right in this situation in making that kind of read. If you get your guy doubled on one side of the field, that should open up spaces to other edges of the field. The problem here is that the other part of this is that Russ wasn't always finding those open edges of the field because sometimes instead of those open edges being to the, let's say he's doubled to the left side, let me just look to the right. In actuality, the open sides of the field were in the middle, short, to the flats, short. And that was the part that he wouldn't be looking at. And those would be sometimes wide open. You'd have a linebacker spot dropping 8 yards and he's the nearest defender off of a flat route. And there's literally 10 yards of space between them two because the teams are pressing the safeties out in their cover 2 look, pure cover 2, not cover 2 shell, but a pure cover 2 look where they're just dropping them both. This is why you see both Tyler and DK as top 5 double teamed wideouts in the sport. How do you get 2 receivers being double teamed at top 5 rate? You would think that would be mathematically impossible. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the cover 2 defense. That's how it's possible. Now, the offshoot then becomes of that is it now becomes even more extreme that short, flat, middle opens up all that much more. Teams aren't going to be able to do that this year. The simplicity of the cover 2 defense, which is what upended Russell halfway into the year, not last year, but a year ago when he was on that epic pace. That's when they started to institute it. That's going to go out the door this season. Teams are not going to be able to lean on it, not just because of the run game, but because the quarterbacks who are behind center are going to be more dedicated to hitting the short and intermediate stuff. All of this should eventually draw those safeties up a bit, which will just help our receivers eat. Randall says the dreaded best shape of his career statement. Yeah, I love he's in the best shape of his life. I love it when the coaches say that. Sajin says, let's go Mariners. Hell yes. Yeah, let's go Mems. Love it. Herbicide says we need an inside linebacker that can cover. Well, Cody Barton's supposed to be able to do it, Herbicide. The coaching staff has bumped him up for years saying that he is the best cover linebacker that they had on the roster. So haven't seen it on the field yet, but he's supposed to have that in his game. All that being said, I agree with you, man. That certainly is a place as we look forward into next year's draft. Even if I'm going to be sitting with Jordan Brooks on this roster long-term as my middle linebacker, then I probably need to pair him up with a guy that can do a little bit more of the cover element, maybe be a little bit more longer, right? A little longer, a little bit better in coverage. Yeah, Debbie says, my mood right now is that black cat, just chilling, relaxed, knowing John Pete setting us up for one final run before Pete retires into the sunset. That's right. That's right. She jumped down, but she got on camera for a little while. Merck says, did you all see the Baker and Drew Brees comparisons? That's silly. That would be, I didn't see it, but that's silly talk right there. That's trying hard. That's definitely a Carolina Panther fan coming up with that one. Sajin says, I don't think Pete's going to tank this year. I don't think either. He's going for it. All in, man. D-Mac! What's up, my guy? It's good to see you in the chat. We got to get it later, my guy. Got to get it. Got to get it. Some death match. Ryan Ball, it's been hard to watch the Mariners the last 15 years, but this year really is different. I don't have the feeling I usually do. The feeling of same old, same old. Nor should you not, Ryan. And look, baseball is my original love. I know a lot about it, and I just didn't feel that way this year either. I mean, you can see it on my comments on the channel as the M's were first starting up, and I was seeing some of the people retracting back going, oh no, there's just no chance. Going, okay, folks, chill out. Let this thing play out. 162 game season. It's a long year. These are young players on your roster, and there's an energy to them. There's a way they're building this club, and I think it's going to be sustainable, Ryan. And I think it's just It's just on the beginning of its rise. Vito Lopo says, Drew Lock has a laser for an arm. I wish we kept him. We still have Drew Lock. Are you a Denver Bronco fan? Merck says, is Barr good in coverage? I haven't watched him last season. Might to look at some film, but we really need a coverage linebacker. Merck, I can speak to this. There's actually some really great tape out there. Somebody's posted onto YouTube of Anthony Barr in coverage last year. It's just an Anthony Barr highlight reel, so it's a little bit of him as a run defender and in coverage. But I was really impressed with him in coverage. He's obviously got a little bit of the lost step thing going on, where he was really an athletic freak coming out of UCLA, and it's not as much there anymore. But the intelligent quotient on how he plays, and specifically, there's a couple of those flood zone concept type situations that he's caught in that highlight film, and he beats it, where he starts with one guy initially in coverage and then breaks off in coverage once that guy leaves to pick up the next guy entering into a zone. So he's got a very good aptitude in coverage of understanding what's going on. And maybe he is just heady enough, being on top of he's not ancient yet as a player, that he could be a good fill-in. He certainly is viable, I would think. Kind of depends a little bit, though, too, with him, Merck, on his health. Ryan Ball, I kind of like hearing from Jody. Her sitting between Pete and John at the draft gives me a good feeling about her. I think she would do a great job. We'll see how it goes. I'm open to it. The only thing I ask with her, the only thing that I would like to know, and if it's this situation where it sits, is do you have the purse strings to pull this through? The modern NFL is showing us that you can be on. You can say, well, Paul didn't know that it was going to be this way when he bought the team. But unfortunately, this is what the reality is of the modern NFL. And that is that you have got to be able to write the check, write the literal check. And we can talk about how much money they're making right and left and the billion-dollar deals that are flowing through the spigots here. But at the end of the day, when you've got to write 3 checks over the course of, let's say, a 3 or 4 month period that might have, $80 million of guaranteed money in all 3 of them, you need an owner who's going to be able to have to write that check and doesn't need to go back and look at his bank account and go, but how much? I got 72 million in there. Can we give it a week? Can we give it a week? I'll get the 8 million somewhere else. Let's just give it a week. And that's my one worry right now with it. But as far as her, obviously, just, wanting to honor what her brother did and loving the team and if she didn't love the team, she would have gotten out of this as quick as possible. Or she'd already start setting the stage here for wanting to get out of this as quick as possible if she was just absolutely, I hate doing this. I think that's at the very least something that we can take away from this statement minimum. Jackal Hawk says, hey guys, who do you think will replace Coach Carrol? Jackal, I think it's probably really early in the process to tell. Let's remember now, Coach Carrol just signed a contract extension, a 5-year contract extension just after the Buffalo Bill game, which was approximately about a year and a half ago. While he is an older coach, he showed no signs of slowing down or any want or will to retire. You usually are at least going to start to see some indications with coaches like this. He's not showing that. I think that if he was going to look to retire, if he was looking for that door to open to say, now's the time, coach, here's an out for you, that out would have come right around the time of the Russell Wilson decision last year. But being that he said, no, we're not moving on from Russell Wilson, we're staying here, we're going to roll, I'm going back to my base philosophy, I think that speaks to almost a mentality of I have something left to prove. As I put in my thumbnail, unfinished business. I need to show one more time what I can do. And when I stick to my ideology and my philosophy and I don't deviate from it, I'm a really good coach and I know how to build a damn good football team. And we'll see if that plays out that way. But I think that's what he's shown more of the signs of that type of thinking. If you want a name, I can give you Jackal. I'd say Sean Desai, maybe even a Sean Payton, Sean or Sean. A guy named Sean will be your next head coach. How about that? Robin Hayhurst has been a member for 11 months. Thank you, Robin. I appreciate it. GoHawks 2022 has been a member for 13 months. Thank you for being a member. He says, please stick to the process. Go Hawks. That's it. Stay the process. Stay the course. Don't get antsy. Don't get worried. Don't deviate from the path. Just stay on it. It's going to get bumpy at times. You're going to step on a few rocks. There might be a few thorns on those bare feet, but that's okay because it's just going to build up those calluses long term. Okay, just trust it, Pete. Stay in that pocket. Don't get polar on it. Just go the way you need to go. Mason Dale says, no matter your expectations this season, Waldron's offense needs to start taking shape. Garoppolo could do just that. A chain mover who can get the ball to playmakers. Should pick up that offense fast. He could. It would be a new offense to come to, Mason. So there is a little bit of there's a late hour in bringing a guy like Garoppolo in to try to learn what is kind of a new offense. He is going from one West Coast offense to another, but Shanahan runs his own particular type of West Coast offense. He is set up, I think, to throw the type of routes that you want to throw in this system. He really does, though, struggle to push the ball down the field, Mason. I think it's Warren Sharp on Twitter posted the top 10 longest throws of Garoppolo's season last year. And I would advise all of you guys go take a look at that cut up of the top 10 longest throws. It's sad. The guy really struggles to push the ball past 15 yards up the football field from an arm strength standpoint. So while he can hit all of that short stuff, he can't push the ball up the field. That situation I was talking about where a safety comes up into the box to take away the run, and now you've got some open space on the back end. Garoppolo doesn't have the arm strength to get it to then take advantage of that. And you do still need that, I think, in full. The Niners get around it because they're so diverse in their running game, and they attack you so well laterally within the running game that it almost allows them to get around. Even if you bring that eighth man in the box, they can still kind of overcome it in how they do what they do. But I don't know with Garoppolo on that one, Mason. That's my one. His arm strength is the big worry for me with it. I think eventually you got to have certain throws you make, and watching him in the playoffs last year through those first couple of halves where he just was able to do nothing against those defenses, it was tough to watch at times. Vito Lupo says, we've ruined every quarterback we've had since Peyton Manning retired. And Vito's definitely a Bronco fan. I get where you're coming from, Vito. And look, you've got the one Osweiler draft pick that's the one that looks really the worst out of all of them on it at the end of the day. The Broncos have had a bit of a tough problem too, I think, though, that since Peyton's retired, Vito, the team's never gotten into that place that like our Seahawks are in this year, which is let's now embrace the rebuild. Peyton's left. Now let's go fully rebuild. Let's get this team built back up all the way through. Let's plan on being bad a little bit. They always were seemingly trying to compete every year and push forward and forward and forward when they weren't really in the state to do so. And I think that affected them, Vito, in the respect of then Denver was never really picking high enough to go get that next quarterback. And if you look at the last, 8 or 9 years since Manning's left, when have they, what's a quarterback that they've passed on that they've had to select in the first round there, especially high? And so I give Elway and company there a little more room with that, a little more, I don't know if I can fault them as much. I'm more looking at like Denver should have probably 16, 17, 18 gone, okay, let's rebuild this through. Let's not try to elongate this out. We knew this was going to be a short-term thing when we brought Manning in. We weren't going for the next decade. We were going for as long as we had him here. Daniel Caps, if Barton doesn't look great in preseason, I'd like to see KJ come play inside linebacker in the defense for a discounted price, of course. Well said, Daniel. Same place that I'm in on that as well. I mean, he could provide you depth, and I think he truly does push Barton. And Barton did look better at the end of last year, but he looked better last year in a 4-3 linebacker role. Now he's going to be playing in a 3-4 linebacker role, and it's going to at times have him faced with a situation that's not always the best situation for him, which is guards coming downhill and him having to take them on and find a way to disengage. He gets caught, and when he gets caught, he does not get off the blocks. It's my really, beyond coverage with Barton, it's my big worry with him right now is how he's going to take those type of situations on, because your 3-4 is not going to be always able to keep him clean 100% of the time. KJ, to me, has a little more size to be able to do that, a little more experience in being able to do that. I think he can handle those duties. Again, too, you have nothing behind Cody. Say nothing for being able to push. It's kind of almost a no-brainer move to make at this point, Daniel. But I guess the one thing that could be the thing to hold it up is, do you want to pay him he's coming at them and saying, I want to get a $4 million 1 year deal. We'll pay you 1 year 2. No, 1 year 4. No, we'll give you 1 year 2. No, give me a 1 year 4 or I retire. Well, okay, then you retire. I think there could be a little bit of that at play here, maybe. Mason says linebacker was the one position I was disappointed we didn't take in the draft with all the depth it had. Still was pleased with all of our draft picks. Yeah, it was going to come down to really the Walker and Lucas pick. It was in those two, right? Because you did have, I think, for the Walker pick, you could have still gotten Anderson out of Montana State. And I believe for the Lucas pick, you still could have gotten Leo Chanel out of Wisconsin. Two really upper-level middle linebackers in this last draft. But the team went another direction with it. They did. But those guys will be good players, I think. Merck says Robbie Anderson's not happy. Yeah, poor Robbie Anderson. Ricardo Edmonds says, I see RG3 is wanting to play again. Should the Hawks take a look-see at him? No. Kind of a quarterback that's in that realm of just, I think, was sort of a one-trick pony coming in. At the time when he started, he was brought in. They basically adopted Baylor's offense for the year he was Rookie of the Year. And did what he was going to do, and he played with a little bit of a reckless abandon, and I think he got I think he got injuries in that year that never allowed him to really fully get back to his level of athleticism or speed that he had prior to those injuries. But he never really developed as a quarterback beyond that. He didn't have a lot of opportunities as a starter. I think he go to Cleveland and dislocate his foot through the first couple of games there. So but he doesn't do a lot for me, Ricardo. I think you're talking about a guy being away from the game for a couple of years and was already in that backup state when he was in the game, when he was in the league. I think it's you let that sleeping dog lie. Always Compete says, hey, Brandon, glad to see you're here. I agree with you about Mayfield. I'm so happy we don't have to listen to all trails. Yeah, I'm good with it too. I'm very good with it. But there's been a lot of smiles this offseason on my face by our Hawks and what they're doing. Megan says, where's Larry Coleman now? I don't know. He's probably crying. There's a lot of tears going on with Larry right now. Larry, for you folks don't know, was our big Baker backer going back, he was on there every stream, I think, for about 5 straight months saying Baker, Baker, Baker. Vank88 says, how do you become a Pro Bowler? I think if you're a Hawks Nest member and you're in the Ring of Honor, you're higher than a Pro Bowler. Pro Bowler is high, but you're in more rarefied air. You're in more rarefied air if you're in the Ring of Honor. That's real talk there. Jordan Kraft, how you doing, man? I'm doing awesome over here. And yes, thank God. Thank the Lord for no Baker. Lord, I had a prayer for you. I said, Lord, please, Lord, do not bestow upon me this meager man, this Baker Mayfield. He is wrought with ego and pride. Pride I do not wish to have, Lord. Send him to Carolina. They will take him. They are a just people. Sorry, I'm behind on the chat big time, too, by the way. Sorry. We're going to be behind on the chat. So hang in there, folks. Hang in there. Herbicide says, speaking of the Commanders, Deron Payne's unhappy. Should we go for it? I think you've already kind of made your piece here with bringing in Shelby Harrison, Quentin Jefferson. I don't know if they kept Puna on the roster. I mean, I don't know if you could flip Puna in the deal to offset some of the contract, then maybe. He's a pretty useful player, but he doesn't move the needle in a way I'd want to give up substantial assets for him. But he's good. Why do I says, hey, Brandon, watch Seattle now trade Carolina for Matt Corral just to F with you. Oh, my God. Could you imagine? I don't even know what that trade would look like though, because once you'd be like, all right, we'll give you a future third for Carroll or something. Oh lordy, please. I think we've dodged it. I think Carolina is going to get the Carroll experience, good or bad. Merck says, is Geno going to be suspended for 3 games? Maybe. It's kind of hard to tell with the league sometimes on these rulings now. It's a little bit random. Yeah, I used to be able to predict it a little bit better, but now it's just like, I'm not sure. Mason says, kind of random, but for some reason I don't like the tall, thin possession receivers. Mike Evans, Michael Pittman, Drake London. Just feels like you can't separate at that size and are more likely to get hurt. I mean, the separation thing is valid for sure. I don't know if the hurt stuff is backed up as much by that. There are those guys who get hurt, but Mike Evans has had as good a start to the career and had I think he's got 7 or 8 seasons of 1,000 yards. If he's hurt, he's not pulling off 7, 8 straight years of that. And I love Michael Evans. So I think the key quotient to the big receivers, Mason, when it comes down to whether or not you want to value a guy is he not just a guy that can high point a ball and be able to make those catches where he's just out jumping guys and using his size and length, but is he special in that realm? Not just he has it in his bag, but is it that he's absolutely dominating? And a guy like Mike Evans was that way at Texas A&M. I mean, he was what helped in a lot of ways raise Johnny Manziel's draft stock, because he was the original F it. Mike Evans is down there somewhere and he can go get it. And he would just jump over the top of these guys, and you saw him get such elevation, length, size that, I mean, he was damn near up like 12 feet in the air when he was catching the ball. And that has translated to the NFL level, where even when he doesn't have a lot of separation, he still makes those catches. We'll see with Drake London. To your point, Mason, one of the reasons I knocked down Drake on my board a little bit is because I don't think he's into that same realm of Mike Evans in that ability of things. And Pittman's a little bit lesser in that quotient as well. I'm not anti those guys, though. I just think that's the one part I would tell you to Mason is, does he have that truly? A guy could be hanging off of him. He could be having 2 guys battering him, and he can still make the catch kind of ability to him. Where if he's got it enough, and if he's got enough to that extreme a degree, then I'll make the exception. I'll definitely jump on him. John Reynolds says, so whichever quarterback we run out there onto the field, it's really all about the next quarterback class. I don't think anyone expects either to start next year. Agreed, John. Nothing's going to go beyond this year, I don't think. And part of this comes down to, John, of course, the Seahawks trying to fit within the 2012 blueprint, which is to go and find that pro-ready quarterback in the draft that you get on a cheap rookie deal for a couple of years around a stacked roster. That's the approach. And so I don't think that even if Geno or Drew go out there and ball out, and they're going to now try to command $30 million a year because they had this one great year, I don't think Seattle wants to get themselves into that same kind of basket as they did once before with Russ, even if it's to a lesser degree than what they were paying Russ off of on percentage of the cap. Wide to Wise says, first time in a while Seattle has made moves I've wanted. No big free agent contracts this offseason. No quarterback drafted, taking best player available in a draft. And did not sign trade stopgap quarterback. Feels good. Feels real good, doesn't it? Feels good when you see your team doing smart things. And it's some of these things that are smart are not always things that you have to sit in a room for 4 days on end and like the thinker sitting there with your fist on your fist thinking it through. Some of these things are pretty well have already been conceptualized and understood. And it's just there's been a hard-headed approach at times to embracing it like they should. Mason Dale says, I know PFF isn't the end-all be-all football analysis, but how low of a PFF grade would Charles Cross need year one for you to be worried? Ooh, what a very good question. If Charles Cross is in the 45 range of things by the offseason, I'll be worried. If he's in 55, I'll be like, okay, I hoped he was going to be a little better than that, but I'm okay with that. But 45 means that's definitely some poor performance there from a guy that's a top 10 pick. That would have me concerned. AI says Donald's not going anywhere but the bench or home to LA. It's possible. As long as not in Seattle, that bolt's flying, I'll tell you. Iridescent says, personally, I love these 20-minute plus vids, so I'm loving the content. Well, hell yeah, Iridescence. I'm planning on going to do more of that mix. I've got folks a lot of times come and say, I don't always have the 4 or 5 hours for a live stream, so we're going to try to get those short ones, keep them coming too as much as I can kind of consistently again, especially with some of the turnout we've been having on views and stuff. So people are really responding well to it. And yeah, Merck, Gino did get a DUI. So but again, I don't know if there's been the conviction on that. And sometimes the NFL waits for stuff to get finalized before they come to a decision with that. So I think it's still a little bit up in the air if he's actually going to be suspended or not. Randall says, a mushroom walks into a bar and orders a beer. The bartender looks at him and says, sorry, we don't serve your kind. The mushroom looks at him and says, why not? I'm a fun guy. Everybody says, yeah, Gino might be facing a 3-game suspension. That's if the NFL does draw, if they decide to throw something down, that's what it would be 3 games. But I think with Ricardo might be right too on this, where I think it might be prolonged another year before the decision comes down on that. The NFL and some of this stuff doesn't always move. I mean, look at the Deshaun situation, right? They're just finally deciding to rule on this now. Mason says, I think out of everything the Wusu signing does for this team, the most valuable it does is take pressure off Mafe. 100%. 100%. One of the places that this team has gone awry in recent history, especially at the pass rush position, especially at the edge pass rush position, is expecting young players to come right out the box and be effective, vibrant, key players for you on the roster year one. A lot of times these guys are going to need a little bit more time to bake. And if you got a young pass rusher especially, they're going to sometimes need to refine the pass rush moves and their game a little bit. And I like this so much more now because you get him in a rotational role, you put him in a position to succeed, you find him that role and fit him in it. You need this role. You need a rotational guy behind our top 2 guys. And he's a good one to come off the bench. But it's not asking him to take those starter snaps and take on this heavy load, especially with the extra game in the NFL season now. It just makes it that much harder on these rookies. Ricardo, let's beat Denver first game. 1 game at a time's right. Denver, you're up. Randall says, Brando going to be 8 Zimas deep at the stadium. Bumps into Hawk Blogger, and the smack talk starts flying. Oh, I'm going to be drinking more than Zimas. I'll tell you that, Randall. I'll tell you that. That's going to be, I'm going to be on special way on that one. You got to drink to overcome the cold outside in October, man. It's surely for the weather, I say. Megan says, you think I won't have my camera phone with me be uploaded to YouTube? Incoming. I'll have turned your camera off prior before I start doing it. So the joke will be on you. My secret spy moves will have gotten the phone off, so no one will have seen it. AI says the Ducks are going to hump the Huskies. That doesn't work in real life, and it won't work on a football field. John Reynolds, getting Baker wouldn't have been a bad thing. Let's face it, Pete wants to go back to 2013. Strong defense, good offensive line, run. That's why we took the best running back in the draft. Baker would have just handed the ball off and thrown it minimum. He would have indeed. You wouldn't have asked him to do a whole lot, John, though I would say an offer. I don't know if he does a whole lot better in that role than what you're going to get out of Drew Lock or Geno Smith doing it. Maybe marginally, but for the marginal improvement you get on that, is it worth draft capital and spending money on a guy you're going to most likely lose after a year? I don't know if it is, but like I've said too before, I'm a little anti-Baker. Megan says, love watching USC in the Rose Bowl back in the Carroll days. Yeah, I was back in the heydays. I remember when I was growing up, our Huskies would go. It was like we'd play Michigan. It seemed like every other year in the Rose Bowl. There was something to it. There was pomp. There was circumstance. There was lineage. There was history. It breathed it almost. Mark, speaking of John, sorry. Mason Dale says, can you explain the difference in responsibility for Jordan Brooks this year from being an outside linebacker in a 4-3 to an outside linebacker in a 3-4? Just curious. Absolutely. The outside linebacker in a 4-3 defense for the position he's playing, and of course, there's 2 outside linebackers in a 4-3 defense. There's the Sam linebacker, which is the on-the-ball, strong side defender. So he's going to usually be heads up over the top of a tight end on the line of scrimmage. And then you have the will linebacker, who is your off-ball linebacker. And this would be in a 4-3 defense, your main coverage linebacker. The reason you're going to say main coverage linebacker is that he's going to often draw the assignment of the tight end. Sometimes have to cover a slot, as we saw KJ have to do at times as well. So you're at times put in a bind there. The key difference really being is that unlike the middle linebacker, who really tends to be able to stay to the middle of the field and between the hash marks at that and where he's at in coverage, you're expanded so much more in your zone. You might have to spot drop 10 yards back. You might have to get 10 yards to the flat off of the snap. You might have to play man coverage and carry a guy up the seam step for step, sometimes 40, 50 yards up the football field. And so it does challenge, if you're weak in coverage, a will linebacker is going to be exposed very quickly. It's no coincidence as well as that there's been one will linebacker in a 4-3 defense who has made the Hall of Fame in what is going on now the last 30 years of football, and that being Derek Brooks, whose greatest skill set, whose skill set he brought to the table, the number one thing he brought was coverage abilities. So you're moving him out of the coverage ability necessity of the will linebacker to an inside 3-4 linebacker. 3-4 linebacker brings an extra linebacker onto the field. By the sheer nature of that, of course, having two middle linebackers versus one, you now shrink down the amount of space a middle linebacker is going to have to cover in space. You can still expose them. You can still attack them. I think there's still going to be times that Brooks is going to get his lunch handed to him a little bit. But as well, you're moving also with going to more of a 3-4 defense, Mason. You're sliding out of more of the zone looks. And specifically where Jordan struggles is not in man coverage. He only struggles in man coverage when it comes to the player opposite him, just being longer, jumping higher, being able to, high point him on balls. But he's good in man coverage. He can stay in the back pocket. He's really sticky in coverage. It's the zone stuff that gives him issues. Theoretically, an inside linebacker in a 3-4 defense is going to be playing a lot more man / he'll be coming on blitzes a lot more. There's going to be less of him in coverage as you would more often see with the will linebacker in a 4-3. So they're taking the few detriments that are there in his game, being his struggles in zone coverage, become reduced now down with the position change and the scheme change, at least a little bit. Versus last year, there was like a spotlight on him with him being put out there at the will. TJ says, was Cross and Lucas Pete's pick or Shane's? I would say they were Shane picks, TJ. Coach Carroll has never gone for a highly drafted offensive lineman in 10 years that did not have a run blocking first nature to their game. He made an exception this year twice. I'm going to, along with the change of moving on from Solari to Dickerson, believe that those all in conjunction are Carroll, like he had done when he was talking about the best things they did in the run game at the end of the year, pointing to Shane Waldron and Dickerson as being the key components with that. I think that that's earned some faith from them in him to say, okay, you need your offensive lineman in here to make this work. You need guys who can do this and this and this and this. I'm going to bring in the guys in to do that. Even if it's not what I naturally want to try to lean towards going and grabbing. Randall says that Sam Darnold's a chump. He's just got one of the clunkiest deliveries. I mean, you talk about a guy nothing is smooth. They say, does he throw it free and easy? That guy's the opposite of free and easy. It's like you can just feel every part having to gather together in his windup. Always Compete says best way to get a great explosive offense with a dominant defense, an offense that eats up the clock with a nice heavy running game and chain moving passing attack. Go Hawks. You did go Hawks with the question mark, Always Compete. That part threw me off at the end there. And you're right. You're right. We've seen many explosive offenses in recent history that they just can't get on the football field. It's that meme shot you get from an NFL game where, given team, the prolific offense is over on the sideline and they're down by 10 points and you're getting into the start of the fourth quarter and the offense, the other side of the ball is just getting 4 and 5 yards on the run game and then throwing a little 7-yard dump pass and then something out to the flat and then a screen play and they're just grinding the clock and they show the shot of the quarterback on their side and he's like, and you're not having to stop him. You're not having to stop him. You're just keeping him off the football field. And not only are you doing that by keeping him off the field with the chain moving stuff, but you're also shortening football games. Always Compete. So you're reducing the amount of possessions. You're reducing the amount of plays that you'll have in any given game. And that's also going to make it harder on those offenses that sometimes need those extra reps, those extra snaps in a given game to hit their flow and to get into their most prolific point. Mason Dale says, what would you predict Charles Cross weighs by the time the season is here? Hopefully added some muscle. 305. Yeah, he will. It's going to take him a good solid year to probably get on the right kind of weight with this stuff. You can add the weight quick, but it's not necessarily the type of lean muscle mass you're wanting to add on if you're him, but they're going to put it on him. NFL program, no more college, just all about, work on your body, Herbicide says Josina Anderson sucks, by the way, talking out her ass. She was, I saw her like still doubling back down too, where she was pointing to the tweet that was like, and Seattle actually in the end of the day had no interest at all. And Josina was like, nuh-uh. I reported that they did, so they did. What's up, B? Good to see you in the chat. And the Hawks are going to get a franchise core in the upcoming draft. You better believe it. Yeah. J-Up says, with Baker in Carolina, we could throw them a 7th rounder for Sam Darnold and cut Geno. Then it could be a Locke versus Darnold quarterback battle in training camp, a very young quarterback battle. I'm just not a fan of Geno. That's fair enough, Jay. I'm not a huge fan of Darnold, though, man. I'll tell you what, Darnold has had a couple opportunities now. We can't just blame it on Adam Gase with him in New York. He did not look good last year with Carolina. There was that horrible moment of Robbie Anderson just like cussing him out on the sideline. But I get it. Look, Geno's not going to be the long-term answer here. But I could see a trade like that working, Jay. It does come down to a little bit of the money situation at that point. Sam Darnold's making exactly what Baker's making this year. So how do you get divvied up the $18 million at that point? And I'm not sure. Brando's 2345 says, I want to thank the Carolina Panthers. They drafted Matt Corral and traded for Baker Mayfield today. They saved us twice. I guess we can give Pete and John credit for not doing it. We can absolutely give them credit, Brando. It's not always about the decisions you make. It's sometimes about the bad decisions that you avoid. And maybe Scott Fitterer, I got a conspiracy theory for you folks. Scott Fitterer, former front office member, the Seattle Seahawks, who got a promotion by going to the Carolina Panthers. Because I got one more on top of your addition there, by the way. So maybe he's still working for us secretly. Maybe secretly Scott Fitterer is still a Seattle Seahawk. Stay with me on this one for a second. I'm about to unpack. Okay, I take you to last year. Coach Carroll is maybe potentially interested in getting in Sam Darnold. He talks Sam Darnold up. Sam. Donald. Sam. And then Scott Fitterer jumps in and grabs him before Pete Carroll can push for a trade with John Schneider at the time. Coincidence? I think not. Then we get this offseason, Matt Corral. Carroll sitting there at the combine, arms back on the chair, lounging, smiling, right? Puffing on a cigar there. Matt Corral comes walking up with Lane Kiffin, Coach Carroll's former protege. Hey, have you seen Lane? Oh, is that Lane? That is Lane. You like Lane? I do like Lane. Lane. Well, Lane, this is Matt Carroll, Pete. I like you, Matt. You're good. I think we want to draft you. And then he comes in and he takes him. Schneider's calling him in the middle of the night saying, I need you to take Corral, man. I'll flip you a 4th or 5th like a year from now. Just do it. Do it. And now we've got Baker. And now we've got the Baker trade. I don't think it's coincidence, folks. I think it's conspiracy theory. Scott is saving the day. Ricardo says Baker and Russ both miss wide open guys too much. They do. They do indeed. Make88 says, can listen to you for hours. Oh, thanks, Make88. That's high praise, man. In this day and age of short attention spans, you can keep folks. Greg says, what should our next Super Bowl intro be? I'm thinking Kickstart My Heart. That one's a good one. I know Welcome to the Jungle is still hits pretty hard. It's got to be old school rock, though. Nothing new. So, nothing new. Something probably from the 70s, no matter what, Greg. But I wouldn't, or 80s. But I don't know about it, Kickstart My Heart. I need something a little more. I want a little more teeth to it. But you're on the right path. Herbicide says, I'm on the Mike Jackson, John Reed train. Hey, they look good last year, man. You never know. Why do I says Locke is it's all about his decision making. If he throws picks in training camp, he'll never see the field with Pete. If he can clean those throws up, he is most likely the starter week 1. Well, to your point, you're right. If there's a way to piss off Pete at the quarterback position as quick as possible, it's to start throwing picks or turnovers for that matter. That will get him in the red real quick. So he's got to show that. This offense should hopefully remove that from him a little bit, and there should be a little bit less of that being asked of him, hopefully, where there's more simplified reads. But it's going to be a key part of making the determination on who should be number 1. Mason says, with the way it seems young quarterbacks are being trained with all the 7-on-7 and all the crazy unrealistic throws, do you think there could be a lack of fundamentals with quarterbacks in the future? No, I actually think the opposite. I think I see a lot of quarterbacks coming up that tend to have, for the most part, there's always some usually mechanical thing in every guy you can point out coming out of college. But I think there's less functified deliveries that you're seeing than we used to see in the past. And I think that when you get guys throwing more than they've ever thrown before and they're working within more of that, I think in actuality, what that's going to lend to is just more of an ability to make crazier throws and higher degree of difficulty type throws. The mechanic, I think the footwork thing, the 7-on-7 thing that kills the footwork is that everything's out of a spread concept. So the quarterback's essentially taking what would be snaps out of shotgun constantly. And then now you have to train that kid up when he gets to the pro level on just how to take snaps under center, which I think is not a thing that gets talked about a lot, but it can be a tricky thing to teach with quarterbacks and get them with the proper footwork and not taking bad jumps and hops. JT O'Sullivan's quarterback school does a great job of really talking about these things and moving efficiently in your drop back. No wasted effort, no wasted motion. And that is, to your point on that, Mason, that'd be the one spot I'd say is the issue with the 7-on-7s. But the overall throws they can make and how hard they make, they're only going to get better in that range. JF says the point is to not be good and get our good draft pick, but 2 young quarterbacks battling is way more entertaining than 31-year-old Geno that we know what he is, career backup. A little bit. And again, remember with this, Jay, you're getting Baker at a real late hour. So you're not getting prime Baker here of whatever that does entail. I've been rehabbing my whole offseason Baker, and I've never thrown with your receivers before. And we're 2 weeks out, 3 weeks out from training camp. Okay, here we go. And are we getting that guy that you're talking about who can push Drew Lock even in that realm versus Geno? And I don't know. I don't know. I know, I'm not saying I'm over the moon with Geno Smith, but I also go career backup. He got his first chance with the New York Jets. No quarterback's been able to go flourish with the New York Jets, including the guy that they just drafted with the number 2 overall pick a year and a half ago, Wilson. So it's, to me, I'm not necessarily going to throw that guy in the tank and say, well, he's a career backup because of that. And he basically goes from there to here for the last couple of years behind Russell Wilson, who almost never gets injured and then plays pretty well last year when he was in there. I'm not saying Geno's ever going to be anything amazing, but is he like infinitesimal? Is he like hugely worse than Baker? Is he just this big drop off from Baker? I'm not so sure on that. I still haven't been quite, outside of Baker being drafted with the number overall pick. Where is their difference in talent really? Because the team made a bad selection with the number 1 overall pick. Let's just take that out. Let's take that away as a thing. What is it with Baker that, and it's kind of defunct at this point. He's going to Carolina, so it is what it is on that. Alex Arnold quit free climbing, by the way. Okay, that's who the name was. It was Alex Arnold. I was trying to think of the name. Sooner 7643 says, why don't we just tank this season and develop the players we got? Sooner, the trouble with tanking is that when you develop a winning roster, a winning mentality, or a winning culture in football, you don't do it with a light switch. You don't go, okay, now we got the guys, let's try to start winning. When you start to imbibe in a culture, a football culture, that losing's okay, that losing's acceptable, that losing's for the greater good, you are going to have that mentality bleed over into the next season. And on the other side of that, if you want to establish a program that's about winning and a team that's got to learn to win, and you got young players who need to learn how to win in the NFL and what it takes, then they need to be all in on trying to do that from day one. So it's not always easy to point to on this, to be able to say, see this point of the development, because you don't know when it's really happening. But I think it's a necessity of that development, is that if you want to be winning sooner than later, you can't just go into tank mode. I can't think of a team that was in full-on tank mode who that then was able the next season to turn it around. Even a team like the Niners a couple of years ago that flipped around from being the number one overall pick to getting back to the top was certainly still trying to be competitive that year that they ended up with the number one overall pick. They weren't just in sort of full-on tank mode. Sooner also says, and also, who do you think is going to be better long-term, Tariq or Kobe? Oh, what a great question, Sooner. That's a tough one, because I do think Kobe's going to be more pro-ready to go here out the gate, but Tariq has the freaky components to his game that could end up elevating him into sort of a star territory if he can bring it all together. But I don't have any, I'll go with Kobe Sooner because he's more of a sure thing right now. I think Tariq's got a lot to work with, but he's got to develop in his game. His upside is higher, but Kobe, I know, should be a solid starter in this league. I don't know if there's star potential there in Kobe Bryant, but I do think that there is solid starter potential at the position, which is valuable, especially valuable on a rookie deal on a fourth round contract. Very, very valuable. Herbicide says Alex Arnold doesn't get scared. They did tests. He doesn't get scared. Yeah, I couldn't do what he does. I go up higher than 20 feet off the ground and I'm going to start getting vertigo. Mason says, with Waldron as OC and the defense switching to more of a Fangio-style defense, what real impact will Carroll have other than being a strong father figurehead who the players can rally around? He won't need it. He's still going to be in on giving them tidbits. He still sees the game. He still has seen 5 decades of football, which is going to be play in and play out. He's going to have stuff that he's going to be saying to these guys. He's not just going to be sitting there with a smile on his face, chewing gum with a happy-go-lucky kind of grin. He's going to be in on it, but he's going to let them hopefully take just more of a control than maybe he has in the past. And quite frankly, it's really what I think a head coach should be, Mason. I think we've gotten used to these coaches being these play callers and invested in that way, but I think there's something to be said for being more of the manage the game, be paying attention to everything else at the high level as opposed to getting into the minutia of the details in the moment. Your job is to look at everything over the arching, and if you're in the details of the moment, you're not looking over here, which is also going on simultaneously. And I do think that's makes you a little worse as a head coach when you got that extra hat you're trying to wear. YDY says cornerback room might be young or unproven, but deep. Seattle will have the coverage guys to match up with 4 and 5 wide. And they will. They'll be able to actually go dime this year at the end of the year or at the start of the year. By the end of the year, of course, we were down so many bodies. We were so wrought with injuries in the secondary that we couldn't go to dime. We couldn't get out of nickel. I think it was like week 15 on, we couldn't get out of nickel at any point in time, which sucked because at that Niner game on the road, we ran a lot of big nickel, or about a lot of big dime, where we had both Marquise Blair and Ryan Neal on the field with our outside corners, and it was really effective. And I'd love to see if they can do that same kind of thing this year. I talked about having guys in certain roles. What if you have certain guys with roles in a dime defense? Maybe you have a guy that's not your normal slot out there and another guy as the fourth corner that's not your slot as well, but they're just specialized in that dime defense when you want to run it, because we know the Rams like to run 4 wide, 3 wide. And that's sometimes the way you're going to need to counter that. I watch says, why can't the Hawks just dink and dunk using slants, quick outs, and tight ends while we pound with Penny and K9? That's exactly what we're going to do, I watch. The reason we haven't done it prior is because with both Carroll and Wilson, you've had 2 guys in the coach and your quarterback that wanted to look to the deep play more often than not. And now you are getting the second-year returns of a new offense, and these quarterbacks are going to be asked. I guarantee you 100%, these quarterbacks are going to be asked to fit within the confines of this offense, to not try to do too much, to execute the game plan at hand. And simply by that commitment level off of where you've been prior, you should get better returns on those type of routes. Whether that equates out to points or not, we will have to see. I think it will, but we're going to have to see. John Reynolds says our division is loaded. We're going to have a tough, long season. Possible. I'm not as sold on the Cardinals being as necessarily good as they've been recently. Certainly the Niners and the Rams are a problem. No doubt about it. Michael Pondakowski says, wouldn't mind Sam Darnold for a 7th since Carolina's paying his salary this year. If they want to take on all of his salary, I'm willing to do it. If I got to pay him $5 million like the Browns are paying for Baker, I don't want to do it. I don't want to pay $5 million for Sam Darnold. Because that $5 million, Michael, could be money that you could have put on a trade deadline deal for a guy. And if you're even a team that's on the, maybe you're right there on the edge of being a playoff team there where you can go get that extra guy to be that difference maker. That's just too worthwhile for me at that point not to hold on to that money rather than jumping on Donald if it's going to cost that much. But a couple million, okay. Ryan Ball. Christopher Walken explaining the Baker Mayfield trade. Okay, let me see if I get my Walken today. We'll give it a try. I'm going to tell you, well, this Baker Mayfield trade went down today. Now, I'll tell you, Carolina helping us out every turn, keeping us doing the wrong thing. They keep jumping into the mud holes. Jumping all the time. Mud hole, mud hole, mud hole. Now, we're coming back around. Offer was on the table. Josina Addison said, we got a trade today now. It's coming here. Instead, Carolina comes up, wants him. Okay, you take him. I'm losing it a little bit. It's always hard 2.5 hours in on it. They took him. Fine. Have him. He's yours. I didn't want him anyway. We like our quarterbacks here. Gino, Drew will leave us next year. Those are our guys. You Baker's crap. Sam Darnold, crap. Matt Corral, crap. I'm sorry. You got a hit from me. I'm just being honest. That's all I'm doing. Giving you the truth. A little bit better there on the edge. I've been working on my walking lately. Mason Dale, who do you think gets more snaps, Disley or Eskridge? Ooh, that's a trick question, Mason. That's a trick question. I will say Disley because the team is going to play more 2 tight end sets than they're going to be in 3 wide receiver looks. By, I think, a pretty good amount. So, Big Diz. Big Uncle Will. Ricardo Edmondson, between Diz and Eskridge, depends on the matchups. A little bit. I keep coming back to the fact that this team was 10th in the NFL in 2 tight end sets last year, despite running the least amount of offensive plays in the entire NFL. I sort of extrapolate those numbers out to mean that we will probably be a top 4, top 3 team in the NFL in 2 tight end sets, at which point Disley's going to have a lot more snaps than the Esk. Why do I? Breaking Seattle just traded for Matt Corral. Pete Carroll released a statement saying, F you, Brando. I would laugh. That'd be awesome. I'd instantly become a Matt Corral guy just off of that alone. Herbicide says Sydney's about to have his best year ever. I could see it. Yeah, he had some literal moments last year where he's playing off. He's playing that cover 3 look, so he's dropping off at the snap. He realizes what's going on in front of him where the receiver's about to break an in-cutting route, puts that back foot in the ground, pulls the trigger, fires forward, has the quickness and change of direction ability to get to there before the ball arrives and then make a play on the ball. And he did it enough times where you go, ooh, boy, with his length and size, he shouldn't be able to quite move like that. It's not like some complete special way, but just something that gets me in a state of going, there's a part of me that goes, boy, he might be able to get us up. He might have another little gear left here as he gets a little more comfortable this year. Clapper says Sid and Trey are some dogs. Can't wait to see him. Boy, they are. Sydney, quite literally, of course. And Robert Hayhurst, thank you for being a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member for 11 months. Appreciate you. I watched his dropping D-line was horrific last year. It was. I didn't understand it at the time. It made no sense. The original droppers of defensive line was basically Blitzburg and the zone blitz, right? We're gonna run up 9 guys in the line of scrimmage. You're gonna be up. Your quarterback's gonna see 9 guys up in the line of scrimmage. But We're going to drop probably 3 or 4 of them, or maybe we'll just drop 2 of them, or maybe we'll just bring everybody. You don't know what's going to happen. But what you did with that is that you would then drop defensive linemen, but you were bringing so many more guys than the offensive line could block that you weren't really putting that guy much in space to have to cover anything. And what Seattle would do last year is they would keep their coverage the same. They weren't blitzing. They would just have the defensive linemen drop back in coverage just for the sake of it. It was really odd. And it didn't make sense as to why that's not the reason why you do that. It's part of the reason I think so many of the players, including Diggs and Ryan Neal this offseason, have pointed to the peculiarity of that. Very odd. Dead Center says Drew Lock will pass to DK 12 times a game. They better try to, 10 times a game should be what you're shooting for. Right off of the first drive alone if you got to, but you get him featured in there. And you got to do that by drawing it up from an offensive play caller standpoint. This is on Waldron's plate to make sure he's taking care of it. Mason says maybe even give DK some fly sweeps sometimes, just get the ball in his hands. Well, I'm open to it if you're really getting him stuck and not being able to do it. But remember, with those fly sweep guys too, you need their lateral change of ability in there. And of course, with DK, that's the one thing that's the tough part with him. If you've got him going like this and then trying to laterally get it up, field. But look, if Eskridge goes down and you want to just give it a try, give it a try. I just want to see the team commit to the fly sweep element as much as anything else, which historically speaking, we've not been willing to run it more than a time or two a game for whatever reason. Bay Area Baller 18, my guess is your starter is Geno? Probably. Robin says Baker would have cost us too much, devaluing what we do in the future. Agreed. 100% agreed. I don't sniff at $5 million. I don't sniff at that 5th round draft pick that could turn into a 4th round pick if he plays a certain amount of games. That's starting to be now high draft. I'm giving up good draft quality. I'm having to spend money for a 1-year rental. And if I'm doing that on a particular player, he better be a definitive difference maker, not just a guy that half the fan base goes, yeah, I mean, okay, all right, whatever, I guess. B251 says no smart Seahawks fans want Baker. No way. Yeah, exactly. Bay Area Baller, I like me some Kirby. He's on my fantasy team. He's a good pitcher, man. He's got a live arm on him, George Kirby. Christian Collins, who do you think starts a quarterback game 1 against the Russ? I think Geno Smith is your day 1 starter. Mason says the Broncos traded for a player who disappeared almost 2 years ago. They just don't know it yet. It's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be interesting to see how Russell fits there and if he's able to hit the ground running there. I think he'll do okay at the end of the day there. I think it could maybe take him a little bit of time. I almost want to tank a top 5 pick in a quarterback draft would be nice. Plus, I think Russ has figured out, plus the AFC West equals another high pick. I can totally get the tanking on the surface of it, but it's that winning culture element of it that just throws me off a little bit with it. That's the part that has me pushing back. Randall says, I have 3 Russell jerseys. Not sure what I'm going to do with them. First and only player I've ever had a jersey of. Wondering who I should now invest in. Maybe just a 12. We're too early in the rebuild process for investing into jerseys, Randall. We gotta let this play out before you make that kind of commitment. We just don't know. Ryan Ball says that like button needs to be tapped. Thank you, Ryan, for reminding me that. If you do like what you're listening to, either live or even if you're listening to this on replay, please do hit that like button for me. It does help this channel grow, helps me get bigger and bigger, and I do really appreciate it. Why do I says starting bid for the NFL Sunday ticket is $3 billion. NFL still has gambling deals to do also. The cap is going up massively over the next few years. Extend DK now. Get it done, man. Get it done. There's no reason that this contract shouldn't be done. It should have probably already have been done. I hope that this isn't being wrangled over like $1 million at this point. Just get it signed. And you're right. I think that this contract in a couple of years, why do I, is going to look, even at the high water mark it seems like they're paying right now, it's going to look a lot like, I'm not going to say full on bargain, but it's going to look very worthwhile. Let's say that. Yeah, Randall, if DK signs a contract extension, that's probably a pretty solid pick for jersey-wise. B251 says, this has got to be the longest offseason as a Seahawks fans I've experienced in 11 years. Agreed with you on that. This has been a tumultuous turning up and down. I did one live stream. We were talking about just an offseason of pain that continues because there was a lot of, at the end of the day, it's a good thing, but like a forest fire leaves fertile grounds behind it, you still have to go through the forest fire part to get to the fertile grounds. And we're going to get to those fertile grounds now as we go through the next couple of years, but we had to all kind of get our burn. And man, yeah, it's been a long off season. Last month of June just took forever. I'm like, gosh, is the season here yet? Come on. Yeah, the early drama, I think Mark for Death says it best. The early drama has definitely made this offseason drag on. It's well said. Emmett's got a good suggestion, Randall. He says, get a Dixon jersey. That's probably a good one. I think he'll be here long term. I might have the most confidence in him long term here. Mason says, looking at how the draft panned out for us, would you have rather gotten Thibodeau, potentially risking the opportunity to address left tackle with there being a big drop off after round one, also knowing we got Mafe? No, I like the way the draft played out as it played out. I do think the team was pretty high on Thibodeau. I think that there was even some consideration of trading up to get him, but I think that the team ended up falling in the same place I would fall in, which is that you have a chance at a franchise left tackle and you're desperately in need of one. You go and make that a high priority. And almost you could make the argument that you go quarterback and you go left tackle is the next thing I need behind my quarterback is the next position that I need to go address immediately. And so I'm in favor of it. His talent was worth the selection. And yeah, I think that not just the fact of Mafe here, Mason, it was the knowledge of I can take the left tackle and get the pass rusher later. I can't take the pass rusher now and technically maybe and probably still be able to get the left tackle later. You could make the flip side of one, but not the other. And that, again, is why you end up winning back to this is why this was the proper approach that they took. Emmett almost got a Josh Brown back in 2005. Oh, yeah. Randall was thinking of getting a 69 Jody Allen jersey. Oh, Lordy. Jordan Kraft says, I can still take on a mummy 1v1, by the way, Brandon. I'm still unconvinced on that. It's the dark art powers that you're not factoring in. You're just taking on the sheer physicality of it. It's movement of speed. You're not factoring into the 4,000-year-old curse that is constantly moving with it. I mean, they've got that one coffin that they took to Britain that they have to stow it in some inner sanctum cell because it kills people that walk past it or some stuff. So, I mean, you say that, but you're not factoring in it's walking at you slow, and then suddenly your brain starts getting foggy, and then suddenly wait, I can't use my feet, and it's still walking to you slow, right? Still coming at you like this, and you're like, hey, why can't I move my feet? Because it's got the curse in your head. That's why. That's why. The Grossi stuff kills you, Emmett? B251, man, Puna's going to have a crazy this year. Well, he will if he can operate well from a 3-4 defensive end. That's kind of the key if he's going to have any potential of really making a lot of noise. He's kind of been, for me, a little bit of wondering if he's going to be a bit of an odd man out because you're not running 4-3 defense anymore. Well, you're running some, but you're going to run so much 3-4 defense this year. I wonder where he's going to fit in. And I think they're going to probably run him at defensive end a decent amount. And I think he's got that in his bag to do it. But who knows? You might be right, man. He might really take to it like a duck to water. I watched this. That's why we need to pay DK. He is that guy, 6'3", 230-pound monster that runs a 4.3 and out jumps everybody. Simple, right? Hey, it's simple for me, man. And not just that. Put that in quote. Also put that with I watch. He's played every single game in 3 straight years. He set the rookie record in his first year for most yards in a play in his first playoff game. He, I feel like he's gotten a little bit better every single year. His route running has gotten better. His yak has gotten better. He's had the 3 best seasons of any Seahawks wide receiver in the history. When you've got guys like Largent, Blades, Galloway on down through the line of guys that have come through here and balled out right kind of from the jump. Pay him. No brainer, man. No brainer. I watch as I think the other 2 offensive tackles drafted high will struggle more than Cross. He's by far the best pass blocker. Other 2 will give up sacks. IMO. I definitely think that there's a case to be made that Cross is a bit in the safer direction than those other 2. Ekawanu is the bully, is the guy that you want on your hip if you're in a back alley in the middle of the night and you got a crew coming at you. You want him right there because he's gonna take them all on, and probably come walking out of that fight with very little damage done to him. The other kid out of Alabama was a guy that I'm not convinced might not end up just plopping down to the right side when it's all said and done. I don't know if he's going to be a guy that fits to that left side. And Cross is still 21 years old, not an old prospect. There is room there for more development. But I don't know. I don't know where all of them had interesting parts to them. It was hard for me to necessarily rank one to the other over another because they all did have little interesting elements to their game. But I could see him being the best one of the bunch when it's all said and done. Tackman Clan Killer, what's up, my guy? Good to see you in the chat. He says, how would Panthers adjust their offense under Mayfield? I don't think that they're going to do much adjusting, Tackman. They're a team that wants to play to the defense. They're going to try to, utilize Christian McCaffrey and they're going to be a move the chains type offense. So I think that that's going to pretty much stick the same from what it's been. They're just hoping they're getting better execution out of Mayfield than they got out of Darnold, which I think that they're going to end up being surprised that's Mayfield's better than Darnold, that he will give him better play. I will give him that. I'm not a big guy on Mayfield, but I will say that he is better than Darnold. Darnold is kind of a shit show in certain respects. But no, I don't think they adjust much on that one. And Tackman, I'm expecting big things from Noah Fant as well. The guy wants to get paid. Seattle is very high on what they look at him as. They enacted that 5th-year option on him immediately. I think that they're going to look to utilize him right. I like the Disleys here as well, Tackman, because you're not going to force Noah to do the Jimmy Graham thing. You're not bringing a move tight end that you're now going to try to turn into an inline guy. You're going to keep him in that move tight end based role, which is where he's best. And boy, that stat that jumps out to me, Tackman, that I referenced a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about Fant, and that 2.5 yards of separation per route run, and that leading every tight end in the entire NFL. Because it's so hard for tight ends to get a lot of instant separation, and he was able to accomplish that. And that's something that should transition to him bringing over here to Seattle too. Keldon says, y'all talking fungi jokes in Zima. Is this stream really live or recorded before the internet? Keldon, you going to trade us Jimmy? Dustin, we need to start Drew Lock. He's a question mark. We know what we're getting with Geno. There's nothing exciting about that. With Drew, it's true rolling the dice. More exciting to watch if we lose. A little bit with that, Dustin. I think that there's more to me. Where I land with it is I say let the best man win. You've got a whole training camp. You got preseason games. You've got this offseason, and who's had the better approach? Who's been more committed? Who's been in the building? Like, put it all together for me and make that assessment in totality, rather than just making the assessment on, well, one guy might be more exciting. Who's the better quarterback? For this upcoming year to me, and I'd be more along in the line of what you're talking about. I'd be more of like mind of where you're at with that, of just get him on the field and we got to know what we got in him. Except for the fact that we only have Drew on a 1-year deal. He's a free agent after this season. So, trying to go and need to instantly learn what we can find in him, we're not going to plan on hitching our wagons to him anyway. So I kind of go, let the best man win. Let competition be true king here. Randall says, Randall had season tickets 2002 to 2008. I was really into getting wasted at that time. Many times I was drinking Crown Royale at 10 a.m. at Swanee's, blitzed. Hey, I make no apologies for drinking on game day. That's the Warriors water on game day is what that is. Okay? It's the Warriors water on game day. It's good to see you in the chat, Keldon. Our resident Niners spies in the chat, folks. Put all the bad stuff away. Put all the playbooks away. Get the contraband under lock and key. Whitey Wise is the biggest FU Pete could give this NFL is Locke actually showing he's a franchise quarterback. Seattle extends him, then uses 2023 picks on top defensive line and wide receivers, stacked for years to come. Might be 1%, but hey, I can dream. Nothing wrong with dreaming, man. I say dream. This is the offseason. This is the time to dream. We can wring our hands and bitch and moan and talk crap about the team, the front office, and the approach if that's what bears out this year. But right now, I think there's a little bit more room for just a little bit for a tiny sliver of ray of light to come through from the darkened clouds of the Pacific Northwest. Optimism. Now, Keldon, I'd love to hear what you think on what's going to happen on Debo. Mark for Death was bringing this up. Debo obviously doesn't want to be there. San Fran should get what they can for him and Jimmy G and keep the house stacked. Wonder if San Francisco could somehow package Debo and Jimmy G together in order to get a better return. If that's what they wanted, if that's their approach and path. But they're certainly holding off on making their decision on both those two here. We're getting close to training camp, and I still have heard nothing but that Debo still wants to get out. Chris Beck says, become elite at using timeouts. Chris, I was thinking of mentioning that as one of my items that Carroll needed to, try to concentrate and get better at, but I've sort of given up hope on Carroll with timeouts. That's the one place where he himself has said I'm using his words, he gets hormonal, he says, when it comes to timeouts. That's Coach Carroll's words on it. So I've given up hope. I think his hormones are always going to be out of whack when it comes to timeouts. In times of question, he just goes like this. He's like, huh? What? Coach, why'd you call timeout? We don't even have any. I just thought that was the thing. That's what we're doing. Tackman says Jimmy G will stay in San Francisco. We'll keep smashing the soccer bomb. No Deshaun Watson special for him. Oh, goodness. Kelton says, first Kyle made some guy named Kittle. Then he made some guy named Debo. If it's not Debo, it will be someone else. I didn't know Kyle made Kittle and Debo. I thought that I thought they may have a big part of that. But, yeah. I mean, Debo's tough to replace, man. He's that du jour player right now, Keldon, that every team talks about going into the draft, like what Tyreek was for a couple years there, where it's like, everyone's looking for the next this. And they're looking for the next that because it's hard to find a guy that can kind of do what he does right now. But I think with Kyle Shanahan, I don't worry about him getting an effective offense going. That's the one thing that he can do. Not the one thing, but that's certainly something that's in his. It's like Carroll with cornerbacks, Mark Fredette says exactly if Devo wants to go full diva, then they'd be fools to give him a huge money, especially if he wants to bounce. He's a beast, but just like Wilson, if a guy wants out, it shows on the field. Yeah, if he has seemed to be in that spot where even if I was a real big, Debo fan as a Niner fan, it's hard to think of being that. Oh my God, I almost made myself throw up. If he is in that realm of it, though, I think you do have to make that move. The odd part here is that they've not chosen to pull that trigger at any point this offseason, and to do it now. What are they getting back? What is the return here? The timing is odd with both Garoppolo and Debo at this point. And I'm not sure what it indicates. And again, Keldon, maybe you can speak to this. I'm just not sure what it indicates on what they're planning on doing with the situation. Herbicide says, is there a song called Russ Sucks and He Needs to Lose? No, but I'll make it. I'll make that song. DJ says lock to lock, Super Bowl champs, and we will laugh at the experts and wipe our tears with the Super Bowl ring. I love it, man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Ryan Ball's got his suggestion for the next Seahawks song. Def Leppard's Pour Some Sugar on Me. It's a naughty song. It's a little naughty song. I don't know. We need a little, we gotta get the hyped action going, man. We need that thing that gets people up on their feet, you know. Pour some sugar, kind of. This guy, you get the lazy sing along with that, Ryan. You know, pour some, you know, get that. Pour some. I don't know on that one. I don't know. Tagman says next year KJ Jefferson under Shane Waldron's offense would be nice. He's probably their best probably their best quarterback arc had in years. I do love KJ Jefferson, Tagman. I do worry about him in a West Coast offense. He's running right now a spread. He's running the Cam Newton offense basically right now at Arkansas, and he's running it well. He had a really good year last year. Tagman, I expect him to be a top 10 pick, probably almost minimum next year in next year's draft. But you're going to have to change your offense around to work with KJ. And understanding that when you bring KJ in, there's still some more development that needs to be happening outside of him really turning it on this year in certain aspects, specifically his delivery. He's got to clean some of that up. You've got to get him under center maybe for the first time in his career at that point versus taking every snap out of shotgun. But he is very talented. He's got a really live arm, really strong arm. But again, I don't know if his fit in the West Coast offense is going to be as pure in a Waldron scheme. I feel like you're more going to want to pattern the offense around KJ's skill set if you were to bring him in. Herbicide, KJ is the Cam clone, correct? Oh, KJ Jefferson's the Cam clone. Yes, KJ Jefferson is a Cam clone. He looks just like him. In good and bad. For good and bad. Not just in a bad way, not just in a good way, all the way around. He looks just like him. Even down to his delivery. Kelvin says, I would take Jimmy over Baker because Baker's an idiot. Well, I wouldn't disagree with you there, man. I certainly am. I'm not a big guy of either, man. That gets hard. That's the opposite of what's the opposite of Sophie's choice? When I don't want either of the two choices. What do they call that one? Mike Freeman says, last year while Russ was gone, DK said he's tired of losing. He did. The Humble King, what a man, just got on here. What's the main topic of discussion here? Just all talk? Hawks. We're covering kind of a variety of topics, Humble. We're covering the fact it seems overall most fans were kind of anti-bringing Baker in here. He's gone to the Panthers. I was talking a little bit at the top of the show about some of the adjustments Seattle needs to continue to make this upcoming season, more from the coaching staff perspective of things. Kind of just as much as anything sticking to the guns, so to speak. We're talking a little bit about the DK contract extension, which has not happened yet, but we're, I guess, thinking that there's at least some continuing, ongoing contract negotiations there. And then KJ Wright was saying that he wanted to finish up his career here in Seattle. So we're also discussing a little bit of that potential. And Sam Darnold coming here, which I don't really want to discuss happening, but is a possibility. I have to acknowledge. Ian ML says, weird that for someone who doesn't like picks, Carroll is so enamored in Darnold, who is a turnover machine. What a great point, man. What a fantastic point. And turnover machine is a good way of putting that with Darnold, because boy, does he find the opposition's hands way too often. And I don't get it either, Ian. I've not understood. Carroll's spoken highly on him on a couple of occasions, and I don't understand what is, other than the USC connection is the only thing I can put to, that some booster told him back in 2020 that this kid's, stuff doesn't stink. And Carroll was like, yeah, I trust that guy's opinion. So he's awesome. I don't get it though. Even beyond the results you've seen on the field, it's not there in his delivery. It's not there in his arm strength. It's not there in his accuracy. What is the thing that you gravitate to on this guy that makes him such a hot commodity? And, some of these guys, I feel like they get picked high. I feel like Baker gets a little bit of this benefit of the doubt where you're picked high and therefore your draft position, then even after maybe you've disproven where you should have been drafted, it still somehow still carries the day with your reputation somehow. I don't get why that is, but there's a very slow course correction there. If you're a top 5 pick, then you're still great. You got to get really you almost got to get to have a Jamarcus Russell type fall or Josh Rosen type fall to really be in that level of people being out on you. Brian Myers, what's up? Good to see you on in the chat, my guy. Megan says, Cosell and the Baker move by Pete and John Schneider. Well, I'll tell you, Megan, it has been a long time since I've seen the patience and aptitude of 2 gentlemen sitting at the head of this Seahawk organization. They came into this offseason told by every pundit and analyst with arduous natures that only have misgivings from the team that they had to get themselves a quarterback. Well, I tell you now, they did not. And in a masterstroke, in a pure brilliant move that is only benign by its lack of indiscretion, we find ourselves with no Baker Mayfield, nor Sam Darnold, nor Matt Corral. This is the brilliance that is the brain trust at the top of the stack. Got a little bit over into... Start getting almost like the other guy. Another newscaster that I was doing. The main guy from the 50s. My accents have been rolling together lately, Megan. DJ says, you need to make a top 10 moments on the channel. Drafting Brooks, the Russ getting hurt stream where you got drunk, trading Jamal Adams, trading Russ, etc., and remembering Jordan effing Brooks. I do need to do something like that. My brother says I need to do some past moments on the channel thing. So I do. Yeah. If you guys can help me with that. If you guys ever watch any of the live streams or whatever, you're like, oh, there's this moment, just put in the comments, put like timestamp it in the comments, and I'll eventually maybe start putting something together. But I am going to do something like that's a great suggestion, TJ. I'd plan on kind of doing something along those lines, sort of working out exactly what it would be. But yeah, I think that would be good for the channel. And hey, all I'd have to do is cut it together. So it's just about pulling it from past moments. Tackman says, hope you didn't sell your autographed Matt Flynn jersey, Brandon. I'm just waiting for him to come out of retirement, Tackman. I got that thing in the plastic, It's all protected from the mothballs and everything. I'm just waiting to unleash it. That's all I'm doing. And any day now, man. Any day. Brian Myers says, Baker take. Little to no chance he beats out Sam by week 1. Too little time with the new offensive coordinator playbook and wide receivers. Plus, Sam is guaranteed $18 million this year. So he ain't going anywhere. It's true, Brian. I think the only way that Sam could go anywhere is if you have a team like Seattle that jumps into the fray and they say, okay, we'll pay $3 million of his salary. Carolina may go, okay. I mean, I think the fact that Carolina drafted Matt Corral gives them a de facto backup at that point if that's the other route they'd like to go instead. So I think there is a possibility still that it could happen. I agree with you that it does. Having Darnold's contract fully guaranteed makes it hard, as it made this Baker Mayfield deal hard. But, does Carolina want to sit with both those quarterbacks on the roster at this point? Part of me feels like it's almost like the next shoe to fall is somewhere or another they're going to find a way to move Darnold. Again, even if it is that they end up eating a lot of his salary, they at least get some relief. Tackman, how high are you on Brandon Mayoa? Mayoa got cut, Tackman. He's not on the roster anymore. Mr. Isaac 560, heyo. He says, good to see you again, man. Hey, how you doing? It's good to see you in the chat. What position group are you most excited for this upcoming season? What a great question. It's a great question. I'm most excited for the safeties because I think you're putting them in a position to really do a variety of different things, both of them. You're going to be aggressive with them. They're going to be hard. It's going to be hard to predict about where they're coming from. And I think that there could be a level of excitement with that's just really fun to watch. The running back group, though, aside from that, on the offensive side of the ball, Mr. Isaac, I do think that Kenneth Walker and Rashad Penny are truly difference makers for the position. And I think that we're going to get to bear out the fruits of those different difference-making traits that they have. And I think it's going to help these quarterbacks out quite a bit, having those guys in the backfield. On top of having a little bit of insurance there. If something does happen with Penny, you have Walker. If something happens with Walker, you do have Penny. Tackman Palma says, good like ratio to views, 93 likes, 110 viewers. Oh, that is awesome to hear. Well, my people are good about that, Tech Man. I call them to arms. I say, hit that like button for me if you could. And they do a great job of it to help this channel just keep on growing. Randall McDaniel coming in with another $5 dono. Randall, you have like $120 on this channel in donos tonight, man. Thank you so much, brother. He says, Travis Kelce strikes me as someone who freestyle raps when he drinks. I think he freestyle raps when he drinks, when he makes a sandwich, when he's in the shower. He's busting his flow. And that's not a euphemism. Yeah, it's that or he's working on that well-crafted beard, one of the two. He's got that thing. I think mine's well manicured. He's got his down to, you could cut diamonds with that beard. Thank you for the $5 dono though, Randall. Mr. Isaac says, also, if you could think of any current or past comparison to Kenneth Walker, who would you think of? I'll give you a couple on that. My current guy that I would give you as sort of a guy that's very similar, I think, would be a Kareem Hunt. I think has some very, very similar similarities to Kenneth Walker as far as current player goes. He doesn't have the pass catching of a LaDainian, but he's got some small little elements of LaDainian to him. The jump cut, the stop and start, being able to not only outrun you, but sort of also be able to sort of shake you in space. I think that's sort of unique with what you had with LaDainian, where you could do a bit of both with that. LaDainian's was a better prospect. So, I mean, LaDainian, even at the time he was taken, was like top 5. But, maybe a poor man's LaDainian. But Kareem Hunt's, I think, a pretty good comparison to a current player as far as what you'd see. Jeremy P says, what are the chances we develop Drew Lock into the next Josh Allen? 1%. I think even Drew Lock's best level of rise here gets him to being a better than average quarterback in the sport. I don't think that he ever draws himself up into getting to an elite stage of things. If you have an elite quarterback by this point, he's at least showed flashes of being elite. You don't usually have to wait this bit of time to see it at that point. Brian Myers says Kenneth Walker's faster Cam Akers. And that one's a good one too. He's a little bit, to me, a little more of a thicker guy than Cam. A little more of a well-built guy than Cam, just to a degree. He's got like about 10, 15 pounds on Cam, I feel like. Could be wrong on that, but it's just how it seems. Cam always strikes me as a guy like game days playing at like 205. Randall says a good buddy of mine only drank Zima in high school. I still make fun of him for it, as you should. Mr. Isaac says, are you going to live stream yourself? Are you going to live stream yourself watching any games this year or reactions to the games afterwards? Yes. The plan this year, Mr. Isaac, is we're going to do, we may do some pregame thing every week, but I'm not sure on that. But I'm definitely committing to, we're going to live stream all of the games. I'll be doing play-by-play of the games this year. So if you guys are looking for a play-by-play place, I know Rabel does a good job on the radio, but we got folks out of areas sometimes who can't get access to it. So I'll be doing the play-by-play of the games. Then we're going to be doing post-game reaction. We'll definitely be doing every Wednesday a live stream, and I think I'm going to be doing a Monday live stream as well. So all of those kind of compact together is sort of part of the plan this upcoming season. But yes, the only game I might miss right now is the one me and Megan might be going to in week 6. So if I'm going to a game in week 6, I won't be doing a live stream there. We'll be doing a post-game reaction, but just not a live stream. Megan says, not sure I'll be drinking with you, B. Am there for the game, not the migraine that comes with the overindulgence. No worries. I just got to get in my spirit. I get my proper spirit, Megan. Randall says, I want Will Anderson on the Hawks. Me too, man. 2023, Will Anderson. Let's go. Kelton says, I suspect Jimmy has some portion of Debo's money. Jimmy will move and then possibly a Debo deal. Hopefully so. It's just weird, Kelton, how Debo's like not moved an inch off of that I want out thing. I mean, Chase Cotton. Hey, how you doing, Chase? Thanks for jumping in the chat. Tackman says, Brandon, even your cat has no hope for Pete Carroll. She's got a little hope for him. Got a little bit. Well, maybe not a lot. Chosen One says, thank God Pete stuck with his choice. No Baker, please. No Baker, please. No, thank you. No, thank you. Very good that they made this choice. Very happy. Kelton says, I don't know where the cutting of Jimmy is coming from. No one but John and Kyle know. They could be announcing he's cutting because the team thought they could eventually trade for him. The Cleveland thing now to me makes so much sense with Jimmy. That's the one that to me seems like the one that would emerge here, where Cleveland comes to San Francisco and they say, you know, I don't know if they've got the money to do it at this point. I guess that's the part that might make that sort of tangy. But if they're willing to offer more draft capital to the Niners, maybe the Niners are willing to eat a little bit more of Jimmy's deal in the move. Gets interesting at that point, you know. Niners eat $14 million of Jimmy's contract, but then they maybe get a second rounder back to Cleveland, who then makes the trade for Jimmy because they anticipate Deshaun Watson's going to be out for a good portion of the season, or at least some of the season. Stefan Saylor says, so happy they did make the trade for Baker. Smart move. Very smart move, Stefan. Very smart move, and one I'm very happy to see our team avoid. DJ Jimenez Jr. says, as always, I appreciate this, sir. Salute to you and cheers to No Baker. Hey, cheers to No Baker, my guy, and thank you so much. I do appreciate it, but it's a happy day when you avoid the Baker. Happy day. Why do I? Says, most of the comments from Pete about Darnold were from a couple of years ago, right? Before Seattle played New York, and he did his Lou Holtz talking up the opponent. Context is everything. I thought there was one other time that he was asked about it. Why do I? After that. So I think that he was asked about it last off season when Darnold was in movement. He was asked about it. And he talked about Sam again there in very glowing terms. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Megan says, love it, B. Cassell for the win. Thanks, man. My pleasure, Megan. And don't you forget that John Snyder and Coach Carrol are going to eviscerate the competition at a tangible and maniacal level this season. They will only be surmounted by a team of such elite factor and grace that they are uncounterable. Chosen One says, Jordan Brooks is a dog. He is a dog. He's got some thump to him, too. He's underrated. He's underrated as a hitter from the middle linebacker position. He just says we should all come together and buy the Seahawks. I don't know, man. $6 billion is a lot of money. That's a lot of coming together. I can make a few moves on the street, TJ. A mill here, a mill there. But $6.5 billion, my man. I don't know. That's pricey. Mr. Isaac 560 says, which fan base is the most intolerable? It's a good question. We've had some cool Cowboy fans come into my chat, and they started to turn me around a little bit on Cowboy fans. Steeler fans in the bar. If you're in a bar, the Steeler fans are the worst. They're the loudest and the most. They don't shut up, and they like celebrate every 4-yard gain. Kind of have a deep hatred for the Steelers, especially after 2005. I know everyone wants to go Patriots, but I can't go Patriots. They're fine. Their fans excuse cheating, but I mean, what are you gonna do? I'll go with Steelers. I think the Steelers are the ones that are probably the most intolerable. Shannon Wadley, if Locke could get to Matt Hasselbeck level of skills behind center, we would be good. Shannon, I think that you just made a much better apropos comparison. Somebody was mentioning, Drew Locke to making a huge leap, but I think making a leap to a guy like Matt Hasselbeck is definitely more in the realm of feasible. And with Matt, I think that's a great comparison on your part, because Matt, even after he came to Seattle from Green Bay, still took a little bit of time for him to still figure out what Holmgren wanted of him and how to run this offense. And so I think that's a very good comparison. And that's got some more of a possibility to it than some of the alternative, somebody saying Josh Allen. So you're not going to see him go to Josh Allen, but Matt Hasselbeck, yeah, that's doable. Mr. Isaac 560 says, Epic Man, looking forward to the live stream season. Absolutely, Mr. Isaac. I love doing the play-by-play, man. I really enjoy it. So it's going to be a kick in the pants this year, diving into that. So please do, check it out. Come on in. Come on in. Pete's takes. I take Drew Lock over Baker and Tua and David Mills right now. Pete's takes, I might be right with you in that in a lot of respects there. As I've been saying throughout this time, and I've had a few people that I've gone back and forth with on this with as far as my disinterest in Baker Mayfield, I've said for a while, I don't know that there's a big talent difference between Drew Lock, Baker Mayfield, and Geno Smith. I really don't know. I think that I think there's more in their close of similarity in their levels than there is in their disparity of levels and how different they are as far as how good they are or bad they are. And I think that's why part of the reason why I didn't want to make any other moves is if you're not really, tangibly upgrading the situation in a place that you can really feel and see, then is it worth it? But I agree, man. I think that he certainly has as much in the tank as those guys have. And there's just as much possibility there, I think. The thing we can't forget with Baker is that beyond being the number 1 overall pick, he got to go to one of the best landing spots any young quarterback has gotten the opportunity to go to in recent years. Stacked offensive line, stacked receivers, stacked running backs, multiple tight ends all over the place, sometimes 3 deep. Not all quarterbacks get to work with that out the jump. And that is going to put you in more of an opportunity to succeed at that point and shine. Tackman says play-by-play for Roe v. Wade. I ain't touching that one. No, sir, I will not. That is one for the people. Alexander says, where would you rate Jordan Brooks compared to other middle linebackers in the league? Well, it gets hard with him because he's a tackle machine. He can hit, he can run, he's sideline to sideline. He can cover in man, but the zone coverage stuff is legitimately bad. I think he gave up 950 yards in coverage last year, something like that, which for outside, that's hard to do almost, to give up that amount of yardage. So to give up that amount, I think that does knock him down a peg, despite the fact that those other attributes that I spoke to. But if we talk about in the league, other linebackers, he still would be very high up there. Part of though that this does come back then when you think about it, let's look at the middle linebackers in the sport right now. It's not exactly a stacked position. Who are your preeminent middle linebackers? You got, Fred Warner, Bobby Wagner still been considered, one of those guys. We got Roquan Smith, C.J. Mosley, Eric Kendricks. I mean, it's kind of a weak zone of guys in there. I'd say that he would be behind behind Roquan Smith, maybe Eric Kendricks, because Kendricks can cover. Fred Warner, he would be behind him. Darius Leonard. And that would probably be about it. That would probably be about it. So maybe about 4 or 5. But then it also depends on how much you want to ding him for the coverage issues. So that's why I say, Alexander, it's a tough one to assess. He is damn near dominant as a run defender, and with his, what you would give him as like a speed, quickness, athletic rating, but the coverage stuff is still there. Herbicide's got the Niners, Steelers, Cowboys, Patriots, Raiders as the top 5 teams I hate. That's a pretty good list. That is a pretty good list. Dead Center, what do you think about the possibility of us trading for Sam Darnold? I think Pete likes him a lot, but it sounds like a dumpster fire to me. Yeah, me too. I mean, he's had 2 stops now to try to prove it. He's not at any point in time really showed me anything at the quarterback position. Another one of those guys that's like, just like with Baker, it's like remove from your mind the fact the guy was the number 1 overall pick, or remove from your mind this guy was the 5th overall selection in a draft. Watch him throw the football. Watch him take a game of snaps. Just watch him just play the position without anything else brought into it, without any sort of biases brought into it in that respect. And I think you end up walking away from it going, I really wouldn't want that guy to be my quarterback on my team. There's no way that I would want to sign off from that. And that's where I sit with it. So I do think it's a possibility though that dead center that they do try to trade for Darnold now. Like you said, I do think Pete likes him. I think the cost is going to be bottom level low, where you're going to be able to get him for less than what Cleveland had to give Baker for. And Seattle could look at it and go like, we're getting Sam Darnold for half the cost of Baker. It's just too good of a deal to pass up given where our position's at. Even if he's just taking a flyer on him, and even if we don't have a lot of faith that he's going to be all that different or all that much better than what he's been. I still don't want to make the move though. Ominous Jerry, Brandon, how are we doing, my man? I am doing amazing, Ominous Jerry. Having a great stream tonight, and everybody's feeling good and getting stoked for the upcoming season, and I love to see that. Bach was my number 2 quarterback behind Kyler. I really think he can do something if he's in the right system. DK, hopefully Lockett, Fant, 2 good running backs. This offense has potential. Very well said, Ominous. And I've still got some hope for this kid. He's got a lot of talent. He can move. He's got a big arm. He's got a good, big, nice, easy, free and easy release. There's a lot that he brings to the table that you want from the quarterback position. There's some issues he's got to overcome, processing, decision-making. But from a physical standpoint, he has everything you could ask for out of your quarterback. And he's going to get a chance to battle this out with Geno. And in my opinion, Ominous is just that you've put 2 guys that are probably similarly talented around each other. Let the best man win at this point. Give him the full training camp, give him the preseason games, give him an equal number of shots. If I was running a preseason in these 3 games, I would almost say, Jacob Eason, I'm sorry, you're going to get very limited snaps. I'm going to go Geno and Locke, and I need to make my assessment of both these guys. I'm going to run some of this with Geno with the starters, and run some of this with Geno as the starters, and then I'll make my final assessment. Trent Sybots says, just moved to Seattle 2 weeks ago, and I've already been chased to death by a homeless man, and my car has already been stolen. No wonder why Baker didn't want to come here. Oh, no. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, I had my car stolen in Seattle, and not in Seattle, but in the Seattle area at one point back 20 years ago as well. It's not fun. But that's part of the reason, people ask me why I'm not in Seattle at this point, and I eventually may well move back. But one of the reasons that I'm not there versus being out here in the East is, I had to go to work every day down in Seattle, and I had to take a train down there. And you get off the train, and every day you're getting angrily accosted and aggressively accosted by homeless people. And this was when the problem was 1/10 of what it is now. This is 13 years ago. So it's a situation that they've got to work to start cleaning up somehow or another, hopefully, or not cleaning up, but just find a solution to it. Better way to put it. But it is getting a little rough. Alexander Wheeler, Darius Leonard. Yep. Darius Leonard would be ahead of, obviously, Jordan Brooks on that linebacker list. Trent says, had to actually lock myself behind my company's fence to avoid him. Well, they're unpredictable, man. You don't know what those guys, you don't know what they're on, and I get that. Dead Center says, how many carries do you think Penny and Walker will get on average this season? I do think that Penny is going to end up the year at well over 200 carries. In fact, I'd reckon to guess that in an ideal situation here, he's at about 250 carries, and you see Kenneth Walker at somewhere at about 125. I think that's probably the balance the team would like to go with here. So quite a few, Dead Center. I think that the team's going to give them a lot of opportunities, especially Penny. You have him on a 1-year deal. Penny's got a lot to prove. He's going to want to put as many attempts as he can get out there because he knows it's hard for running backs to get paid. If he wants to get that big money contract next offseason, he's got to ball out in a way that really shows he's a difference maker at the position to draw that kind of check. And I think that he's going to know that. He's going to know the time is now to strike to get that kind of contract, coming on the heels of how he finished up last season. And I think that all will align well for us to get the most out of Penny and the best out of Penny. But if he's healthy, I think he almost doubles the amount of carries that Walker ends up getting. Trent chased me for nearly a solid half mile. They got some surprising stamina. Some of those guys do, Kitty. Oh, come here. Tackman says Warner was underrated for a minute. He was. He's definitely up there now. I mean, that guy might be the best coverage linebacker in the sport at the moment. There might be another guy or two a little bit better than him, but he's one of the tops. Trent says we got Locke already, no Cybots. Randall McDaniel with a $2 dono. Thank you, Randall, for all your donos tonight, my guy. He says, when Baker got to Cleveland, they were 0-16, not stacked. Well, they were a bad team, but just because they were a bad team wasn't meaning that they weren't putting together a stacked team on the offensive side of the ball. Maybe his receivers weren't stacked in the first point, but by year 2 of the Baker Mayfield experience, he had a stacked team, Randall. By year 2, I believe that they've got, if I'm not, and you're free to correct me on this, but I believe that by year 2, you've got Jarvis Landry, you've got Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb in the backfield. He's got at least 3 of his 5 offensive linemen are probably top 5 at their position in the sport. I know Joel Bitonio is at the very least. I believe they also had either a center and right guard also in that same component of area. Tight end wise, David Njoku was then in there. They had Austin Hooper was, I guess, a year after that. He would have been coming in for, no, he was in that year in free agency. I think by year 2, they had Austin Hooper in there. So maybe not year 1, Randall, on that, but by year 2, those guys were being assembled in there. And he was getting those guys, and it was only increasing from there. They got the Alabama kid. They stacked it up pretty good. But yeah, they were 0-16. They weren't a good team. But again, there was a lot that when how they were playing defensively, special teams, how they were being coached was also part of that. You could have a stacked offense with not good quarterback play, then bad defense, piss poor special teams, a weird ownership group. Just starting to make the transition to the analytics side of it like they were right around that time period as well, because they were really being renowned for being that trendsetter team on the analytic front of things. But I know you're a little higher on Baker than I am in that respect. So I'll give you his first year, Randall, but year 2, it was getting pretty close to stacky. It was getting kind of stacky by year 2 for sure. Marcus B28 says, love the show as always, but I got to disagree with the Drew Lock take. 7 of the 29 when Drew Brees enters the hall were considered bust or unsuccessful with their first team. The 7 next, Drew Brees, Kurt Warner, Brett Favre, Warren Moon, Jim Kelly, Steve Young, Kenny Stabler. Not saying he's full Hall of Fame, but many times the quarterback turned his career around. It's in his hands. It's a fair point, Marcus. It absolutely is a fair point. I might push back a little bit in that context always matters. And that when you provide that list that you provided, there's a different reason with each of those quarterbacks. A little bit within the basis of your argument is sort of a little bit of that they needed to take their time to find their feet at that first stop to getting to the second stop. But for instance, when you take a look at Warren Moon and Jim Kelly, those are guys that, in Warren's case, he had to go to the CFL because, in my opinion, at that time, the NFL wasn't being as open as it needed to be to bring in a black quarterback. That there was still that stigma being attached to being that way, that you couldn't do it, even though he had earned the right, going to a Rose Bowl with Washington. He should have absolutely been drafted. That was not to do with Warren not being ready to play. That was having to do with the league's own sort of bigotry, quite frankly, with it. Jim Kelly went for the money. He went to the CFL to go get paid first. So not being with his first team and his first stop was more driven by that. You could apply the very same thing to Steve Young, who went to the CFL first to first go get paid, which is why he flamed out at his first stop. Kenny Stabler absolutely fits within your argument and what you're talking about, being that he just did need that time to develop. With Kurt Warner, I don't know if it was that he wasn't ready at his first stop, as he was just a guy that wasn't viewed as that prospect. He wasn't viewed as that guy that had that potential in him, and it took him a little bit. It took just a coach to have faith in him. It wasn't as much, again, to the heart of what you're saying, and just go back to make sure I'm using your words right. Love the show, but 7 of the 28 in the Hall of Fame quarterbacks were considered bust or unsuccessful with their first team. And so I guess maybe you're not saying the reason they were bust or first, but Jim Kelly, Steve Young weren't really bust with their first team, and Warren Moon wasn't really a bust with his first team. Those were guys that had different situations going on for what happened there. But yeah, Brett Favre, I'm with you. Kenny Stabler, yeah, I could fit those guys within the argument. Maybe even Drew Brees a little bit, because Brees, you can make the Brees comparison going from a defensive-minded coach who's very rigid. But you could say with Fangio, even now he's going to a defensive-minded coach, you could still make that argument. There are those stories that do exist, Marcus. There are those quarterbacks who have those tough spots. And Marcus, I made this very argument on Drew Lock. I did a show around called Favre Lock, where I was making that very same comparison to Favre. I'm not trying to sell him down the river. Like I said, I think his talent is right where Geno's at, which is that they've got like second round talent rather than being first round quarterbacks. Now he's got first round quarterback talent in physical ability, but does he have first round talent as far as processing, as far as reading a defense, as far as going through his reads? I'm not so sure at that point, but I'm not sure. So when it comes to Drew Lock, I've not sat down and watched, a ton of tape. As I've said, my whole thing with this, Marcus, that I'm hoping for is if Drew Lock is that guy, like you're saying, maybe he could be, let the competition win out in training camp. Let Geno and Drew go at it head to head, bang it out. Let's get this, let the best man truly win, and whoever wins, let them carry the day. And if it's Geno, let it be Geno. And if it's Drew, let it be Drew. So I'm open either one. I'm just trying not to overstate. I mean, I'm trying to push back mainly against Marcus. I have folks making comparisons of Drew Lock to Josh Allen. And that's where I'm trying to maybe tap the brakes. Let's tap our brakes just a little bit, on that one, just to a tiny degree. But it has happened, to your point. It has happened in NFL history, no doubt about it. TJ Seahawks says Seahawks versus Broncos Super Bowl 2023. That'd be awesome. That'd be an awesome Super Bowl. Alexander says, wasn't Darnold's best play of 2020 a scramble? Feel like no quarterback's best play in any given year should involve scrambling. Laughing my ass off. Yeah, I believe you're right on that. I certainly can't remember him making a throw that wowed me, where I was like, oh my God, that throw. Look out. Mr. Isaac says, I'm an NFC West trash talk group on Facebook, and it has ignited a deep disdain for 49er and Ram fans. It feels a little more personal with 49er fans. With Ram fans, it feels just like they're just a little bit, uppity on their high horse kind of, like their stuff don't stink kind of stuff. With the Niners, it's the 80s Niners. Shut up. Randall says, I think Darnold was drafted number 3. Okay. Yeah, so he's picked high. Jeez. That guy had a lot of rough edges for being picked 3rd overall. Of course, the Jets don't know what the hell they're doing when it comes to taking quarterbacks in the draft at all for like 30 years. Randall says, Darnold was a turnover machine in college and it hasn't changed in the league. No, it hasn't. At no point does he show... he's just as overwhelmed at the position as how he looks. I always come back to, again, a linebacker that converted to playing quarterback. It's just how he looks. Alexander Wheeler, 49er fans think they have a better wide receiver and safety core than us. They have no shame. Yeah, I don't know how you could say either of those. Ward's a good player, but who's your other, Tarquise Tart? The Tart guy? No, I don't think so. No. And wide receiver Debo's fine, but Brandon Ayuk's better than Lockett? And we still have Eskridge, which they don't even have a talent like Eskridge behind Ayuk at that point. Not really. Randall says Randall's about to hit the hay. You have a good one, Randall. Thank you for your donation, man. All your support on the channel, brother. You're awesome. Tackman says homelessness is much worse out here in San Diego. I promise you, Tackman, it's not. I know you think it is. I've lived in both Seattle and San Diego in the last 10 years. And I lived at the El Cortez in downtown San Diego. So I was walking every day out there. And I know it's gotten worse since I left a couple of years ago, but Seattle is in a whole nother realm. Like it's unbelievable when you walk out there, especially versus what it was 15 years ago, 20 years ago. It's tough. But they're both in not the greatest of shape. John Robinson says, I see Walker as like Herschel Walker, Priest Holmes type. Herschel's a little big for me to make a Walker comparison, but I think you're right on the nose with Priest Holmes. There's a lot of Priest Holmes there you can make. Both those guys 5'9". But I think Walker, John, Herschel was a full 6 foot plus, wasn't he? He was like a bigger back. But Holmes, that's perfect, man. Yeah, that's awesome. That's exact. Mr. Isaac says, I used to take the Sounder train into Seattle. That area in Pioneer Square has changed so much over the years. I think that's the one I was taking too. I was taking that. It was the train I would take down from Mukilteo to get down to Seattle, and it would be the one that's on the coast. And you get off the train, and it's like you have to run a battle royale gauntlet to get to the office. And it's just, it's not just guys like, hey, you got some spare change. It's like, give me some money, give me some. Sir, chill. What's going on? Okay. I'm just trying to get to work. Okay. Here. Leave me alone. Go away. It's a bit much. Kelton says, live near a city, don't live in a city. Very good advice, man. It's what I do. It's what I do now. Joseph One says, if Penny gets picked up next season by a different team, do we get compensatory pick based off of his new deal? This is going to be a very interesting pathway and approach for our Seahawks going into next year, Chosen, because they have set themselves up relatively well to not have to go out there and necessarily sign a lot of big free agents. And so, yes, you are 100% correct in that if Penny goes out and balls this season and signs a new deal, it will factor into the compensatory game. The offshoot of that, of course, is what players do you sign to offset it? So if Penny goes out and signs a 5-year, $39 million deal with the team as their next running back, do you sign a deal that's exact commensurate to that, which would then eliminate the compensatory value you'd receive? But if Seattle was smart, they'd already be getting out ahead of this in their look of the next upcoming free agents. I don't know if there's really, if I look at the list of guys that will be free agents, I don't see there's a high likelihood on any of them that you're going to be re-signing any of them. And you could very well go into this next offseason and play that game of let's not dive into the free agent market. Let's look to the trade market instead so that we can then maximize out our compensatory picks that we receive. I think it would be brilliant, a brilliant approach by John Schneider and Coach Carroll to take that approach. And I hope that they do, because Penny could be one of those guys, to your point on that, Chosen One, that sit at the head of that stack of free agent losses that you take, who then ended up drawing back to you a 3rd or 4th round pick in compensatory value because you did play that game. Jason Tudor says, I live in a city and I love it. Different strokes. Very, very true, man. Very true. I don't bemoan anybody living in the city. If you're willing to do it, good for you on that. I wouldn't necessarily do it. Sector 7, Seattle is quite the place. In spring of 2020, my car was broken into 5 times in 2 months, including a smashed windshield. Yeah, that's hearing more of these stories from friends in the area too. It's picking up more and more steam. It really is. It's sad to hear, but it's becoming more commonplace. And the city needs to start taking some more stronger lengths to try to prevent it. I feel like, don't know, maybe they will. Randall says, per capita, Yakima homelessness has to be near the top. Incredible, the crap I see. It started to move out. The thing is that it started in Seattle. Seattle got overfilled though, Randall, and then it's progressed out now. It's pushed out to Central Washington. It's out here even in us now, Spokane. I mean, the center of Spokane's got a huge homeless. I mean, we even had a tent city out here, not even in downtown Seattle and downtown Spokane, but even kind of in the suburb areas. They got like a tent city. And I have a feeling it's only going to get worse as we go forward, unfortunately. HB, if Carson is cleared midseason, could he come back for the end of the season, or do we need to make a decision before the season? Who you got at running back 3 if he retires? HB, the literal procedure that Chris Carson got put into his neck, my brother, you see him on here from time to time. His name's Robert Pennington. You see him on the chat. This is what he does for a living, as far as he's mucking in a company that does that stuff. And the second that he saw that was the type of surgery that Carson had, he phoned me up and he said, you're going to have to let your people know. Let him know he's done. He cannot have this type of surgery and risk sustaining one point of contact, because it could literally paralyze him. And my brother's not one to overstate that type of stuff. This is what he deals with in daily. So I'm going to go off the back what my brother said with this, which is that it's just not possible for him to play. The team's trying to do Carson a solid by, if we can test this and you pass this test and that test, then maybe we'll clear you. But at the end of the day, it's just not happening. As far as who your running backs are, RB3 and RB4, I think it's pretty well set at this point. Travis Homer has been the best third down back on this team going back for the last couple of years. I don't see anything to unseat him out of that role. That would slide Kenneth Walker into more of the backup role to the main Penny guy. Everybody slides then kind of into their role. DJ Dallas is then your, effective 4th running back. And if you got a 4th round running back as your 4th running back, you're not in the worst of shape, especially for a guy like DJ Dallas, who actually had a pretty good year last year running the ball in those few times that he was given it. But I think the team's a little higher on Penny or on DJ Dallas and Homer than maybe the fan base is, but they're high enough on them, I think, to feel good enough with them at that third and fourth running back role. Furlack22 is celebrating 4 months as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member. Thank you, Furlack, for your support of the channel. I really do appreciate it. He says, "What up, Brando? When will we get a DK deal done? And what do you expect from Jamal Adams this year in a full season? And how many sacks from him?" Well, thank you for being that member for 4 months, Furlack. I do think the DK deal will get done before the start of training camp. It very well could go up to the 11th hour here, where we're just on pins and needles right up to the start of training camp. But at the end of the day, I do think a deal does get done. What I'm expecting from Jamal Adams is him to look more like vintage Jamal Adams with the New York Jets. He spoke in the recent training camp OTAs, not training camp, but the OTAs about this defense being aligned to what he was doing with the New York Jets through his first couple of years and him being very comfortable in that role. It's going to ask him to move all over the place. He's not going to be stagnant in one position. It's going to have him as a chess piece being moved all around and the offense never really quite knowing where he's going to be or where he's going to be coming from. As far as sacks go, I don't think that he gets back up to 9.5 sacks again. That was a true outlier year because he was being blitzed at like a 13% rate, which you're never going to blitz him at a 13% rate once again. But I think he could come in at like a good solid 6 sacks, 5, 6 sacks on the year and be a difference maker, be impactful in that realm of things. Alexander Wheeler says it would be weird to keep Carson knowing that he won't be able to play at the start. It's a waste of a roster spot. Agreed. There's no reason to hold him on the spot, especially again, knowing as I know, literally could be paralyzed off of one hit. I don't think that anybody wants to risk that potentiality happening on a football field. I mean, think about it, folks. He didn't just have spinal fusion. If you guys go and look at the pictures, he got an actual piece of hardware put into his neck. Okay. So think about a bone and then think about hardware in a bone and then think about high impact crunching around that bone and that piece of metal. Just think of it on that simplistic of a level of things. It ain't happening. It ain't going to happen. So yeah, I think that at the end of the day, it'll sort itself out, and that'll probably be within. I thought he had to do a test here in this last week or so, but maybe it's still a little bit out. Brian says Darnold's not coming here or going anywhere. I hope you're right, Brian. I hope you're right. Alexander Wheeler, it would be weird to keep Carson knowing that he won't be able to play. Oh, sorry, I read that. Ari Lynn says, what are your top 3 vacation destinations? Ooh, Ari, coming in with a rando question here. Number 1 vacation spot for me is Maui. I definitely think it's a place that's best to go to if you've got a significant other. It's ideal for that. Second destination. I don't do a lot of vacationing, so I'm not a big vacation guy. I do go down to San Diego, see my brother or something, so I like it down there. Probably like somewhere in the Florida Keys, maybe like around like Lahaina would be, or like a Maui would be it for sure, and then probably somewhere Florida Keys, and then down there in northern Mexico, somewhere down there around that Baja area. You kind of can't go wrong there, but definitely places where it's warm. If I'm going on vacation, Ari, I want it warm. You know what I mean? It's nice as my mom lives in Maui though, so I always get to go there on the often, but there's no place like Maui on earth. And yeah, Alexander, I just don't think he's going to get cleared to come back being Carson, even if he comes back halfway in the year. I mean, the thing too that I've heard, Alexander, is that his contract is, I believe, guaranteed for injury. So even if they cut him, they don't save the money. So there really isn't anything, that benefits you by cutting him, even if that's what the choice is. He's just going to end up, don't have him on the roster, you have him on IR, so it doesn't count as a roster spot. But I don't even think he's at this point able to be cut. Mr. Isaac, my favorite beer? Well, I'm not much of a drinker, Mr. Isaac, so I'm a kind of a lightweight when it comes to beer. So it's like I do like a Stella. It's real easy. I'm very generic and easy in that realm of things. You know, if I want to go hard, maybe I'll do like a Fat Tire or something. I barely drink anymore. Like the last time I think I drank was the drunk stream that we had on the Rams game. Like that was the literal last time I drank at this point. I need to go do some drinking here this summer. I'm getting lame. I'm getting lame and old. It's scary. It's scary to get lame and old, man. It happens quick. You're young and cool, and then just suddenly like, oh shoot, I've not done anything here recently. HB says, just don't think Homer's that dude when the Penny injury comes. Very well. I think it does come down to what's the availability out there as far as a guy on the street that's going to help and be an improvement over what you got at the position right now, HB. I think if there is a serious injury to Penny, then you'll see them make a move, a trade, or go find somebody else at that point. But I think they're going to sit pretty stodgedly with what they've got right now. I think whether we feel as high on them or not, I'm with you. I'm not really super high on Homer, nor am I super high on DJ Dallas. Both those two guys I would consider, just like you, question marks. But I think what we consider versus what the coaching staff considers in their view of them, I think are two different things. And this is one of those areas where I think the coaching staff's just, it's like in that Kyle Fuller area where they're just a little bit higher on a given player than we might be. Brian Meyer says, bring back Bo Scarborough. He was pretty good for us, wasn't he? TJ Seahawks says, my phone died, so I had to use my laptop. I do wear out phones. I've been known to do that on my streams. So sorry, man. I got to go long though, Herbicide says, you think we should bring back Collins to back up Walker, to back up Penny? I'm okay with bringing him into camp and letting him battle out with Travis Homer and DJ Dallas. So if you want to have just an open competition in camp and he's willing to come back in, then I'm potentially okay with trying that out. I'm not against it. If it's a lock versus Geno for quarterback one, I'd rather the best man win. I want a better pick. I think Levis is the guy. But I want it competitive, especially if we still have DK. That's where I land with it, Ominous. That's why I'm not married to one or the other. I just say let the process play out. Let those two guys go head to head. It's a fierce battle. Both of them want it. Both of them know the stakes are high. Both of them know they might not get another opportunity like this in their pro career. You couldn't ask for the table to be set better for these guys. Well, now let it play out. Let truly the best man win, which is supposed to be the hallmark of Coach Carroll's coaching philosophy is letting competition win. And that's how you ended up with Russell Wilson as your starting quarterback, even though you still had on the roster Tavares Jackson, who had started games here, even though you'd gone out and spent money on Matt Flynn, because competition carried the day. You ended up with your best quarterback. Let's do it again. TransIBot says Portland is better than LA and LA is better than Seattle and Seattle is better than San Diego in terms of homelessness. I have a whole stand-up bit about it. I don't know, man. Okay, it says Portland's worse than LA's. LA's worse than Seattle. Seattle's worse than San Diego in terms of. I could see it. And again, this is one of those points we get to, Trent. We're parsing between some crappy situations up and down the seaboard on that one. Nobody's city is being remarked of, oh, that gem. That emerald, shining, unfettered city, nobody's saying that about any of those. Everybody kind of goes about them all. Well, if you go to this spot, it can be pretty. If you go to this area of town, then you're reasonably safe, Why do I says Rams fans suck, all 7 of them? I'm with it. Hi, Kitty. How you doing? What? Really? You gonna lay down? Oh. Yeah, why do I? They don't have a lot of fans out there in LA yet. They're doing all they can to bring that fan base up. Maybe a title will help bring it along. That can jumpstart some things. Yeah, there you go. Show them your butt, kitty. That's what they want to see. Goodness. Zal Zero. Brandon, I hope you're doing good. I'm doing well. I hope you are too. Aren't you relieved that Mayfield isn't coming to Seattle? Very relieved. Huge sigh of relief for me today when I read that news or actually heard it on the radio. But for a 5th round pick conditionally and only $5 million to spend on him, that's a great deal. Seattle could have wanted. Yeah, it's a bit much for me. I say, Zal, if it's spending $5 million and giving up a Tariq Woolen for Baker Mayfield for 1 year. Is that worth it? Not quite still worth it for me, Zal. I've actually still landed. I may be one of those few people on this to look at this deal and go, they kind of give up a lot for this being as late in the process. And for the Rams having as few suitors for Baker as they have. To give up that amount for him, to give up, it's not just a 5th round, though. It could be it's a conditional 4th if he plays, I believe, for a certain amount of snaps. So, or a certain amount of games that he starts. And that starts to get to be a little bit of a high cost for a guy that you're getting very late in this offseason, who's coming off a major injury, and who, once again, you're only getting for 1 single year. Herbicide, to be fair, the Portland's always kind of look like that. Yeah, Portland has always been that way. It's not been a change that's undergone them. It's always been there's always been a little smudge on Portland. It's not dirty. There's just always been got a little something on their face, Got a little something, Portland. You got a little, right there. Just right there. Ben Brand says, I think Drew Lock will be starting quarterback over Geno Smith. There's a lot in your camp, Ben. Got a lot of confidence in Drew coming in and win the job. And I'm with it. I just say let the best man win is my main thing. Let the best man win. HB says, R.I.P. Carson. Yep. Rest in peace, Carson, man. It sucks. I'd love to be able to give you guys the news that this isn't coming back, but this is one of those places where I actually have inside knowledge on the kind of surgery he's getting and what it entails and the risks involved with getting this kind of surgery. Rod Jackson says, in your opinion, what is taking so long to re-sign DK Metcalf? I think that Schneider gave you a little bit of a view into this when he talked at the combine about how the receiver market had exploded and that he didn't anticipate it or see it coming. I don't know if he was being truthful or honest with us in that, but it would seem to me that he is, in the respect of it is now taking so long to get DK finished up here. So I think that he had counted on originally, if we started this offseason thinking that he was going to get raw DK at something at like $22, maybe $23 million a year on average. And instead now he's looking at DK asking for somewhere probably in the neighborhood of $27.5 million on average per year. So he's having to go up an extra about $4.5 million. That might be a little bit higher than Schneider wanted to go. And he's having to maybe take a little bit of time to make his peace with that. But I do think that at the end of the day, Rod, it'll get solved. This is just going to make it take a little bit longer because maybe DK's hardlining a little bit more for getting every last dollar he can, which I don't fault him for, but that can elongate negotiations. Megan says, Carson isn't going to play again. My cousin had the same surgery and has to be careful how she sneezes or lest she ends up in a wheelchair or on a ventilator. Yeah. You imagine too, Megan, having a person like that's got that they have to be careful of versus a guy that's now running full speed and going into other men running full speed at 4.4, high impact. It just doesn't add up. There's no way. I had originally thought that this was just spinal fusion surgery, but the hardware you're adding in there is the part that people really got. It's a literal piece of metal you're putting in the neck now, And I mean, look at how you have NFL stuff that'll happen where they'll have those arm things that got the metal on them, or the leg knee braces, and those things can get twisted wrong and bent wrong and all that. Imagine having that under your skin and then having that happen. And it's just not, it ain't going down. Mr. Isaac, who would I want to replace Pete once he retires? Well, Jean, I guess the name out there that's the high profile name that exists out there that would be on essentially the open market as it exists right now would be a Sean Payton type. I would like to get an offensive minded coach brought in first and foremost, because it is an offensive minded league. I like with Sean Payton that he's not just a guy that's a pass happy guy. He's always been a guy when he's at his best that's also maintained the balance, always had a running game. And I think whatever new coach you bring in, even if he's an offensive minded coach, can't get too pass happy in a stadium that you have to play in a lot of inclement weather. So Payton would be the guy, I guess, as far as the hot commodity. Sean Desai might make a lot of sense if he can really take this defense and help bring it along in the secondary. He's a guy that could jump forward. There's not a lot of coaches out there that are hot commodities out there that exist that are just sitting without a job. Lincoln Riley's a guy that I've always appreciated, and I wonder how long he'll last at USC if he happens to have a lot of really early success. And I think he's going to have some early success there. I think there's a lot of benefit he's got behind that program there, and they want to get it back to prominence. So he might be another guy that I would think about. if you're looking a little bit more outside the box. Brian Myers says Hawks next coach, Mario Cristobal. That would be another one that I put right in the same Lincoln Riley bag, Brian. Let's look at what he does with Miami and what he can bring along with them. But he's been another guy he's on his rise a little bit. What Iowa coach? Iowa coach might be another guy up there. Campbell, I think is his name. Diego Tenero says thoughts on Jason Myers. I think that they're kind of stuck with him for a year, Diego. I was going through the numbers on this of releasing him and the dead money hit that you're still incurring. And, you only save $1 million by really moving off from him. And then you could be really going really far backwards at that point in kicking. I think that like Stephen Hauschka, Myers should be a rule of thumb, should be a lesson learned for this coaching staff and front office, which is that when you go and pay kickers, you're just not getting the return. Kickers are like relievers in baseball. It's a thing that goes up and down, up and down. And even in those guys that are considered relatively consistent, there is still a lot of difference year to year in the performance you're getting from them. We're going to have to ride with him for one more year. If we saved more money, I would be willing to cut him and go get somebody else. If we had looked at maybe drafting a guy like that Dicker kid this year who was available in the draft, that would have been a way I wouldn't have minded going either. But you're going to get him from one more year, and I don't know what we're going to get, Diego. His first year, he wasn't very good. His second year, he was amazing. His third year, he was bad. What are we going to get in year 4? I just don't know. None of your business. Jamal Adams is a waste of money. Yeah, well, he has been up until this point. None of your biz. They are trying to make defensive adjustments this offseason to get more out of him. And many of these defensive adjustments are made with the head of how do we specifically get more out of this guy specifically. We'll see. Drunk, I thought Jason Myers would have been cut by now. It's just such a moderate amount of money you're saving, Drunk. He does carry the $4 million cap hit, but I think he has like a $1 million dead money or something. And then you're going to have to sign somebody. So walk through it like this, Drunk. He's a $4 million cap hit, right? You release him. There's still $1 million of dead money hit. So you've saved $3 million on the face of it. But then you have to go sign a new kicker after Jason Myers, who's going to be a league minimum deal, which is $2 million plus $2.1 million. So then you only end up saving $900,000 by moving on from Myers. And you might go very far back at that point to a fringe type kicker just to merely save the $900,000. I get why they haven't done it. I thought they would have earlier in this offseason, but then when I looked at the numbers, like, okay, well, it makes a little more sense. Ben Braun says, but we to trade Geno Smith to the 49ers for Jimmy G. I don't know, Ben. Interdivisional trades are hard to happen. They don't happen very often. If we were not in the same division as the Niners, then I think Jimmy would be on our roster right now. Now, that's possible. You could be onto something with that. But I think, just to my point on this, I do think that when you have a guy, when you have it in the division, these kind of deals just don't happen. Whitey Wise says if Woolen has a good training camp, he could be used as a gadget defensive back, bring him in to cover certain tight ends, bigger, faster wide receiver matchups, ultra fast, deep safety, etc. I'm with it. I'd like to see this coaching staff be more open to finding guys' roles as opposed to if a guy's starting, then he's in on every snap and everything on here. Why not find a guy a role? And, the comparison I made wide at the top of this show was Trey Flowers, who Seattle was done with and didn't think there was any way to get anything out of him on a football field. He went to Cincinnati. Cincinnati used him as sort of a big nickel type player, and he found some success there. Found some really good success there. So I think they should look to try to do the same thing. Herbicide says Florida Keys is fun as hell. Highly recommend it. Yeah, Florida Keys I'm with. Florida Keys, Hawaii, Northwest Mexico in there. It's all good. Full Sail Amber Ale. That's a good one, AI. That's a tasty beer. Do Dallas improve a lot last year? I don't know if they've improved a lot, but they're going to be in position to make some noise, AI. You're in a pretty relatively weak division, though the Eagles, I think, are going to be kind of low-key scary. But Dallas has got a chance. Dak now a year back from that major injury. They could definitely make some noise this season. Mr. Isaac, which game are you most looking forward to? Week 1, Mr. Isaac. Week 1. Monday Night Football. Russell Wilson coming back into CenturyLink with Denver Broncos, former AFC West foe coming back in. The same foe we beat in the Super Bowl. It's too good. it's too good of a storyline, too good of a it's going to be too exciting, I think. So that's the main one for me. That's just straightforward and easy. Like, yeah, that's the one right there. Outside of that game, I don't know if I have one outside of that one that I'm really, really jumping out with and going, yeah. Delakey says Baker's 3 wins better than Locke. He might be. I don't know. Sal Zero, I'm hoping Walker the third starts and beats out Penny. He's a literal force. Have you seen him take the number 2 draft pick Aiden Hutchinson miss? Have you seen him make number 2 draft pick Aiden Hutchinson miss and make him look silly? He can definitely do that consistently. I agree. I agree, Zal. I just want to I think sometimes you can tend to overload rookies by trying to start them too early and too quick. And I don't want to do that with Walker. I like the idea of rookies finding them a role and letting them fill in that role and don't overload them. Don't put them in the position where they hit that rookie wall in week 8 where their legs are out of them. They've just been overused up too much. So I'm more in favor of just finding him that role, but that doesn't mean that I'm any less high on him than you are, where I'm very high on him as well. And I think he's got a lot of upside. It's the exact argument I just made on that video I released a couple days ago on our running back situation. TJ Seahawks says, why do everyone think we won't make the playoffs? Like Bobby left, we have Brooks. Reed left, we drafted 2 cornerbacks. Russ left, we run first. Plus, we need a quarterback to throw 20 times a game. That's not a lot. I think it's an easy, lazy take, TJ. You know, you lose Bobby, you lose Russell. A lot of these pundits and analysts don't want to look too deeply at the team, and they go, well, you play in the toughest division in football, and you lost 2 of your best players, so now you have to suck. And I can't fault them for taking that stance. It's not completely without merit. But when you look more deeper into this team, that's part of the argument that I'm making this offseason is that there's more to feel, to me, optimistic about than to look at the team through that lens, simply because you've lost those 2 players. Marcus B28, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, excellent response to my post. Oh, well, thank you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for the donation to the channel, brother. I appreciate it. And I want to go back what we were talking about there. I get late in these streams, man. My eyes get a little bit crossed. Yes, I hear you. I hear you. Well, I can't see where we were talking about. I forgot. We were just talking about something and I spaced it out on that. I'm blanking. But thank you for the donation, Marcus. I wanted I lost my train of thought there. But thank you for the donation, man. Appreciate it. Oh, it was, yeah, we were talking about the quarterback. So there we go, Marcus. Yeah. And I think you have a solid ground to stand on with that, by the way, which again, it's when I was definitely looking at that Brett Favre comparison is the one that stands out to me, where you have Brett Favre taken in the 2nd round by Atlanta, goes to Glanville, gets in Glanville's doghouse in Atlanta, goes to Green Bay. The going consensus out there, Marcus, is that Brett gets to Green Bay and instantaneously he hits the ground running and he's amazing. But he's not. Still takes him a couple years after that of getting into Green Bay before he truly gets to that MVP level of play. And, was anybody in Green Bay saying Brett Favre's going to be Brett Favre when the trade was made with Atlanta? No, it wasn't. But you definitely have solid ground in saying that this has happened before in NFL history. And when you have an uber talented quarterback, you never know when the light's going to go on. And the light goes on at different times for different guys. And not always is it instantaneous. Not always is it after year 1 or 2. Not always is it in a bad situation, especially if a guy is apt to maybe mentally be, ridden down a little bit by a coach that'll be a little bit harder on him versus maybe a player-friendly coach that's a little more of a leaning towards the positive than the negative, let's just say. So it certainly is possible it can happen. I wouldn't be blown away to see it occur. Ben Brown says if Pete retires, I think Drew Brees will be our next coach. Maybe. I don't know if Drew wants to coach. Possible. Megan says, I know Coach loves Carson, but even in that mind, he has the sense to let him go. He's got to do it, Megan. You can't risk a guy becoming... it's sad in football. We've had it happen a couple of times. Luckily, I don't think it's happened recently. But I remember in my... what was it? I think it was Utley with the Detroit Lions back when I was a kid who got paralyzed on the field. And it's just... That's a tough card to pull, man, once you get to that point of being disabled like that and what goes next with those guys. And they don't tend to live a long life. Not good. It's not the greatest thing. If we had a top 10 running game and a defense, we could have a shot at a wild card. Our kicker has to be better. Is there another kicker that you would be willing to replace? There's not another one out there right now. Kicking in this sport it's not in the strongest place. You don't have, 15 frontline kickers. You probably have like 3 or 4 frontline kickers and then a lot of variance behind them. So unfortunately, there's just not that guy there to go get. Part of why I was advocating for doing like what you did with Dixon. Go into a given draft and say, hey, in this particular draft, we're going to go and take the best kicker in this draft. And we might have to take him in the 4th round to accomplish that. But we're going to walk away with the best kicker in this draft and then have him on a cheap contract for the next 3 years. I think Seattle should look to try to do that at some point here in this rebuilding trek, but unfortunately not right now. Dara C says, I hope the Seahawks defensive coaches throw out all the old Seahawks defensive schemes. Dara, unfortunately, it's not going to be all of it go out. Certainly, even the new coaches like Desai talked about this recently where he said he pushed back a little against, this all being his defense brought in wholly and that it's going to be all of the old out. This is still going to be Carroll's defense. You're going to still at times get the cover 3 being brought in. You're still going to see the corners playing off coverage and dropping into bail technique at times. But you should be seeing way more variance, way more disguise, way more aggression. And so you can still run some of those old coverages if you're peppering in some more of the differentiation that I'm looking for here. Be more diverse in your approach. And if they do that, then you can get away with running some of that old stuff from time to time. But it's all about how much you're doing it. And if you're doing it to the extreme degree you're doing it before, where it was almost every single play versus, again, running a variety of different coverages or a variety of different schemes play in and play out, which I think you will see, Dara. Megan says, not looking forward to week 6B. I'm upset. Oh, I'm looking forward to that one too. But Russell back on week 1 after this offseason, Megan, it's so epic. But I'm looking forward to seeing him in person. That's like a different thing. It's a different thing. Completely different. Austin WK says, will Kobe Parkinson get more receptions this year? In college, he was a red zone target. I think with the developing West Coast offense and use of 2 tight ends, he and Fant can help move the chains. Well, certainly with the spending of the money on Disley like they have Austin, that certainly is a little bit of an indictment, even if it's just to a small degree on Colby and the confidence the coaching staff has in Colby. Because if they thought he was ready to take over the reins of what Disley does in this offense, they're not going to pay Disley 3 years, $24 million. It doesn't mean that they don't see some light with Colby, and I think that he really came along last year, especially in his run blocking. I was really impressed versus where he came from Stanford in his run blocking versus where he ended up. I agree with you. Back in college, the thing that really jumped out was how he could high point a ball, use every bit of that 6'7" frame to get up there at the goal line in the red zone and just high point the ball over the top of guys. They've not really tried to use it on the pro level with him. You've not seen them put him in those position and circumstances to even try to have him do that. I'd like to see it this year, though. Sure would like to see him from time to time, at least give him a chance at that. But I do think his snaps are going to be a little bit limited with bringing in Fant and then also still having Disley here. Now, if there's an injury, he'll get more of an opportunity at that point. As we know with Disley, there is a decent chance that could happen too. Brian Roberts, what's up, Brian? Good to see you. Brandon, if you had to rank the overall roster, where would you place the Seahawks? I saw ESPN or PFF had us ranked as the 29th in the league. Is that accurate? As an overall roster, 29th in the league? No, that's not accurate. Atlanta's got a worse roster. Miami's got a worse roster. The Giants have a worse roster. Jacksonville's got a worse roster. The Jets have a worse roster. So that's at least 5 teams. That's got us at 26. I feel like I'm leaving somebody out too. I think we're better than Carolina. That's 25. I think we got a little bit of a better roster than even the Steelers right now. So that puts us at 24, better than the Texans, 23. Better than the Lions, 22. Better than Chicago, 21. Better than the Vikings. Well, I'll give the Vikings maybe. The Vikings got a little bit better than us. So we're 21. 2021, depending on where you put Washington. But that's nowhere near 29, right? 29's out. 29's out of, that's out of control. That's way too low. Mr. Isaac, you were talking about how you would love to trade for Baker now. Living Sacred Cacti. Glad we didn't get Mini-Me Baker. Tired of undersized quarterbacks who hold the ball because they can't see over the line on a 3-step drop. Big player bust is not sustainable. Amen. I'll tell you, Living Sacred Cacti, I'm not trying to throw shade at Russell Wilson here. I just want the next quarterback to be prerequisite size. Give me a guy that's got 6'3", 6'4", 6'5", who can see over the top of those line. I think it makes a difference. I think the smaller quarterbacks, which have become in vogue now, are great. It's not to say that they can't play in this league, but when you bring on a short quarterback like that, you're having to overcome some of their limitations from the jump before you get to any of the fruits of their play on the football field. I'd much rather have a quarterback come in that I don't have to work around in that way, and I just get to develop him naturally as a quarterback versus what I've seen there. I hope that's the approach they take. And yeah, Baker is a tiny bit undersized. He's what, 6', maybe 6'1"? Christian Joyce says, B, do you have a gut feel the percentage of first-round quarterback drafts that have been duds versus those that have resulted in franchise quarterbacks? I get the feeling that the success in 3 to 4 years relies on it. Do you have the percentage of first-round quarterback drafts that have been duds versus those that have resulted in franchise quarterbacks? So there's two. Let me apply a couple answers to you on this one, Christian. First, I think that the drafting of quarterbacks and the assessment of quarterbacks has gotten better in the last 10 years than versus the 10 years prior to that. So that I think that the scoutings, they're getting better and better and better in this roast film. It's still not a perfect science, but it is getting better. The franchise quarterback hit rate is probably at about 35% for first round quarterbacks. I've heard 30. I think it's about updated numbers would be about 35%. That's rough, but that's about what you're going to get. I do think that there's a little bit that I'd say with this though, Christian, where we're not necessarily looking for the franchise quarterback with the next quarterback. You are looking for a guy with talent. You're looking for a guy that can be the point man on this offense, but you're not looking for a guy that you're eventually hoping to open up the offense to 35, 40 throws a game. You just want them to work within the context of the offense, move the chains, and keep the offense good enough to be putting points up and keeping your defense fresh for the full circle of the football team to work out correctly. And I think that's an important part of this process because I think it does affect which quarterback you go look to target. KJ Jefferson, for instance, might be a way more talented guy or even moderately more talented than Will Levis. But Levis might be more pro ready. Levis will have more of a background in this exact offense you're running right now with taking snaps under center, with being more pro ready from the jump. So then that factors in. You might look at that KJ Jefferson guy as that franchise quarterback, but he might take a couple years to get to where I need him to get to. Versus Levis being ready now, but the top end is then reduced. So that's where I get a little more in the Parsi side of it between these quarterbacks and how we look at them, Christian, because I think it is important to remember. We want to get a guy that is pro ready, first and foremost. We are duplicating the 2012 blueprint, and that's what sits at the head of doing that. TJ Seahawks, would you trade a third for Tucker, or is that too much for a kicker? That's too much for a kicker for me, especially one that with Tucker, I'm still going to have to give him money, or he still makes a decent base salary. So I don't Don't want to be giving up a third for a kicker and then giving up a third for a kicker, and I got to pay him. Tackman says John Carlson was a stud tight end out of Notre Dame if it wasn't for an injury. He was. He's good. A little bit of a concussion problem, I think, with Carlson, too, if I'm not mistaken. The timing of rebuilding now seems smart. The Rams in a couple of years should take a dive after paying big contracts. The Cardinals I foresee staying lateral or worse, and the 49ers are competition. Agreed. I think you're setting the stage well by doing the rebuild now. To your point on that, the Rams, Stafford, Donald, Ramsey are not going to be at the same state 2 years from now than where they are right now, I would say. And there's more guys even beyond them that are going to be on that same point. The Niners are going to be in an interesting situation where they're going to be having, after they sign Debo, if they end up signing Debo and end up signing Bosa, they're going to have 5-6 guys that are making top of the line contracts at their position in the sport. And that's going to make it hard to build out the rest of the roster. So even though I think they will still be competitive, so much is going to depend on the Niners and what Trey Lance is going to be able to become. I mean, there's so much riding on that for them. Tackman says, do you see Russell destroying us at home, Brandon? No, I don't, Tackman. I think it's going to take time for the Denver to learn how to play with Russ and the way you got to operate with him. I think there's some real small details within this. Like the main one I like to mention with this Tackman is, you have Russ, he wants to take a shotgun snap 1.5 yards further back. So now my center's got to adjust how he snaps the ball. My tackles have to adjust how they play off the snap with a pass rusher who's now going to press them more to the edges because the quarterback's gaining more depth and they have a more cleaner, straighter route to get to the quarterback. There's little things like that I think Denver is going to have to adjust around Russell. It's not to say that they're not going to eventually, and that they will find their money spot with them. But to think that will be in the very first game of the season, I don't think so necessarily, in my opinion. I also think that there's something to be said for Coach Carrol having a book on Russell Wilson and knowing exactly the proper way to attack him or prevent him from attacking our Seahawks. And I think that that's also going to factor into the game plan quite a bit. Tony Wright says, are the Seahawks interested in Jimmy Garoppolo if the 49ers release him? Tony, I think they would be interested in him if they released. Yes. What does Jimmy want to be making at that point? I don't know. I'm not a big guy on Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm really not, on it for a couple of different reasons, but yes, I do think that the Seahawks would certainly be kicking the tires on Garoppolo. King Bomber says, I think there's hope for those other teams you mentioned. That's why they're ranked higher, like the Jets with a great draft or the Giants with a great draft. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with people looking at it from that standpoint, King Bomber, but I know it's not you making this argument, but if the pundits who assemble the list and put us at 29 are doing, well, they had this great draft, so I'm going to put them ahead of Seattle because of that. Yeah, we were still won 7 games last year with a quarterback that was broken through most of the year, playing backup quarterback for a couple of the games of the season last year. We were still a very competitive team through every game we played. We weren't getting blown out. Whereas those other teams like a Giants or Jets have times last year where they just looked absolutely awful, horrible for whole given lengths of a few games in a row. So that's where it's like, just because you have a great draft, you haven't shown on the field yet. We've shown on the field. Yeah, we were in the cellar last year. We were in the cellar with a 7-win season. And before that, we had won the division, so I have less of an understanding of why they put us at 29. That just seems extreme to me. I'm okay with keeping us in the 20s, but 29th best roster? That's crazy. If it's around 35% franchise quarterback's first round success rate, then would it be smart to grab a second round quarterback in the second or third round as well to help your chances? Not necessarily, because your chances, if you're talking about it being 35% and grabbing a first round quarterback, it's probably then at the very least halves, if not goes 2/3 down into the second round. So if it's 35% for first round quarterbacks, I would reckon to guess if you're looking at second round quarterbacks, getting a franchise quarterback when you select theirs probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 10%, maybe 15% at the highest, which we're still talking long odds at that point. Analytics are saying that this is what you're supposed to do, to your point. I mean, the new model is they're saying that I think that you get to a place of starting to waste draft picks a little bit. I'm okay with drafting a quarterback 1 year, seeing what you have in him. And if you do like the Cardinals did with Rosen, you're like, man, this is a nightmare. This ain't going to work. We got to go get our next guy here. We can't just get married to this guy just because we selected him the prior year. I'm fine with that mentality, but doing 2 in 1 year simply to overcome the odd rate of hitting is, I think, not a good way to go either. Especially because it's less of you getting that, we'll draft back both guys, we'll get a guy in the second round, and then if number one guy hits, we'll just trade the second guy in a year from now. That always looks good on paper, but doesn't ever quite work out that way like you would think. TJ says Seahawks and Niners are the best rival game in the division. I agree. Niners and 49ers are still the kind of funnest matchup. Jason Tudor with the $5 donation. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate Jason. Appreciate the $5 donation. Very kind of you. Says, howdy B. Loving the new positions of the cat bed. You can see their little breaths. Super absorbs. Yeah. She's got them deep breaths too. Oh gosh, I woke her up. Just looking too good. What's the matter? What? I gotta pet you. Gotta give you some loves. Yeah, she's the talkative one, this one. Got a lot to say, Jason. Got a lot to say. Yeah. You tell him. You want Baker Mayfield? No? You want Sam Darnold? How about Sam Darnold? Oh, she got no answer on Sam. She likes Sam. She was a no on Baker, but Sam, she's like, maybe. I can maybe go with Sam. Christian Joyce, thank you for the $2 donation, Christian. Appreciate you. Kristen, it might be Kristen. I might be saying Christian. It's Kristen. Christian. Spelled with that, the K's throwing me off on it. But thank you for the donation nonetheless. Kristen says, wouldn't you be happy to wait a couple of years with the talented non-pro ready? Wouldn't you be happy to wait a couple of years with the talented non-pro ready draft option so that you get the higher ceiling? Super Bowl ain't easy to win. It's definitely a method of approach to wait a year on this. I think that if I was building more of an offensive approach that was built around needing the quarterback to be that difference maker guy, like let's say what you see the Buffalo Bills doing with Josh Allen or the Kansas City Chiefs doing with Patrick Mahomes. If I have an offensive minded coach who's looking to have that kind of quarterback at the head of that stack to run that thing, then yes, I would be more of the mindset that you're talking about. But I have a defensive minded coach who on his best days, as far as being most past happy, is still going to be at a 50-50 rate. He does not want to throw the ball very often. So that means that to me, that's naturally going to limit then what I'm going to come to expect from my quarterback, or limit what I need to expect from my quarterback. What I actually need to do then is build more to the rest of the team, more than locking on that one quarterback guy to be the driver of things. And I think that this is partly out of the fitting to the blueprint model of 2012, Christian. I mean, they went and they said, okay, the second we deviated from our 2012 blueprint, which was to build a super team up, get a young quarterback in here who's on a cheap rookie deal, who's taking 0.55% of the salary cap, and then having that team roll. If you're looking to duplicate that, then you're not looking to duplicate that around that difference-making talent guy that's the no-brainer top 5 pick quarterback who's going to carry the day for you. You're looking to go more in the mold of what Russell Wilson was, which of course was a third-round pick. Not that you're looking to a third-round pick, but just that you're going to be happy with it being just a first-round talent type quarterback at that point. And I think the other important part here, Christian, is the amount of talent of quarterbacks coming in this upcoming draft. You could see 5, maybe 6 quarterbacks worthy of first-round grades in this upcoming draft versus what we saw in this last draft, which was maybe not even one quarterback who was really a worthy first-round grade. And then even that through the second round, we see maybe one quarterback in the second round, and then finally a couple guys in the third, Sam Howell taken in the 5th. That whole planning out 2 years in advance sounds all well and good until you get 2 years out and come to find that there's not that difference maker quarterback in the draft. There ain't that guy that you thought was going to be there for your perfectly, planned scenario that you were really setting the stage properly for to be executed. So you kind of got to strike a little bit while the iron's hot here. And if I have a particular draft with 5 first-round quarterbacks, and I then bend that into the fact that my offense isn't reliant on a difference-making quarterback at the position. I need more of a point guard distributor type guy for the position. All the more reason to maybe take the 3rd, 4th quarterback in that quarterback-rich draft, because it's not a huge drop-off and he's going to be just fine and able to still get me up into that Super Bowl and carry the day. I think Super Bowls are driven more by the teams than they are the quarterbacks. You do need a great quarterback. That's something that does help you come along, but it's just by the way that they're building this team and how they're doing it. I certainly would be differently in how I view this if you have more of an Andy Reid here. If you had a Sean Payton here, Christian, if I had a Sean Payton here, I might be more in line with what you're thinking about. But yeah, just the Can't get around that old defensive coach. He's going to want to be defensive coach, and he's going to want to run the ball. No other way about it. Thank you for the donation, though. And Jason, thank you as well. Really do appreciate it. TJ Seahawks says, I just want to sweep the Rams. I don't care if we lose every game as long as we go 2-0 against the Rams. I'd be okay with that, too. Be okay with that. I'd be with it. Megan Gock with the $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate you. Says, okay, B, this 12 is out. So stoked about no Baker. So much to look forward to. Bring it on. Talk soon. Well, thank you, Megan, for all your donos to the chat. And I am indeed looking forward to that Week 6 game where we're going to go out there and watch our Hawks kick some ass. Can't wait for it. I am stoked for that. It's going to be fun. It's been a couple of years since I've seen a game, so I just can't wait on that. But I am too. This offseason, as much as it's been about the choices you've made, it's been about the choices that you've avoided. And it's not always that way for me, Megan. There are times it's about the choices you're making, but it's like this draft. You know, you didn't do what you've done in prior drafts, which is bounce all over the place, and we'll move back a couple picks, then we'll jump up over here, and then we'll bounce in. You sat in the pocket, and you took value, and you took the best player available on the board, and you stayed patient, and it's staying patient and not panicking and not doing the shortcut move. And the team is taking the solid, slow, proper approach. And as I've said over and over again, it's the approach that's going to bring out the greatest returns. It's the slow roll approach that gets you there, not the quickness, not the speed, not the sense of urgency. You want sense of urgency when you're already up at that top spot, when you're already in that Rams place, and now you're trying to go for it and push the envelope as far as you can push it, not as you're slowly starting to build. So they are taking the proper routes here, Megan, and it should get everybody really excited, not just for this future upcoming season, but for the future seasons beyond, because your team is smartly applying decision-making at more places than they're not. And I haven't always been able to say that about them over the last couple of years. Christian says, pronounced perfectly. Oh, well, thank you. I hope I was putting that out. It took me a long way around to get there to kind of explain it the way I was trying to, I know on that, but you have a point where you're coming from on that. I'm looking for the guy. King Bomber says, man, if we beat, and specifically, Chris, this is a debate, this is the fun debate that goes on right now between the Will Levis and KJ Jefferson talk. Because, for me, KJ Jefferson is truly right now probably a top 10 first round pick. But he is that guy that if I bring him in, and he's that guy I think you're talking about who could be that franchise guy, but I think he's going to take a couple years. Don't think he's going to be as ready to hit the ground running it from the day one. Think I'm going to need to wait. Think I'm now sort of more hitching my wagons to looking at this guy through a 10-year view as opposed to looking at it through this couple-year view that we're in right now. And again, back to that 2012 blueprint. King Bomber says, man, if we beat the Rams twice, that would bring back some memories. YDY says, reason Seattle is better than most think. Ended 2021 going 4-2, scoring 31 points per game, carried by a dominant running game. The last 6 games, Seattle had a plus 29 point differential for the season too. That is pretty darn good for a team that was in the cellar to be plus 29. And point differential is a thing that can be more of an indicative thing of telling you success if you're looking to do it in the future year. Great stats, YDY. Great stats. TJS Hawks, I'm also out. It's 12:30 a.m. I have to work 8. Good night, everyone, and don't you ever forget, go Hawks. Well, yeah, go Hawks. And we are going to go ahead and wrap this up here. We're 4 hours 20 minutes in, so we'll put the bow on this particular show here as we can. Nolan R. Vance, what's up, Nolan? Good to see you in the party. He says, late to the party, better late than never, my man. Says, long work days. Hope you're able to at least relax and chill out now. Get yourself a beer or something. Says, I wouldn't have taken Baker without also getting a pick as well for more draft capital. I wouldn't have taken Baker without also getting a pick as well for more draft capital. Oh, I see what Nolan's saying. So Nolan's saying, hey, not only am I not giving you a 4th or 5th round pick, you're giving me that, and then I'll take on your headache. And that's what we were hearing about where this was. It's interesting that that Carolina came in at this late of an hour to offer, I think, kind of a substantial offer to him as they did. I mean, to me, $5 million and what they have, knowing that the Browns didn't really have much of a market for Baker. You weren't really competing with any other teams outside of maybe us. Maybe us. Seahawks Time says, one critical question. Does your cat understand how overrated Trey Lance is? Let me see. We'll see. You can hear her. She says yes and no, so you can actually hear it. I'll turn the mic here so you can hear her response. She's going to give me a little attitude because I'm waking her up here, but hold on. Let's see what she says. Hey, Pumpkin. Is Trey Lance overrated? She said, yeah. You saw that. You heard it. Pumpkin has spoken. Pumpkin has spoken, and she says Trey Lance is overrated. That's cat psychic energy. You can't mess with that. That's like unfettered of biases, you know? She's speaking with the spirits purely and straight to them, straight to the source. So she understands. See, she's telling me. She gets it. She gets it, man. She gets it. King Bomber back when the Rams only had 2 wins against us, against the Legion of Boom. Man, oh man, some sweet revenge. I'll go back to those days. That'd be nice to have. What's your prediction on what we will be? What's your prediction on what we will be the most successful at and our biggest weakness for the upcoming season? Great question. I think we're going to be most successful as a running team next year. I think we're going to be an efficient running team. I think our running backs are going to have a high yard per carry average, and they're going to move a lot of chains in doing so. Our biggest weakness is going to be the quarterback position. We're not going to be able to rely on it, I don't think. I don't think it's going to be a difference-making situation there. I think to a degree it kind of holds you back a little bit. It certainly is going to hold you back. But those would be the 2 places I'd go to. Mr. Isaac, you have a good one, man. Why do I? You have a good one as well, man. Connor Wilson, you're the effing man, Brandon. The Beast Beefcake. Thank you, Connor. I appreciate it. I'll take that. I'll be the Beast Beefcake. There's worse nicknames. Hamster Gorilla, thanks for doing the show tonight. My pleasure, man. Getting hyped up for this year. We're a mere couple weeks out from training camp, so I'm stoked. Seattle Times is in the house. What's up, Seattle Times? Sonic Hawks Nation, let's say we come out hot and beat the Broncos. What effect could it have on team, and how could it be different compared to losing that game? Which rookies do you see have the most potential? Look, football is a short season. It's unlike basketball, unlike baseball, which you go, or this is a marathon. I don't know if you say that as much about the NFL season. It is very much a sprint. And getting any kind of momentum can start to get that ball rolling in a degree that shouldn't be understated if you can hit. And even a win like that, and especially a win like that, you know, for a team that everybody's telling is not going to be anything, and everybody's been hyping up this other team that has this quarterback who used to be your quarterback a year out, I certainly think that could provide a shot, an injection of confidence that could help propel this team. Now, is it in itself going to shoot this team to the top of the stack and make them elite? No. But we're talking about, and as I've been talking about for the last couple of months, a team that could put enough parts together to get themselves into a playoff status and to be a playoff contending team. And I think that's certainly a road and pathway that could send you on with an opening win like that on that national stage. You know, it's just one win. You'll have a whole lot more work to do, but it's absolutely would be a step in the right direction and get them going down that lane. King Bomber says Trey Lance has officially been concluded as a bust. Message from the gods. It is. It's true. See, watch. I'll ask her again. Watch. Just to show you guys that the answer is absolutely being non-biased. Here we go. Is Trey Lance a bust? Trey Lance a bust? Yeah? Is he? She's saying yes. She said, yeah. She went, yeah. That's how she said. She can't pronounce her words. Her lips don't move like that. But yes. It's non-biased Seahawks Times. It's non-biased, and it's straight from the football gods. And we all know the football gods don't lie, especially when they're speaking through cats. Breeze Sea Farm. Hey, all late here, but I hope our Seahawks can make a wild card position. That would be a beautiful dream. Oh, what a beautiful dream it would be. And you aren't dreaming too large. You aren't daydreaming outside the stack here. It is possible. And I've been making that case, Breeze. I've been trying to make that case for a couple months now. Yeah, the team could be rebuilding. Could be in a bad state. Quarterbacks could end up holding us back. We could find that we need to still add way more talent onto this football team. It could be that way. But there is certainly a door here that could swing wide open to this team getting on a nice roll, running the ball well, the defense coming together, the special teams being what they've been and what I expect them to continue to be, and that riding you back into that playoff spectrum of things. Let's not forget, they added that extra playoff team. They removed that extra bye, one extra playoff team in each conference. Makes it a little bit more easier to get yourself to the playoffs. I'm trying to give you good questions, Brandon, so you stay on longer. I know that technique. This ain't my first rodeo. Boom 12. Can we trade for Baker with only money like they gave us Baker and we only take the $18 million? Sorry if that doesn't make sense. No, it does make sense. And that was a little bit what someone was speaking to above about making the trade and then you getting draft capital back from them. That could have been a way this went with Cleveland, where you went, Cleveland will take on Baker and we'll take on all of his $18 million, the totality of it. But now you need to give us a 4th round pick back. The NFL has allowed and opened up now for teams to basically be able to deal, money for draft picks. You got to do it a little bit in a wonky way a little bit, but you absolutely can do it. It's totally feasible. King Bomber rookies that will have the biggest games versus Denver, Nick Bonito and Tariq Woolen, 2 sacks and 2 pick sixes respectively. Ooh, okay. Nick was he's a good pass rusher coming out of Oklahoma. I ain't gonna sell on Nick. He can rush. The thing about Nick though is he going to get the chances, King Bomber, because of course they signed Randy Gregory and they're still bringing Chubb back on the other side. So I don't know if Bonito's going to get a lot of snaps in that particular game, especially being his first game. But I'm with it. Yeah, Boom 12, you can do that. So you could say rather than us giving you a draft pick and then spending only $5 million on Baker, we could spend $18 million and then you give us a draft pick back instead. Yeah, 100% you could do that. I still say DeAndre Johnson at quarterback or Eric Berry at quarterback. He played at Eastern Washington like Cooper Kupp. He did our He's a little field mouse back there in the backfield. Eric Berry is. He is. He's an undersized cat. You know what I mean? He's a smaller dude. But you never know. I think he might got a chance to practice squad. You never know. King Bomber says, I just feel like it's one of those defensive games where Pete knows Russ and Drew Lock would make the offense suck anyway. I think it'll be a close game. It's the first game of the year, right? Offenses aren't going to be running at full speed, you would think at that point. Both teams already have a little bit of an inkling towards liking to run the ball as it is. So it could be a lot of Javonte Williams and Rashad Penny throughout this game. And then I like our chances. If it turns into a slugfest like that with the ground games, I think our defensive line is better situated to stop the run versus Denver's defense, which is, I think, more situated to try to force teams to get more pass happy. I think the Denver defense is that exact team that's been set up to take down the Kansas City Chiefs and the Chargers and the Oakland Raiders, but not necessarily the team that's trying to, run downhill on them all game. Matthias says, how does our run game dominate this year? I'm slightly worried about the young guys early in the season. Hopefully Waldron can scheme up some things to their strengths. The running game dominates because you've got difference makers at the running back position, and you stacked them too deep in Kenneth Walker and Rashad Penny. You've brought in more mobile offensive linemen, which you did not have last offseason. You still had those man-mountain people movers at the position that were good at taking a guy on one-on-one and driving him back, but you couldn't get him moving laterally to save their life. Now you've at least brought in 3 offensive linemen in this offseason that can move laterally. And this scheme in the run block game is not like normal run blocking schemes where we're just going to come at you and we're going to man you up and take you out. Instead, it's going to be a little more tricky with how it runs its run game. And it's going to try to get more of a numbers game to one side of the football field, which is going to require reach blocks, which is going to require lateral movement, which is going to require athletic offensive linemen who can move in space, which is, as I just said, exactly what you just now added this off season. So that's how you get to be a dominant rushing attack, is you now have a modernized rushing attack that's not just built upon hitting the A gap over and over again and running over the back of the center, but now is going to attack to the edges of the defenses as well. I think the fly sweep quotient is going to be better built in. Let's not undersell that as well. If D. Eskridge is able to be healthy at least 10 or 11 games this year, now you're a threat with the fly sweep. Now you're going to make those linebackers move out of their gaps pre-snap. So it all comes together to me to make this running game potentially dominant. All of those factors, not just one thing, but the confluence of all those things coming together. Boom 12 says Seahawks defense knows Russ, 0 points for him. I like it. Breeze CFam. Yes, correct, Brandon, my man. Thanks for the shout out. Let's go Seahawks. Boom. Forever cracking up the pressure. Cranking up the pressure. Hell yeah. Crank that pressure up. I feel the hype pumping up. Game 1 going to be insane. Oh, I can't wait. I'm going to be out of my mind. I'm going to be out of my mind that Monday night. Out of my mind. King Bummer. At the same time, Seattle has been terrible against the Packers. While that may be because Russ scored 0 points against Green Bay, it shouldn't be taken likely that Seattle hasn't had the best history against quarterback Rodgers and Nathaniel Hackett. I mean, King Bomber, though, I would say, let's look at the last few games, though, that Rodgers has played against our defense, even going back to the playoff game in 2019. I mean, it's been a few years now since Aaron Rodgers has lit this defense up. Even in last year's game, to your point on this, it was more about Russell's deficiency in being able to do anything offensively for that team than it was about what the defense was doing. I thought they played damn well in Lambeau last year. So, I mean, they did good against his defense there. I think they've been doing pretty good recently against, when they played at home, they played against us in Seattle, 2 years ago? And we beat them in that game. Defense played pretty well in that one as well. What? No, she's needing some love. She's ready for some attention. Matthias says, what is your expectation for Drew Lock's play this year? Always appreciate the podcast, man, and your passion. Go Hawks. Hey, man, I love doing this, man. You guys make this so much fun for me. I don't know what to think about where Locke's going to be at, Matthias. Not until I get to see him on the football field. And I think the competition's very close between him and Geno Smith. I think Geno Smith has an early leg up on him because he's been here a little bit longer, and that's going to help him. But I don't think it's hard to make an assessment about where Drew Lock is because I haven't seen him play in a Seahawks uniform yet. I haven't seen him in a preseason game. I haven't seen how comfortable he looks in this offense. And if I make a prediction, it's really going to be just based on a blind prediction of gut feel, which I don't have a real good feel for at this point yet, as to whether or not he's going to really be able to wrestle that away from Geno Smith. King Bomber says, but yeah, a lot of people have said that Pete won't start Woolen, but last year with the cornerback rotation that Pete had, I wouldn't be surprised if Pete had the balls to put Woolen in for a majority of that game. You never know. Never know. Like I said, if he's letting competition being king again, if he's letting that win out as he once did in the 2010s, 11, 12s, 13s, then that could very well end up becoming the case. Oro says, but Geno Smith can still run 40 yards in 4.6 seconds to escape sacks for wide receivers to get open over 3 years. Maybe get Joe Webb. You like them fast quarterbacks, our. King Bomber says, right, they shut out the Packers until the very end. Yeah, they've been playing. I mean, I look at the last 3 contests I remember against the Packers last year. 2000, I believe it was 20 at home. And then we had 2019, which was the playoff game. And all of those, I thought the defense played fairly legit. I think the first half of the playoff game, Rodgers kind of had his way, but the defense finally kind of locked it down there through the second half. But outside of that, they've done pretty well for a guy that's got a couple of MVP trophies over that same time period. With the playbook changed drastically from Lock to Geno, they seem like different types of quarterbacks. Geno uses his legs more and Lock has the bigger arm. Would it be smarter to have 2 quarterbacks who are similar? Similar quarterbacks, that's kind of an age-old argument because there's the thought process that even if you have, let's say, a pocket passing quarterback, maybe you want more of a mobile backup quarterback because he's not going to, backup quarterbacks won't be able to run the full allotment of your offense anyway. And so get a guy that can use his legs a little bit who can, manufacture some drives if he has to do it. So I don't know if I have a strong opinion on that one way or another, to be honest with you, on whether it's better to get the similar guy or to get that mobile guy. I don't get too caught up on the backup quarterback situation, but I don't think either guy is really going to be changing the playbook, to be honest with you. I think they're going to try to do more of embracing the playbook fully this year and really running the Waldron scheme, and whoever the guy is quarterbacking will be running that. And it's more about understanding last year we kept deviating out of Waldron's offense to do more of the stuff that we've done traditionally, which is the home run ball and running the ball up the middle constantly. Let's try to now maybe, really try to dedicate ourselves here to the Waldron scheme. And so I don't think that you do that changing quarterback to quarterback and how you do it. King Bomber is literally 3-0 till literally the back half of the fourth quarter. Yeah, they played a good game that day. Might have been one of the best games defensively we played all year last year in Green Bay. And I agree, King Bomber. I mean, even the points they started to give up at that point, you have to think a lot of that was them just being on the field for so long. Because Russell in that offense, I don't know how many 3-and-outs we had that day, but there was a lot. Matthias says, I'm calling it now. Locke will start week 3 and will have a better season than expected. We have weapons on offense, and he's a great arm talent. I love it, Matthias. I'm hopeful of it, and it wouldn't shock me to see it. I'd love to give a little more of a prediction that I know that that's going to happen. I need to see a little more from Locke getting in here and working with DK and what he's got here and what we see here from training camp and, again, what we see in the preseason games. I just want the competition to play out and let the best man win. That's really the most thing that I'm most caught up with here at the moment when it comes to the quarterback position. Bree says, yes, I've been saying that that fly sweep. I've been saying that fly sweep look so much formation right and did it correctly would gain explosive yards. It's really a part of the offense you have to have now. And pre-snap motion, this has come fast. Pre-snap motion, even as far as 2014-15 league-wide, really was not used anywhere near where it's used now, where there's some offenses that are running it 80-90% of their snaps pre-snap. You've got to put it into your game. And having a guy that can run that fly sweep is a very certain skill set type of guy, that Debo kind of guy, part receiver, part running back, because it can't just be a receiver you're giving the ball to do that. He'll get dragged down by arm tackles. He won't break tackles. But if you have a guy who's fast who can break some tackles with it, now you're talking about just having free yards there on the constant whenever you run it. I mean, we saw it last year, even when Penny Hart and Freddie Swain were running it, they were still getting 5, 6, 7 yards. And again, the second quotient of it is it moves the linebackers out of their pre-snap gaps. You've got a gap. They're sitting in a gap that they want to go and attack pre-snap. The pre-snap motion comes along. It makes them move a little bit laterally, even one false step. And that can be a huge false step. Go Sion says, what do I think about CJ Stroud? Go Sion, just boringly really good. Boringly really good. I have a little in his game that I'm able at this point to very much pick apart, quite honestly. He's my number 2 quarterback on my list as it stands right now. It's Will Levis, CJ Stroud, KJ Jefferson. Those are my top 3 quarterbacks as it stands right now, and it's subject to change. But he's got a very good, easy, free motion, good live arm. I like his footwork. I like his mechanics. His decision-making is pretty good. A lot of his throws are to receivers that have 4, 5, 6 yards of separation. So I need to see a little bit more of the anticipating throws, a little more of the throws into small windows. But obviously I think that he's one of those guys that it's like he's got everything he's got is a plus and there's no real major negatives to him, but there's also no real like wow factor that you might get from Levis and KJ Jefferson in certain elements. And that's the why I say it's just sort of boringly good. But number 2 quarterback on my list right now. I really want to watch some more tape on him. I'm excited to see what he's going to do this upcoming year. It's hard to knock a lot with him. He's just everything he does, everything just really good. King Bomber still find it stupidly hilarious that one of Rodgers' 3 or 4 picks was Jamal's first INT. Yes, that is pretty funny. Bomber says, and then Russell was like, man, why are you taking the ball from the MVP, Jamal? I'm going to give it right back to him. We don't deserve it. Oh, Lordy. I love it. Connor Wilson with the $2 donation. Connor, thank you. Sorry, it took me a second to acknowledge your dono there, but I appreciate the donation, man. Very kind of you. Says, what do you think it would take to win the division? I got your pathway, Connor. I got it right here for you, man. I got you. So it starts to me with the dominant running game. Okay, you're utilizing more of the running game element. You're not just hammering it up the middle. You're attacking laterally. Fly sweeps, using running backs to the edges, using the speed of your speedy running backs. Offense becomes running back. The running games become somewhat dominant. You start to pull some of the double teams now off of your wide receivers. Both DK and Tyler were in the top 5 as being at the highest double teamed rate in the sport when they ran routes last year. So you start to pull those double teams off to come help the run game out, which now makes the job easier of some of our lesser quarterbacks we have on their roster being a Locke or a Geno Smith. Now they're seeing more wider guys that are wider open. The windows aren't as small to throw into. They're free and easy. They drop back, and those few times they have to throw, they have a high chance of success because of the factors at play with the run game. Then defensively, you're more attacking, you're more diverse, you're disguising more. This is throwing offenses off who have become over a 10-year period able to just almost without even thinking about it, know what they're going to do against the Seahawks defense on Monday morning prior to the game versus actually having to work up a game plan strategy, which I think they're now going to have to do. That diversity of attack on defense, the aggression on defense, utilizing Jamal Adams better, brings out better results in combination with what you're doing on the offensive side of the ball. And then the final third little sharp end to this trident pitchfork that we're operating off of is the special teams unit again becoming elite. Nobody is able to get any return yardage off you in the kick and punt return game. Your punter is one of the best in football, if not the best in football, and your kicker returns back to somewhere near what he was a year ago. And maybe not as great as where he was perfect all the way around, but somewhere maybe a little bit closer. All of those elements come together to allowing you to launch yourself in the playoffs. I don't think that it ever puts you, Connor, in a position this year to be elite, to be dominant, to be one of the top 5 teams in the sport. But it can push you to be a team to get in the playoffs. And as we know, man, once you get in the playoffs, Connor, anything can happen. Anything. Connor says, love your optimism. It's contagious. Us 12s need it this year. Connor, we do need it, man. And part of where my optimism comes from is that I sensed at the start of this offseason a turn in a lot of the fandom. I sensed a turn in my 12s. I sense people getting sad and down on the luck and getting dark. And I go, hold on. We're not that far away. We've not, just because we've lost Russell Wilson and Bobby Wagner, we've not turned into the Houston Texans. We've not now turned into the Jacksonville Jaguars. And that's where you were seeing the narrative start to go. And I wanted to push back against that. Say, no. I don't think that's the way this is going here. I do have this optimism I have, Connor, is valid. And I think we're going to be rewarded for it come this year. Matthias' predictions on how our defense does this year. How will the new coaches affect it? I think this defense is top 15. I could get into the top 10 range of things. I think the new coaches are going to make it more diverse and more attacking, more blitz heavy, which is going to bring out some better benefits than we've seen in the past. I don't think they're going to like our offense. I don't think it's going to be as easy to prepare for, and that's going to bring out some instant results as well as long-term results. So I'm expecting a little bit of both on that, but I don't know if I could see them into the top 5 realm of things, but certainly top 10. Yeah. Nolan says, I'm torn. Geno is what he is. I would rather Locke as a backup moving forward, but if Locke plays without being decent, can you bring him back as a backup? Not necessarily. But I mean, it also, if you're looking at maybe needing a guy that you're looking as if you're bringing a rookie quarterback in and you don't have as a certain that he's going to be ready day one, maybe having a guy that you know a little bit more knowledge of, be it either Geno or Drew, is a better way to go from that versus bringing a guy that's an outsider at that point. Connor says, what I meant is, other than lucky wins against LA bums, how could you realistically see us winning the division? Like, what other than luck would we as a team need to do? Well, I think everything that I talked about there would need to be ramped up in a way, right? You not only need to be a dominant rushing attack, you need to be probably a top 3 rushing attack. You not only need to have a turnaround, Connor, of the defense being top 15, top 10. Well, now the defense is going to need to be a top 5. I think that the running game, the defense, the special teams unit are going to have to be way dominant to overcome what you have going on at the quarterback position, because your quarterback position just can't carry the day. And that's okay. It doesn't mean you can't get to success. But if we're talking about pushing up, like you're talking about, from being just a playoff team to being truly elite at that point, then to me, that's going to require those other 3 sides of the ball outside of the quarterback: running the ball, playing good defense, playing special teams, you being top 3 at all of those 3 aspects of football, or one of these 2 quarterbacks surprising everybody and being something that we're not ready for, that we didn't know we were getting, and that those guys really, like, the light bulb comes on for Drew Lock and he suddenly becomes kind of a sub difference maker at the position. I'm not saying it's likely to happen, but you're saying what would need to happen for us to get to that elite status. I think one of those 4 things would have to have all occur. I think the 3 things that have to happen in conjunction, but if you just had one of the quarterbacks really blow up and suddenly something just clicks right in them, or everything just runs right, then that is another way that could bring about that kind of return. Green Ocean says Geno Smith did good last year. 5 touchdowns, 1 interception, 700 yards, and he ran the offense good. He did a good job, Green. Overall, he did a really good job. Boy, that drive when he came out the jump too in the Rams game, what did he go 97 yards in his first drive? Setting the tone with that first drive. Flag Sabbath, good morning, my man. Good morning. Seahawks Gaming says, in my opinion, we have the best linebackers in the league. Maybe I'd have to think about that one. We're definitely probably in contention. Connor says, great answer. Love the channel. Listen to every video and stream. We'll support more often. Go Hawks, baby. Well, thank you, Connor. Appreciate you listening in on everyone, man. Thank you so much. King Bobber says, because Seattle is obviously going to be good this year and you have 3 backs, maybe Carson, probably not, on your roster for this year, because their body is most likely unable to do this for those, so you're wearing a rookie deal, but that against this pick. Because their body's most likely unable to do the sport at a high level, so wasting a year of the rookie's deal, that was my reason against the pick. I get it, King Bomber. I can understand on that. I think, though, too, you also need to look at where the running back room has been recently, which, I mean, of the last 5-6 years, how many times has our running back room been decimated? How many times have we looked at him like, man, we got to bring Marshawn Lynch out of retirement? Man, hopefully Alex Collins can give us some really great carries this week. It sucks falling into that zone over and over again, and to maybe stack up that position a little bit more deeply to anticipate those injuries that could come is a little bit maybe more of a smarter approach, because there is a fall off when you now get to a lesser talented guy there on the bottom end of things. Matthias says, you think Jamal will, new defensive strategy and hopefully a healthier year, have a big year? I think he'll have a big year, Matthias. I think it's less about the defensive changes, which I think are going to put him in a better position to succeed. It's going to be more about whether or not he can stay healthy. And as to whether or not that is able to occur is anybody's guess. Players do start to break down quickly and early. He's had a lot of injuries here in a very small period of time. He's got his fingers fused together, 2 of them. Not the greatest of signs, but I have high hopes for him this year. I think being put into better positions to succeed is going to go a long way to getting more returns from Jamal Adams. Seahawks Times says, I think if not top 10, Hurt just gets super aggressive and we are top 10 in turnovers easily, and that alone could change the tide of 2 to 3 games and a playoff berth. It could. Certainly something that I've been advocating for with Seahawks Times, being that we've been historically more of a team of don't give up the big plays. Make them earn it. Make them grind. Make them, wait for a mistake to happen. And offenses have been like, well, we just won't make a mistake and we'll just work our way slowly up the field. I like more of an aspect of let's play this more aggressively. Let's come a little more downhill. Let's take more chances. Let's open ourselves up to maybe more of those big plays occurring. But the flip side is that we also open ourselves up to more of those game-changing plays like you're talking about, being an INT or a quarterback throwing a little earlier than he wanted to throw, or just causing chaos, really. D-Mac, I'm about ready to go and jump on here with you, man. So we got to get some gaming in real quick here. So we are going to wrap this up here real quick. Sonic Hawk Nation says, when's your next pod with Brendan? I go over onto Brendan's channel, Seahawks Nation, this week, tomorrow. So we'll be on either 6 or 7 o'clock, but we'll be on Brendan's channel tomorrow, I believe. King Bomber says he went 1-2. Which one of the losses had a missed field goal? Then 2 losses also were his first 2 in 3 years. Were against top defensive minds. Exactly, King. It wasn't easy a call for Geno. He had to do the Rams in the first game, Steelers, Saints. Those were all real top defenses last year. And the one bad defense he went up against, he completely slaughtered them. Washington Fist Quest with the $5 donation. Thank you, Washington Fist Quest. We've had so many donos today, man. Thank you so much. He says, hey, Brandon. How you doing, man? Says, how important is the first game against Denver? If we win, do you think that gives us any kind of momentum going forward? I don't think it's necessarily a super important game for the context of this upcoming year, because I think there's a lot to be said for this team kind of coming together more as the year goes along, and that you don't always tend to be under Carroll a fast, hot starting team. He sort of guides the team in a way to have them develop as you go along and be at your strongest strength by the end of the year. So I don't think that the game is going to be important in determining the fate of the year. I do think as far as for the fate of maybe already starting out the gate and setting the tone for a playoff berth and a playoff run, you need to get to 9 to 10 wins. I think you got 3 easy wins on bottom feeders with your last play schedule that you have outside of that. So you had Denver in there. That's 4 wins now you've kind of stacked already up on the schedule off that early season win, which does get you a little closer and faster down that road to getting to that playoff berth. But I don't think that the game's going to, on either quotient of it, Washington Fist Quest, I don't think it's going to drive a lot towards the upcoming success of this next year. It'd be great if you can win it. It's helpful, but I think that there's so much more than this year and so much more kind of still got to come together. You'll have a new quarterback at the helm at that point. Everybody's still kind of in a learning process, new defensive coordinator, new defensive adjustments that you're implementing that are going to take their time for these players to learn and understand and get cohesive in their understanding of how to run it. So I think those factors do make that first game less important to the grand scheme of things over the course of the full year. Matthias 23451 says Seahawks just need to get into a brawl together. So so far it has worked for the Mariners. Oh, that was a great brawl too. That wasn't one of those piddly Annie baseball brawls. That was a real one. We were getting real punches thrown, Crawford jumping up, throwing fists and stuff. I loved it, man. That was awesome. That was awesome. And it does seem like it helped kind of galvanize the team a little bit, that little brawl that they had. Loved it. Seahawks Brendan Nelson with the $2 donation. Thank you, Seahawks Brendan Nelson. It says, let's pass on tomorrow due to lack of topics. Good luck. All right, man. So what we got from Brendan, we'll probably pick it up then with Brendan on a week from now in regards to that. But we will get back on our normal show basis, I know, once we get to the regular part of the year. So sounds good, Brendan. We'll plan on clicking it in on next week. Austin WK, is Eskridge done? If so, are we looking at Swain or rookie to fill in? No, he's not done. But he does have a very rich injury history, Austin. You know, that's just the bottom line. It's a varied injury history. It's not like he constantly is messing up his foot or messing up his knee. It's kind of all over the place. But there are certain players that I'm not going to say they're made of glass, but they just have a tendency to get beaten up a little bit more than other players. And last year he came in with a foot injury, and then there was the concussion thing. So, you know, he's got to get it kind of back to front and keep this right this year. Stay healthy, stay on the football field. But no, he's not done. Not done at all. King Bomber says, I can't stop imagining how good this trade will look if Geno just balls out and has better stats than Russ. And we beat Denver for a second time in the last 8 years for a Super Bowl win. What a storyline. Oh, that would be amazing. Nothing like it in football history, maybe on that one, huh? But it wouldn't blow me away. I mean, Russ had an okay year last year, and he was playing the broke finger and new scheme and all that. But him going to a new team in Denver, everyone's saying he's going to be amazing, but I don't know. We'll see. Brandon says, unless we extend DK tomorrow or something. Sounds good, Brandon. You never know with this team, man. That news may break. How is your Chuck impression coming along? My Chuck impression? Which Chuck? Remind me which one. I've been working on my impressions very much here. Any update on upgrading the camera? I'm going to have to wait a little bit on that. I just dropped like a big chunk of change on the microphone, so I got to build back up the bankroll on that one. But I need some suggestions on that, man, as much as anything. I got to figure out the camera to get that's going to be able to run 5, 6, 7, 8 hours and not get the card burned out in it. Those things get hot. Flag Sabbath says, when do you think the media is going to push that we're going to trade for Darnold? I know I'm surprised they've waited this long, Flag. I thought the second the Baker Mayfield deal happened, we're going to hear talking against Darnold's got to go to Seattle. USC connection, USC Carroll connection, USC. So probably by tomorrow. They're a little slow to put this 2 and 2 together, but I'm sure it's going to be happening by tomorrow. You're going to see a few news stories break out there and be talked about. I'm good with that though. I'm like, no Darnold, please. Austin says it's a red flag. He missed over a month with the head injury, right? Yeah, maybe. I don't know if concussion was a big problem with him in college. I think he had other injuries, and sometimes you can just get a bad concussion that just takes a little bit longer. It's kind of the randomness of that injury, is that it's some guys that you can bounce back in under a week, and other guys, the effects just linger. It is indeed easier to get a concussion when you already get one, right? We know that about that, is that it doesn't like rebuild up the exact amount of stress. It doesn't build up like a callus at that point. It goes the opposite way. So he is more open to potentially having the concussions come up. He plays the game like that running back, wide receiver kind of guy, right? He's a yak guy, so he's going to get a little bit more punishment with the ball in his hands. But he doesn't have enough history of it beyond that one injury to think that in itself means that it's red flagged at this point for him. King Bomber says Pete Carroll will be in the coaching Hall of Fame for that one. Oh, he would be. Well, he's already going to be in the coaching Hall of Fame, but that would definitely first ballot him. What's up, your boy Michael? Good to see you, man. Connor Wilson, round mound to rebound. Oh, Chuck.
It's ridiculous. This is child boxing. I'm going to tell you about my Seattle Seahawks right now. They're having a ridiculous offseason. It's ridiculous. They're too good with this team right now. I'm telling you, they're going to go to the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl, and they get Geno Smith up there. Geno Smith, he's not terrible. Geno Smith's a good player now. Let me tell you something, Seattle. Geno Smith's an amazing football player. He really understands what he's doing.
It's kind of coming along. I'm working on it, man. I love Charles. The key is you got to just do it's always you need to find the one word. You know, you need the one word with him. And with Charles, I've realized it's the terrible.
He's just terrible. I'm going to tell you, he's a terrible player. He can't play this game at all. He's just not very good.
But I'm going to keep working on it. Seahawks Brendan Nelson says, random thought. Do you think the McLaren contract was a little less than expected? I thought he'd get more. I did too, Brendan. I mean, there's nothing in his game that's been any different to me than what A.J. Brown's done. I mean, they've to me had exactly the same type of start. I mean, hell, go look at Jefferson's stats with the Vikings. I mean, he matches up with McLaurin right down the track, and everybody's like, this guy did. I don't know. McLaurin can't get, Brendan, it's almost like McLaurin can't get any respect. But it's possible. I still think at the end of the day, Brendan, did the Seahawks really have a leg to stand on by saying, well, DK, we're going to get you down by the McLaren contract, when DK's looking at what his buddy made out of Ole Miss in Brown and going, no, you're going to give me $1 million more than what Brown made. I think put me down at McLaurin. I've matched AJ Brown and what he's done. I've earned that same kind of contract. And I think that it's possible. And I don't know how Seattle has much of a leg in that negotiation to stand on to be able to push back on DK like that. If the Brown contract didn't exist, maybe. But you're talking about all three guys taken out of all of the same draft. And so I think it is apropos. What's to stop us from having DK just play this last year of his rookie deal and franchise him a couple of years after that? His new deal would probably put him near the top paid anyway. There's a few problems with this, of course. Number one, DK is going to be pissed off about it. So it's not always good to have a player that's upset and angry in this way. And it tends to be a situation that doesn't last very long on pro football franchises when you have a situation like it. You're going to move the guy at that point if you're not going to pay him. So I think that look at the league over the last couple of years. Who's hardlining any player like that? You cannot really find any examples of anybody doing that, where you give a guy who's a second round guy going in the final year of his deal, and then that team plays him out in that final year of his deal, and then franchises him twice. It's one of those things that sounds really good in theory, but when the rubber meets the road, it never works out that way. It just doesn't. And so I get where you're saying coming from on that, but it just doesn't. The real world just doesn't let it play out that way like it maybe kind of should on paper. Brandon says McLaren's also had worse quarterbacks than A.J. Brown. Exactly. Yeah. Which if I was McLaren's people, that should have factored into what I was dictating from them. But you're right. I mean, it is a little bit of a lesser deal. I don't know what the average per year is on it, but he's down below 25 on that, which McLaren should probably fire his agents because he should be getting every dollar, every last dime and dollar bill. Brown's got knee problems. A.J. Brown's had I think a couple of surgeries. He's had multiple weeks that he's been week after week on the injury report with knee injuries. McLaurin's got none of that going on. Cleaner medicals, just as equal production. Don't get it. Jamal Michael says, very happy, no Baker. I am loving that there's no Baker, man. It's an amazing, beautiful thing. We've been reveling this whole stream. Jason Tudor, thank you for the $5 donation. Doubling up those donos, Jason. I appreciate it, man. You're awesome. Says, laughing out loud at that, Charles. I just spat out my beer. Do it again. Tell me I'm terrible.
I'm gonna tell you, Jason, this is terrible. You're giving me the $5 donation, and I really appreciate it, but it's just terrible nonetheless. You're doing it such a late hour this stream. You all know I'm trying to get off. It's how you keep me on here. You know I'm a hole for the money. It's just terrible. I'm gonna tell you about them San Antonio women. Them some big women in San Antonio now. They like them churros down there in San Antonio.
Flag Sabbath says, who, if anyone, do you have lined up for their next interview? I'm trying to get our former general manager of 1998 out there on the deal. So I'm trying to still push for him. I got a little bit dissuaded, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Got dissuaded. I've reached out to a lot of these guys on Twitter and email when they've got email contacts to reach out to, and you reach out and you go, hey, would you like to come on and do this? And I'll promote any cause, and they don't respond back. You don't even get a no. You know what I mean? So you're like, okay, all right. So, if you guys ever want to reach out to guys, say, hey, come on Hawks Nest. We'd love to have you. I'll have anybody on. I'd love to do some more interviews. But, I just, it's hard to get these guys. If I was a former player, I'd want to talk more about the sport, I feel like, but some of them just seem to be kind of done and out of it a little bit. They don't want to do. I don't know, but I'll try. I'm still going to keep trying and reaching out as I can. So I every week or so, every other couple weeks, I get a couple requests out. Just got to get a couple of these guys responding. Corso D. Gutierrez, 1111, re-sign DK. Let's do it. Make a wish. Unknown. Did you see that Tom Grossi Vita Baker to the Panthers? The ending I think he got wrong for most of us fans. I'll take a look at it. I'll see what he did on it. I haven't had a chance to see it yet, but Tom does good stuff. I'm sure it's pretty funny. Brendan says, and he's playing for a joke of a franchise who should have to pay more to keep a player like him. Yeah, they should. They should. He's legitimate. And he was my favorite that year that he came out with DK and AJ, Brendan. Terry was my favorite receiver in that whole draft. I was the highest on him out of anybody. I mean, that kid's just a straight baller. So, yeah, I'd love to know what happened with that situation, why they were able to get him for where they got him. It was a 3-year extension too. I think it's 3 years, 71. Just an odd. Connor Wilson says your Barkley is effing magnificent.
Thank you, Connor. I'm trying to get it right. This is what I'm working on. It's a little terrible right now, but it's going to get better.
Your boy Michael, if we trade DK, I'm going into a deep depression. I'm going to join you. I might just go live and just be giving you guys this look. That'll be me for 5 hours, just looking at you guys, just contempt at the camera. I'll eventually address it at some point. King Bomber says he probably said it wasn't worth for him to try to leave just for an extra $4 million. I know it's a lot, but not when you're getting paid as much as him. You're talking about McLaurin? Maybe the guaranteed money was high. Yeah, the guaranteed money was decent. It's just such a next man up thing on this. Tends to be just seemingly the no-brainer aspect of if you're the next guy up behind the next guy that got paid. And when you're talking about now you have an assemblage of receivers of A.J. Brown at 25, DeAndre Hopkins at 27.5, Tyreek Hill at a smooth 30, Adams right around there, 28.5. You've got a pretty good stack of guys now to set that market straight. And so that you shouldn't be, if you're a top line receiver who's the next man up, you shouldn't be anything below 25 minimum. But I guess so. Jason Tudor says, who was the basketball announcer who also called everything terrible, like from the late 90s? I can't think who you're speaking on that. Oh, no, you're thinking of the big awkward looking dude. Oh my God, the big red center from the Blazers in the 70s. Somebody's going to help me out with this one. Yeah, he's the colorful guy. I know who you're talking about though. I can't do him. He's got a lisp. That one's going to be too hard for me on that one. Flag Zappa says, that sucks, man. The Chad Brown interview was fantastic. I had a ball flag. I could have sat down with Chad for 3 hours and talked football with him. I mean, the guy's just got a wealth of knowledge, and it's so much fun to talk to the former players and just pick their brain. So, I mean, if I could make it a normal part of the channel, and I think as we get bigger and more established here, I think I'll be able to open that door a little bit wider to former players and get them a little bit more, maybe at some point I can even offer a little, hey, here, I'll Venmo you something, and get you in here. So eventually I'm going to try to kind of work something along those lines. I'm kind of working how I'll do it, but I want it to be a part of this channel. It's going to be a common part of this channel, and I like doing it. I really like talking to those guys, and Chad was just awesome. I might have just bringing Chad back again if I get him in there, because I still had some more questions left for him. King Bomber says he probably saw that was it wasn't worth for him to try to leave just for an extra $4 million. I know it's a lot, but when you're getting paid as much as him. The one thing I would say, King Bomber, is, was Washington going to let him go for that $4 million? Because to me, Washington holds on to him no matter what, considering where their wide receiver group's at. And, he's the best of the best for them right now. So, I don't know. Unknown says, would be funny if Corral beats out Darnold and Mayfield. That'd be legitimately hilarious. That would be awesome. King Bomber, the contract negotiations are stalling because Seattle's trying to get 23 and Metcalf's is trying to get 29 to 30. They're going to stay stalled if that's where DK's at. That's why I've long said this thing needs to just get to 26, 27 and call it a day. That's the common ground. Again, DK's earned this contract. AJ's making what he's making. The contract is what it is. The cap is only going up astronomically over the next couple of years. Let's go. Let's go. I took an hour nap and you're still live. I am still live, but I am going to go ahead and wrap this one up here, folks. We are well over 5 hours here into the stream. And so I am going to go ahead and call it a day here. The voice is starting to go. But we had a great stream here today. A lot to feel confident about with this team going forward. I know there are those Sheriff folks. I see them in my comment section going, stop gassing up the fans. Stop telling them that's going to be good. I am going to gas you guys up. And it ain't gassing you up falsely. I'm gassing you up because I got a full tank and I want to go. And I look at this team and I'm encouraged by what I see. I like the steps they're taking. I like the smart approach they're taking. And not just from a personnel standpoint, but a schematic standpoint. And hopefully game day X's and O's standpoint. But that's the part we're going to have to see once this goes truly live. I spoke about at the top of the show. There are items that this team's got to cover and continue to build on the things that they've already fixed, the issues that have plagued them that they've already fixed. But there is more work left to do. So far, they've done well. They've stuck to the path. They've stayed patient. They've stayed in the pocket. They haven't made the bad move. They haven't made the desperate move. They haven't made the shortcut move. And that should get you encouraged, not just for this upcoming season, but for the future of this team. There are many out there that are out on Carroll, that are out on Schneider. They've made too many wrong moves and they just can't bring you back. But if they haven't at least started this offseason to bring you back into the fold, if they haven't at least begun, I don't know what it would take. Because there's been smart move after smart move, smart decision after smart decision. And I can really appreciate that about this team. And it does truly give me honest, real hope for this upcoming season. Michael, before you go, what was your reaction during the Wilson, Earl, and Sherman drafts? Like when they happened? Wilson, I love the pick. I didn't know he was going to become what he was going to become, but I was very high. I was much higher on him than you would normally be for a third round quarterback because I knew you were getting a pro-ready guy. And the advanced analytic stats, which were just starting to take a hold at that time, were really calibrating him out to be that he had the highest projected rate that they had ever seen at the quarterback position, which I thought was eye-opening. Earl, the quickness and speed and the ball and his ball skills were obvious on tape. He was moving at a different speed than anybody else on the college level. There's one play that he was running when he was, I think it was at it might have been the Gruden he was sitting down with, where he ran across the field, ripped the ball out on a fumble, and he was just moving it just a blur. So I loved Earl. Didn't know if he was going to be a Hall of Fame, game-changing guy. I worried a little bit about his size standpoint because he was obviously a little slider guy, but definitely knew he was going to be the real deal. And then Sherman, you were hopeful for, but there wasn't anything of I didn't think, that guy's like, I wouldn't react to Sherman like I reacted to Trake Woolen. You had a guy that was just recently moving over to cornerback. You had some upside to him, thinking, well, it's a recent change, but nobody wasn't ahead of everyone on that one by any measure. Jason Tudor, it's Bill Walton was the terrible guy. That's what you're thinking about. Connor Wilson says, Shaq, how about those San Francisco women?
I'll tell you about them San Francisco women. You don't want to know about them. There's some big women down there in San Francisco. They got that Golden Gate Bridge, and they must have that Golden Gate bread because they be eating that all the time. All the time.
Well, have some hope here, folks. I'm good to see people are getting stoked for this upcoming season. I'm good and glad to hear people are open to the possibility this team might be just a little bit better than they're all telling us that they're going to be. They say we're done. They say we're bottom of the stack. They say our talent ain't very good. We're 26th or 29th or 28th. They say our offensive line is going to be the worst in football or nearly that. They say a lot of things, don't they? They say a lot of things. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I think this team has done a good job of adding talent, adding depth, adding players across the board, making the changes that are needed to be made. And I think it's going to bear out some results. And like I've said, and like I will continue to say as we lead up into training camp, you never know. They might just shock the hell out of everybody and get out into the playoffs. You never know. You just never do. I appreciate you. If you do like what you're listening to here on the channel, please do hit that like button for me. Danny McCormick, Game 1, starters projection. I know it's a long answer. God damn, Danny. I'm 5 hours in, man. Okay. Charles Cross, Damian Lewis, Austin Blythe at center, Gabe Jackson at right guard, Abraham Lucas at right tackle. You guys love to keep me on. I swear to God, I know your little games you guys do. I'm 5 hours in. Let me get some water. Noah Fant, Will Disley is your starting two tight ends. Disley's going to be your inline tight end. Noah Fant's your move tight end, so it's not really a matter of who's starting over who there. They're playing two different positions. Locke and DK Metcalf. D. Eskridge is your third guy. I'll give you a shocker, Bo Melton as your receiver number 4, and I'll give you a surprise there. Rashad Penny's your starter. Walker your backup. Defensive line depends on what we're talking about. 3-4-4-3. Al Woods, Brian Monet is your zero tech. Shelby Harris. I'm not sure on the other defensive end. Daryl Taylor, Daryl Taylor, Wusu are your outside linebackers. Barton, Jordan Brooks is your middle linebackers. Obviously, Diggs and Jamal Adams as your safety. Sidney Jones and Kobe Bryant as your starting cornerbacks. So those would be your guys. Those would be your guys. But I'll give you Melton as my outlier. Melton's my outlier for your 3-4 guy coming in there. There's your surprise on the list for you guys on that one. And I'll put Trey Brown as our starter as the slot, because the slot gets a lot of starts, gets a lot of snaps as it is. So, I could see him in that role. And if not him, maybe Justin Coleman. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys. Please do hit that like button and get subscribed if you're not subscribed here. All right. Come on over. So, we're trying to get up to 8,000 here. I'd love to get to 8,000 subscribers here before the start of the season. We're on the road. We're making a lot of progress here. We're getting very close. And if we get to 8,000 by the start of the season, that puts us right on the trajectory path to get up over 10,000 before the end of the year, which I would just love to see here for the channel. Either way, I appreciate you guys watching. Danny McCormick, Puna start. Puna would be the defensive end, Danny. So we'll go that. We'll go Shelby Harris and Puna as your defensive ends. And then Al Woods and Brian Monet as your 0 tech and a 3-4. So I just haven't seen Puna do it at the defensive end yet. So I'm doing a lot of projecting here. I'm doing a lot of guesswork off of something I haven't seen. I always hate making a projection off not seeing it or knowing that I've got a baseline on it, because then I'm just kind of making a guess in the dark kind of a little bit in that regard. But I had kind of forgotten about him. Maybe LJ too at the other defensive end. You never know. They're saying he looks like a monster this offseason. He's having the offseason of his life, Danny. Living in the weight room, I tell you. Living in the weight room. Well, thank you guys. You're awesome. I appreciate everybody here in the chat. Thank you for all the donations as well. You guys are the most supportive community, bang for buck, of anybody on YouTube. I swear to God, I've got a vibrant base here with you guys. So thank you so much for all you guys do in supporting the channel. As I've said, the next upgrade is going to eventually be here a camera. So that's what we're going to be kind of working to. If you guys got any suggestions on that, let me know. Appreciate you guys. Love you guys. We're getting ready. Season's getting close. Get your guys self excited. Hey, look, y'all got that friend out there that's telling you the Seahawks ain't going to be nothing. They're all trying to tell you to not get hyped. They're all trying to tell you not being excited. And they're forgetting. Well, you get those people and you pull them by their ears. You grab them by both ears, you pull those ears down, and you get right up in their face and you tell them, don't you ever forget. Don't you ever forget. I don't care if we were in the cellar last year. I don't care if we moved on from Russell last year. We are the Seattle Seahawks. We're years of winning, consistent winning, not just going back 10 years, 20 years. This team doesn't know what the bottom is. We go there for a visit. We go there for a flyby, like something out of the Top Gun movie. We aren't there to last. We aren't there to reside. We're on our way back up. We're on our rise. So you grab them by those ears, you pull them to your face, and you say, don't you ever, ever, ever forget. Go Hawks.